should be landscape.
Can you write a theme?
Not happen on other such platforms because they just get a few slots to speak and to be open about their issues. So this week has been like full packed with a lot of information and issues coming from across the countries, and surprisingly I have not been more familiar with a lot of countries, so I think it is an informational pack as well in a sense.
Even though we all have different problems in our country, but it all surround the same, but it's showing in a different way. Like I've seen that the culture, like the way we approach things are very diverse, they are very different in different countries, but at the same time, we're all having the same problem as youth. And this has been an eye-opener for me because the way I was looking at things, like Africa, we are the only ones having problems everywhere. But like that has, like, it has been changed a bit, and now I am focusing now on the issue rather than the environment where I'm finding myself. So it's more like problem-solving based rather than like environmental based. So like that's the way now it has changed my ideology of looking at things.
I never thought that I would be a part of this conference because I mean you will not every day get a chance to meet the persons all over from the world, right? So it's like I came to know about a lot of things. Previously, I don't know about the problems in other countries. I don't know exactly about the Myanmar civil war and all. But after coming here, I came to know about all of that, and it's like it's been a great opportunity for me to be a part of this conference, and it's like a knowledge poured on me.
Nothing is impossible if I'm just dedicated and just keep the focus and the zeal, and just having the right connections, the right network is something that will help me in my journey, and that I shouldn't limit myself, I shouldn't limit each and every idea that I have. I should be able to implement it. It has just been amazing and awesome, yeah, to just get a chance to interact with people of different backgrounds, people from different countries. It has just been amazing.
In this conference, we had a lot of new countries that came into our fold. We are more than excited to have countries like Papua New Guinea, Armenia, Ukraine, and Myanmar voice out things that happened in their countries and also give us very fresh perspectives, like on-ground realities, which is, I think, the biggest highlight of Kectil conferences. As far as Kectil goes, we keep making new friends across the world, and that's actually the biggest thing that we have always gained from Kectil.
Having conversations of what people are doing in their countries, profits, non-profits, the social network has really grown because I'm walking out to this conference, not the same way I came in. I might came in maybe full, but now I'm overflowing. I came in half, but now I'm full. So it has been really, really an engaging and an amazing week.
My dream is to really take Kectil to another level, especially in helping Sherry to achieve the dream. She's really passionate about helping people and changing the lives of people in the most vulnerable places in the world.
I want to pay forward to Kectil because it has enabled me so much that I couldn't even fathom. So I would be engaging myself and providing my volunteer self to engage in the workshops that I could provide and any sort of projects that I pick up with them. And I cannot wait enough to see us reach not thousands, but the 100,000 and the million mark with Kectil. That's where I see, and I want us to experience that change. I want that defiant, smaller sahibas like me to witness that across the world. That's where I see it.
This course will teach you how to compose your first piece in 5 days. It includes some extra bonuses here, as you can see, this one and this one. It's a course meant
No, but now we have a a different singer or something.
You think about our leadership challenges in the world today, there's unfortunately a lot of self-serving agendas, but it's very few that are willing to commit to a cause that's bigger than themselves. So I really think Kectil is a phenomenal platform that is raising authentic leaders that are willing to not only be self-aware of who they are, but also know the areas that they can grow their leadership so that they can apply themselves to their giftings and their ideas. Because we don't only want to create wonderful ideas, you need leaders to take ideas to the next level and to be able to scale those ideas and bring others on board to make a collective impact.
I am 100% sure that I will stay connected with all of the people that I meet here, because they are awesome, they are smart, they are intelligent, they are social impacted in their countries.
These kind of programs are very important because sometimes you may just get into war because you were not able to sit down. But if you are able to sit down, you are able now to understand that we are just one people. It is just amazing, like, to meet young people from all around the world, and I'm very excited. And also, this is the moment that actually I'm going to remember for a lifetime. Yeah.
Kectil is one of the platforms where we have seen majority youth been speaking a lot. It usually does not happen on other such platforms because they just get a few slots to speak and to be open about their issues. So this week has been like full packed with a lot of information and issues coming from across the countries, and surprisingly, I have not been more familiar with a lot of countries. So I think it is an informational pack as well, in a sense.
Even though we all have different problems in our country, but it all surround the same, but it's showing in a different way. Like I've seen that the culture, like the way we approach things are very diverse, they are very different in different countries, but at the same time, we're all having the same problem as youth. And this has been an eye-opener for me because the way I was looking at things, like Africa, we are the only ones having problems everywhere. But like that has, like, it has been changed a bit, and now I am focusing now on the issue rather than the environment where I'm finding myself. So it's more like problem-solving based rather than like environmental based. So like that's the way now it has changed my ideology of looking at things.
I never thought that I would be a part of this conference because, I mean, you will not every day get a chance to meet the persons all over from the world, right? So it's like I came to know about a lot of things. Previously, I don't know about the problems in other countries. I don't know exactly about the Myanmar civil war and all. But after coming here, I came to know about all of that, and it's like it's been a great opportunity for me to be a part of this conference, and it's like a knowledge poured on me.
Nothing is impossible if I'm just dedicated and just keep the focus and the zeal, and just having the right connections, the right network is something that will help me in my journey, and that I shouldn't limit myself, I shouldn't limit each and every idea that I have. I should be able to implement it. It has just been amazing and awesome, yeah, to just get a chance to interact with people of different backgrounds, people from different countries. It has just been amazing.
In this conference, we had a lot of new countries that came into our fold. We are more than excited to have countries like Papua New Guinea, Armenia, Ukraine, and Myanmar voice out things that happened in their countries and also give us very fresh perspectives, like on-ground realities, which is, I think, the biggest highlight of Kectil conferences. As far as Kectil goes, we keep making new friends across the world, and that's actually the biggest thing that we have always gained from Kectil.
Having conversations of what people are doing in their countries, profits, non-profits, the social network has really grown because I'm walking out to this conference, not the same way I came in. I might came in maybe full, but now I'm overflowing. I came in half, but now I'm full. So it has been really an engaging and an amazing week.
My dream is to really take Kectil to another level, especially in helping Sherry to achieve the dream. She's really passionate about helping people and changing the lives of people in the most vulnerable places in the world.
I want to pay forward to Kectil because it has enabled me so much that I couldn't even fathom. So I would be engaging myself and providing my volunteer self to engage in the workshops that I could provide and any sort of projects that I pick up with them. And I cannot wait enough to see us reach not thousands, but the 100,000 and the million mark with Kectil. That's where I see, and I want us to experience that change. I want that defiant, smaller sahibas like me to witness that across the world. That's where I see it.
When the music fades and all is stripped away, and I simply come
Tell me this.
longing just to breathe something that's of worth that will bless your heart. I'll bring you more than a song, for a song in itself is not what
Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming on time and early. Our sincere apologies, we're running a bit late, but we will be starting shortly. Thank you everyone for occupying the seats. Please get to know your fellow participants. Go to another table, say hi, introduce yourself. This is also a place for networking. So please, if you see your fellow student leaders or youth leaders around, go around, shake a hand, introduce yourselves, and we'll be starting shortly. But please enjoy. In the meantime, we have refreshments outside. There's coffee, there's tea, there's biscuits also provided. And if you want to grab a quick bite before we start, please do. You're more than welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
You have to text me. Wi-Fi here. I just wrote to Judge Freer. Tell him like, you need to write to Cindy, or write to Wesley. We have a group. We've got a group text you can write to. That's not.
All right, hi guys. We're already running late, so we'll begin our program 5 to 10 minutes from now. Those who are outside, please grab yourself a coffee, a little snack, and come back in, and we'll start shortly. All right, thank you.
Get a group chat. What? I don't see it. Can you send me a message from the group chat?
Bringing us together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us. Impacting life, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive. 'Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Impacting life, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive. 'Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive. 'Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting life, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. around the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting life, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. Thank you very much for being here. How is everyone feeling? It's a Friday. I know it's the end of the week. We're all probably feeling a bit tired, but thank you so much for making time to be here. I know we have a lot of working class people, a lot of students as well. Thank you very much for being here. So when I say hi, you say hello. Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, come on, that's too low. You have to be energetic, huh? It's a conference. We want to have fun. We want to interact. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi. That was really weak. Hi. Hello. Hi, hello.
Hello, hi.
Hello, hi. Okay, have you met the person sitting next to you yet? Have you introduced yourself? That's good, that's good. Remember, this is a place of networking as well. We want you to get to know as much people as possible. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. My name is Lovanka Dotson. I will be a mistress of ceremony this evening.
My name is Sifa Sarogar, and I will be the master of ceremony today.
We're very honored to have you all here. Now, just like starting any other event, we'd like to open it up with a word of prayer. So I invite you all to close your eyes, bow your heads, and let us acknowledge the presence of God with us today. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the beautiful day that you have given us. We thank you for the lovely, empowering young men and women that are seated before us today. We ask that you pour your blessing into all the discussions that will happen today. We ask that you make connections, and we ask that you anoint each and every one of these participants and moderators and panelists here today. We ask that the discussions be insightful. We ask that everything may flow with ease, energy, and purpose. We thank you, and we ask for your blessing in all that we do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Now, before we start our program, it's only right that we acknowledge a lot of very important people in the room today. Now, before I acknowledge our moderators, I'd like to acknowledge a few of the people seated in the room today. We thank you to we'd like to extend our thanks and acknowledgement to a lot of the youth groups that have showed up today. Thank you for representing your communities and your youths. Special acknowledgement and thanks to the Commonwealth Students Association, Young Professional Women's Network as well as our absent partners, supporting partners and organizations who are not here today. But I'd like to go ahead and introduce our moderators for this conference. Firstly, I'd like to introduce and acknowledge Ms. Sherry Knowles. Now, Ms. Sherry Knowles is the founder and executive director of not only the Kectil program, but as well as the Malma Knowles Family Foundation. She was a prior senior vice president and global chief of the Patent Council at GlaxoSmithKline. She also managed a global department of over 200 people in 12 offices across the globe. She is a partner at King & Spalding Law Firm in Atlanta, Georgia, specializing in intellectual property. Now, she has over 30 years of experience in global and corporate governance, as well as private practice, and is named as one of the top 10 most influential people in intellectual property and managing for IP Magazine. Please give her a round of applause. She will be joining us today virtually from Singapore. The second person I would like to introduce in her absence, but she will be here later on, is Dr. Alma Sedler. Dr. Alma Sedler serves as the Chief Technical Advisor for Anti-Corruption at the United Nations Development Program. Now, she has an experience and background in journalism, especially in governance and anti-corruption efforts. She plays a crucial role in advising and supporting various initiatives that are actually aimed at enhancing transparency and accountability, especially in Papua New Guinea. Dr. Sedler is involved in training civil society organizations and government departments in the best practices of anti-corruption. The third person I'd like to acknowledge is a global board member who is present with us today. Her name is Eniboku Norobato, stemming from the amazing country of Nigeria. She specializes in medicine with a Bachelor of Surgery degree. From the fourth person that I'd like to introduce is Mr. Lennox Ochine Omondi, stemming from the country of Kenya. Lennox Omondi is an entrepreneur and innovative person dedicated to sustainable development. He's a founder and CEO of EcoBana Limited. His passion is for social impact and was sparked during mass communication studies, leading him to establish his own company. He is recognized globally for his work and has won the 2022 Health Prize Global Award, being named among the top 30 under 30 young CEOs in Africa. Please give him a round of applause. He's also joining us virtually from Singapore with Ms. Sherry Knowles. And lastly, but certainly not the least, I'd like to acknowledge the Kectil chairperson for PNG, which is Mr. Edwin Ningal. Edwin Ningal is a passionate youth leader from Papua New Guinea and he's recognized for his participation in the Kectil Youth Leadership Program. This program was designed to mentor and network young people from developing countries, empowering them to make a positive change and impact. Edwin's involvement with Kectil definitely reflects his social progress in PNG through initiatives such as this. Please give him a round of applause.
All right, and those are our apologies. All right, and those are our moderators and the panelists who will be speaking today. Without further ado, we'll push into the program, and I would like to call upon Edwin Ningal to come up here and give the opening remarks. Round of applause as he makes his way up. Thank you. Mr. Edwin, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, MCs. Good morning, everyone. Before I give my opening remarks, I'd like to acknowledge a fellow board member. He's also at the back. He's arrived from Pakistan. His name is Azim Yosef. He's at the back. Thank you. So Azim is also a Kectil board member as well. Apologies for that, Azim. We didn't get you earlier. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone, once again. My name is Edwin, and my surname is Ningal. I come from Goroka and Chimbu. I'm also a final year student at the University of Papua New Guinea, and I am also a Kectil board member. I was fortunate to join this program same time around last year, and then I had the opportunity to go down to Atlanta. And that's where I met Azim and Iboku and most of the Kectil international board members as well. So yes, I'd like to congratulate all of you who are seated here today. We've had a large pool of applications, 395 to be exact. And for those of you that are here right now are the fortunate ones that you've been selected, not by chance or anything, but because of your own merit. Because you're doing something in your own community that is outstanding, and you're interested and you're passionate about driving change. And that is why I'd like to also congratulate each of you for making the cut. Please give a round of applause to yourselves. And finally, I'd like to also make mention of Madam Sherry Knowles, who's also joining us virtually. Thank you for your support as well, and for the Malma Knowles Foundation for funding this program and this conference as well. Initially, we've had some sponsors jump on, but unfortunately, due to indifferences beyond our control, they've pulled out. But she has still supported this program nonetheless, and unfortunately, she won't be joining us in person due to situations beyond our control. But regardless of that, we're still hoping to have a impactful conference because you're all here. And I think that's everything from me. We'll kick off with our program. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Edwin. Following on is the opening remarks by Ms. Sherry Knowles, who will be joining us virtually. So if the IT people are ready, we'll put her on screen and she can give the opening remarks all the way from Singapore.
I am Sherry Knowles. I am the Global Director of the Kectil Youth Network. So welcome to our conference. We're so excited to be here with you today. I'm sorry I can't be here with you in person. That was my goal. But we had mechanical problems with the airplane. And in fact, the airline that, the flight that I was supposed to be on, was it 2 or 3 days ago now, has still not left. And so there, I couldn't get there in person, but we are going to have a wonderful day today. We're going to do it remotely. Zoom is the way of business. We're all used to it. And in fact, you can't run a global program like the Kectil Global Youth Network without doing it remotely, because we have youth in every single country, developing country around the world. So this is our bread and butter. This is what we do. We connect youth via PNG. Go on, I want to see everybody. I can see you. So I want to see every single person in the room stand up. Please stand up right now. Okay, stand up. Edwin can help you. Stand up, stand up. Okay, I want you to stand up, and I want to hear you scream so loud that I can hear you in Singapore. Okay, so now I want you to scream, We love Kectil. 1, 2, 3. Scream it. I'm not hearing it yet. Okay. Are you screaming it? I don't know. Somebody's going to have to tell me because I can't hear it in Singapore yet. Okay. Okay. And why don't you just yell Kectil Global Youth Network. Scream it. Scream it. Jump up and down. Make some noise. Start dancing. Okay. I hear people from Papua New Guinea are great dancers. Okay. So feel like you can stand up there. You can dance. You can clap. I want to hear you say Papua New Guinea, Kectil. Okay. We're all together. Okay. Are you doing it? Okay. What do you think? Okay. You can sit down, but we may even do that again. I want to hear lots of enthusiasm, lots of comments. I want lots of participation from the people out there. All of you today joining us. Okay. We're introduced to them. We have youth in many countries around the world. This year in the Kectil program, we have 2,000 youth from 80 countries. And now you're part of that group. And so you're connected with like-minded youth all over the world who have a shared vision of a better life, a better future. And that's what we're all about. Because what we think is if there are youth in one specific country, they end up being isolated and they end up thinking about the problems in their own country. But then when you become a global youth network, you start hearing from youth in countries all over the world, and you find out that there are a lot of shared problems. There are more similarities than there are differences. Okay. And we at Kectil, we focus on what we call authentic conversations. We talk the truth about issues that matter to youth. Okay. So just look around the room right now. As Edwin said, you all were selected as the top of the top to be part of this conference. One of the youth in this conference may end up being a prime minister of Papua New Guinea. One of the youth in these conference may be in parliament, right? So you guys are the leaders of tomorrow and the leaders of today. And we're going to go through the statistics in a minute. Okay. If you're the leaders, what are you going to do? Are you going to do something different? Are you going to make this country better? Are you going to combine with your youth leaders all over the world to have intense discussions about how to connect Papua New Guinea, which is a very isolated country in the middle of the Pacific in Oceania, how to connect you with all the youth in developing countries all over the world to talk about issues, to hold each other accountable, and to make a better country than you have now. So you are the stars. You're going to make it happen. And we're here to give you the courage, the gumption, okay, the strength, the inner strength to make a better life for everyone in Papua New Guinea. And that includes your family, the communities, your country. Okay. And it also means even not just other people, other youth in other countries who are talented youth leaders supporting you. That means you supporting them also. Okay. It's reciprocal. Now we have a very strong global program. It's my understanding that this is the very first global youth conference ever to be held in Papua New Guinea. That's huge. Okay. And you're part of it. That means you're very special. Okay. And so if you're very special, you have to make a difference. We're going to be talking for the next 2 days about how you're going to be making a difference and what are you going to do to change the culture, the community, and the country for the benefit of all of you. What are you personally going to do? Not as a group, but you personally. We want each one of you personally to make a commitment to do the right thing. The Global Kectil Youth Network, it offers a lot and it demands a lot. It does both. It offers a lot because it offers training. It offers mentorship. It offers support. It lets you know that we care about you as a person, not even as a group, but as each individually. We care about you. We care about your future. We care about the future of Papua New Guinea. There are a lot of issues in Papua New Guinea, and we're going to talk about them. And we're going to talk about them in a very authentic, honest way. We don't hide things at Kectil. we talk honestly. Okay. So we're going to be talking very honestly over the next 2 days about issues facing you, facing your family, your communities, your countries. And we're going to ask you, are you going to join hands with youth leaders all over the world and just change it? Just change it. Make a difference. Become the leaders. Okay. So what we offer you is the opportunity to be part of a global network of some of the most talented youth in the world. Okay. That's huge. That's a huge offering. And what we demand from you in return is that you live by what's called the Kectil Code. And we're going to talk about that in a minute, because the Kectil Code is what is going to shape you, your community, and your country to do the right thing. And if every single one of you lives by the Kectil Code, boy, we're going to have a great country. And we're going to be having another conference in New Guinea Papua New Guinea, where we're going to be celebrating all your achievements. And we hope to be doing that soon. Now, I've got a slide deck. And Simi, can you show the slide deck? I want to go through a couple slides. And I want to talk about, why does Kectil matter? Why is it so important? Why do we spend so much money? And by the way, I can tell you, this conference cost a lot of money. Okay. Why did we spend so much money to come and talk to you today? Okay. And it's because the Kectil program is on a mission. It's urgent. And we're on a mission for all over the world, not just in one country, but in all developing countries, to make a difference. And we want to motivate you, talk about it, open your mind to think about really big issues. So I'm going to ask Anabokan, Simi, Azim, are you able to share our slide deck? Oh, and while they're putting the slide deck up, let me show you this. What am I wearing right now? I'm wearing the flag of Papua New Guinea. Look at this. Okay, so I just thought, I ordered this flag and I love it. Red and black and white. So you're going to see me for the next 2 days with my Papua New Guinea flag, which I'm wearing right next to me, because we're one with the country right now. Okay. Annabelle Khan or Azim, can you get my slide deck up, please? Okay. And while we're talking about that, my slides are up, but I can't see them. So we need to put them up on so that I can also see them. Okay. Okay, great. So now we're going to talk about why Kectil matters. I think, and the other youth leaders who are on this conference call today, this Zoom call and meeting with you, we think that Kectil is probably one of the most important missions going on in the developing world today. Okay, and it is so important that we want to tell you why, and we want to make sure that you're part of it. Okay, next slide. Okay, so what's happening in developing countries? What's happening is the population of developing countries is skyrocketing, and the population of developed countries is staying somewhat flat. So that means there's a bulge of population that's going on in developing countries. And we question whether the developing countries have the proper infrastructure, have the proper mindset, and have trained, most importantly, have they trained the youth properly to become leaders in their country? And I think the answer to that is questionable at this point, and that's where we step in. Okay, and so we're going to talk about how we are training the youth to be the leaders of tomorrow. Next slide. Okay, the youth population. This is crazy. The world's youth population is projected to reach 1.3 billion people by 2030. This is the largest youth population in history. And 86% this is key. 86% of the world's youth population live in developing countries. That is a huge bulge. Who's taking care of all those youth who are going through society in all the developing countries? Are they getting the education they need? Are they getting the mentorship? Are they being trained? Are they being held accountable for their activities? Are they being trained to be ready to be the leaders of tomorrow? That's why we're here, and that's what we're stepping in to do. We're very active in it. We care about it. We're going all over the world. This is our mission. 86% of the world's youth population live in developing countries, and that includes Papua New Guinea. Okay, 60% of the world's youth live in Asia, okay, which you're broadly a part of. Okay, next slide. Okay, the youth population regionally. Look at the bulge coming up. Okay, look at the bulge. This is just youth, and you see that for Europe and North America, they're pretty flat. But then when you look at Asia, there's a huge bulge in youth population. In Africa, there's an even bigger bulge. Okay. I travel all over the world talking with youth. I hear a lot of the same thing. I hear about corruption. I hear about mismanagement. I hear about poor government. I hear about lack of education. I hear about environmental problems. I hear about youth mental health. I hear about lack of proper training. And that is all taking place in that huge bulge of youth in developing countries. How in the world are we going to turn those youth who are so frustrated into the leaders of tomorrow? And that's why we think our mission is urgent, and that's why we're here. Okay, next slide. Okay, the world age structure. This was in 2005, but I don't think it's much different. You look at in Africa, look how many countries have a very young population. I think in Uganda, I think the average age is something like 14 right now, the median age. It's crazy. Okay. Then when you look in Asia, it's still transitional. And the only places where the population is steady is in the United States, Canada, Europe, Australia, Russia. So we have a very young population that is a bulge, and it's going through the world, and it's not ready. It hasn't been adequately trained. It doesn't have the adequate resources. It doesn't have the funding. It doesn't have the support to be the leaders that we need for tomorrow. But we're going to make it happen. And that's why we're here. Next slide. Okay. Here's Papua New Guinea's population statistics. Current population is 10.6 million. The projected population, 20 million by 2045. The median age in Papua New Guinea is 23. What does that mean? That means you have a very young population. You're part of the bulge. Okay. For example, in contrast, I come from the United States. In the United States, there is the life expectancy is 77 in the United States. In Papua New Guinea, it's in the low 60s. As of July of 2024, about 60% of Papua New Guinea's population, or 7.3 million, are under the age of 25. That's huge. So what does that mean? If 60% of Papua New Guinea's population are under the age of 25, that means that you're the majority. Okay? You are now the majority of the country. Okay? You're not the minority. You're the majority. And when you are the majority, that means you become responsible for the country. And that means you have to take that under control, be a leader, and you have to decide what's going to happen with the country. I've read all kinds of articles preparing for this conference. I know how bad the corruption is in Papua New Guinea. And in fact, I even learned one new word that I hadn't even, come across much, and that is kleptocracy. Who has heard of a kleptocracy before? So what we read is that Papua New Guinea is at the state of risk of becoming a kleptocracy, which is systemic corruption and thievery by state and sanctioned corruption, where the people in power use the political power to expropriate wealth of people, and without really much explanation, notice, or apology. That can't happen. That's got to end. And Kectil is here to talk about it honestly, and to help you think about those issues, hold people accountable, and have a healthy government and have a healthy society for the benefit of your own family, your own, when you get married, or if you are, for your spouse, for your children, for your parents, for your community, for your families. You can't live in a kleptocracy. Okay, next slide. Here's the Kectil footprint. We have, now I've said a lot of things here, but what we need to realize is the same things that I've said. There's a theme in all the developing countries. And so these same kinds of issues are happening. And we have youth and youth leaders who are stepping up and saying, I'm going to make a difference. I disagree with the way my country is going, the projected future of my country, and I want to change it. And I want to be a leader, and I want to step up. And you're going to hear from some of them today who are on the Kectil board, who are carefully selected. These are among the top of the top youth leaders in the world. Okay. But we have youth leaders in 80 countries this year who are following what I'm talking about. Okay, next slide. Okay, I guess we're missing the slide, but we're going to be talking about the Kectil 10 points of leadership. And I don't know if, Ray, are you able to share screen or put on the Kectil 10 points of leadership? Okay, we're going to try to do that. And as soon as I'm finished, I'm going to turn it over to, so that some of our youth leaders from countries around the world can greet you and explain to you in a couple of minutes things that are going on in their own country, because we want you to know that you have a lot of similarities with youth all over the world. We want to open up Papua New Guinea to the entire world of developing countries. And I'll say, while we're waiting for the screen for the 10 points of leadership, that Kectil will be opening up the portal. Okay, here we go. Here are our 10 points of leadership. And this is something that we live by at Kectil. What is your mission? You have to decide, what are you going to live by? What is your mission going to be? And how are you going to fit into society, or how are you going to transform society? You have to have a passion. You're going to have a passion for your mission and your commitment, or else you won't have enough energy to finish it. You need to have a vision. How do you envision your country in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years? Can you envision a great, wonderful country where you use your resources for the benefit of the people, where you have no more corruption in your country, where everything is not paid for on the side, where your courts and your parliament and all of your leaders are working in the way that they should be working? Isn't that a beautiful vision? At Kectil, we have a code of ethics, very high ethics, and we hold each other to high ethics. We have compassion for all the people in the countries, in the developing countries. We have compassion. We love everyone. We have compassion for everyone. We treat everyone with equality and respect. We demand good government, and that's very important. We demand authentic leadership, and we demand good government. Personal representation is important to how you present your message. Team building is important. We're going to be talking about team building and how you can work together to accomplish these goals. And then you want measurable accomplishments. You don't just want to say, I hope in the future sometime this happens, you have to put together a team. And you have to realize, as I said before, the youth in Papua New Guinea represents 60% of the population. You are the majority. When you're the majority, you have power. Okay. You have power because of the number of people in your country that fall within that demographic. It's up to you to spark the energy of all the youth who are actually the demographic majority in your country and say, no more. We want a beautiful country with our beautiful assets, and we want to live in peace. We want no more violence. We don't want any more gender violence. We don't want domestic violence. We don't want corruption. We don't want environmental problems. We don't put up with anything. And we're the majority, so we are going to require that. Okay, that's what our message is. Okay, so now I'd like to give some of our Kectil board members the chance to speak to you. So I guess first I'll turn it over to Ashwathi Venabogo from India. Hi, Ashwathi.
Hi. Hi, Sherry. Hi, board members. And hi, everyone at Papua New Guinea. Hello. If you can hear me well, I want to wave. Can you wave into the air? I can see you wave. And this is how we do. No matter what, we push through and we ace it. So you are here, you are officially part of the Kectil family, and you've already been there. A lot of you have been colleagues at the Kectil program. And if you are here for the very first time as attendee for the conference, then welcome to the family. And if you are already part of it, I know the Kectil, you know about the Kectil energy. So I am Ashwati Venugopal. I am the Kectil board member joining in from India. And I've been part of Kectil family from, I think, 2017 or 2018. And it has been such a privilege to be part of this youth, the Kectil youth, seeing the energy and feeling the energy. And long back in 2019, I was in one of these conferences, sitting in a room just like you all. And I was sitting there with intense imposter syndrome. Do you know what imposter syndrome is? Imposter syndrome is when you feel like you are not eligible to be there at all. Like you don't feel like, what did I do so special to be sitting in this room of youth leaders? And actually, that was that moment, I felt like, wow. If I could reach up to that point to be part of a Kectil conference, to be, sitting amongst other accomplished youth from around the world, to be listening to Sherry speak about how youth is empowered to change the world, then there is something more that I can do. And that is probably the start of my journey in Kectil. I started to give back to Kectil. Until then, Kectil was giving me a lot of exposure. It was giving me so much knowledge, experience, and, friends from all around the world. But at that moment, I felt responsible to give back. And that is how, years later, I'm sitting here as a board member speaking with all of you at Papua New Guinea. And that's like, we are connected from across the borders. And that's how we roll at Kectil. So welcome everyone again. And I'm so happy that you are here. Just 2 days of jam-packed, lots of knowledge, lots of networking, and you're going to go back with a lot of friends. And a lot of us whom you see on the screens will be there for the next 2 days, all through the conference. So that's let's look forward to an amazing conference.
Okay, thank you, Ashwata. Very good. Okay, and Ashwati has done a fantastic job. Everybody here today on the board are blessings to Kectil. We are so happy. And as we said, although we don't like to be remote, this is the way of the world because we connect developing countries all the time, all over the world. We do it with technology. So we're very at home working on this Zoom. So now I'd like to introduce you to Hein Hatu from Myanmar, Burma, who is a wonderful colleague, and he is now a Burmese refugee in the United States, and actually lived in my home for over a year. So he's done a wonderful job. He's also a major youth advocate for the Asian population, for ASEAN. He's spoken at the United Nations several times in New York. He's spoken on Democratic Voices of Myanmar and Voice of America. He also was given the award from the British Embassy in the United States for youth advocacy in Asia, and in particular in Myanmar. So, you know that Myanmar has lots of problems. It's under military dictatorship, but Hainetu, who we call Ray, has stood up for truth, authenticity, and is speaking truth to power. So we appreciate him for that. So Ray, over to you.
Yep. Thank you, Sherry, for a wonderful introduction. Hi, everybody. I'm very excited to be joining you all virtually. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I'll be with you like the whole time, 2 days. It's 7:30 here in the United States. And the conference, when you guys go back home, it'll be 3 a.m. here, and I'll stay awake and I'll be with you. I'm very excited for the whole day, and I'll be speaking on 2 different panel as well. So I'll be see you guys again. So my message to you is Kectil, at Kectil, we talk about positive change. You know, most of the time we're young people, we're at the end of the age of 27. And then, you know, we have different types of, oh, you're a Gen Z, you are millennials, you're a generation alpha. These things at Kectil, Sherry built a program that did not define us by the year that we're born in. And the focus that we're learning at Kectil is to find a future that we can change for our countries to a positive direction. And as well as when we make those change, we will actually see our communities better. And then because you are a strong network of young people, and we start to build up in the Papua New Guinea as well, starting next year, we're going to have a mentorship program. And then we have a huge network of young leaders from over 80 countries to support you, to help you ideate things and to make you feel better. So we are a strong network. And then, so I feel like when you join Kectil, I think most of you are already in the Kectil Global Program. So we hope to see you more, and we are just here to give you more strengths. We are here as a community that you can rely on, and we're here to learn together and to achieve that vision of changing our countries for a betterment. Thank you very much, and I appreciate every one of you.
Okay, thank you, Ray. And you'll be hearing more from Ray, as well as all the people you're seeing here at the Kectil board over the next 2 days. Next, we're going to go to Gohar from Armenia. And Gohar has come into Kectil like a wildfire. Okay, she's come in and she's actually started Kectil Armenia on the ground. She's also helping to start Kectil Tanzania. And she has created cultural exchanges. She is just a massive ball of energy for Kectil. And this is how we work. We support each other. We have webinars. We speak. We have local conferences. We have regional representatives, and we want all of you to be part of it. So, Gohar, tell us how in the world did you do what you did in Armenia? Give us a couple statistics. And I also want to say, remember, for the whole 2 days, and if you leave with one fact, I want you to remember that you are the majority, okay? The youth in the developing countries, you are now the majority. Unfortunately, I'm not part of it. I'm not part of the youth in developing countries, but you are, and you are part of the majority. And the majority speaks. The majority has power. There's power in numbers, and that's what you have. And it's the power for positive change. Okay, Gohar.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are hearing me. And hello, dear change makers from PNG, from Papua New Guinea. I want to extend a warm welcome to all of you and congratulate you on this amazing opportunity. This is a shared success for all of us, as we have both remote the active participation of the youth in your country in various events organized by the Kectil Armenia. And I once again congratulate you all. I wish you a fruitful and enriching experience over the next 2 days. And I'm really happy to say that in the statistics of the Kectil Armenia, we have a lot of PNG people, youngsters who participate. Especially, I would like to thank Olwin to become a speaker and tell about PNG. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Gohar. And thanks for all you do in Armenia, Tanzania, and for Kectil globally. Okay, we have Lennox Omandi is going to be with us next. He is from Kenya, and he's actually in the room with me right now. Lennox and I met in Singapore, and we were going to be flying together to Papua New Guinea. So we were both on that faithful airline that never did get to Papua New Guinea. So we're here together in the room. Lennox has done an absolutely incredible job in innovation and entrepreneurship in Kenya. He's on fire too. Every person here is on fire. He is on fire, and he has been acknowledged by the United Nations also, and he's won a very big prize, the Hope Prize. He actually won, you're not going to believe this, $1 million for innovation and entrepreneurship to start a manufacturing plant in Kenya to make female sanitary products out of waste bananas. And I know you got a lot of bananas in Papua New Guinea, and so I think you need to be inviting Lennox back so that he can tell you exactly how he did it. But he is a very successful entrepreneur. He's changing how entrepreneurship is considered in Kenya. And we're so lucky to have him to be a mentor for you. So over to you, Lennox.
Thank you so much, Sherry. That was quite an introduction. Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Lennox Omondi. I'm from Kenya. I'm a social entrepreneur and as well as a board member with Kectil program. So I joined Kectil in 2022 as part of the cohort in Kenya, and it was a very transformative cohort of mine. And I got invited to go to Atlanta and got to meet other fellow colleagues from different parts of the world. And so today and tomorrow is going to be a very transformational and be intentional as a leader from Papua New Guinea. The change that you want to see is going to start with you. And as well as Ashwati has said, that the Kectil Generational Program is meant for young leaders like us. Be intentional and be ready to learn. Be ready to be inspired and also to inspire your fellow youth leaders. And I'll be speaking on different panels, and I'm also excited to be talking about the platform to hold the leaders accountable by talking about those issues plainly and positively. So I'm looking forward to these 2 days, and I hope you are going to learn as much as possible, and you're also going to be very intentional about the information that you want to share with the world. So thank you so much, and congratulations again, and welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, Lennox, for mentioning the youth protests in Kenya. The youth in Kenya have shown dramatic courage to stand up against very bad policies that were going to be affecting the youth, including incredible taxation, overtaxation, and other problems that were going to keep the youth from achieving their goals. They stood up, they marched, they protested, and they actually made changes. So he's going to tell you more about that. So next we'll go to Ahmad Nazwe from Afghanistan. We are so proud of the fact that Kectil has a very strong footprint in Afghanistan. And I have to say, the whole thing is due to Ahmad. Ahmad stood up. He found out about the Kectil program, and out of the blue, we didn't have anyone in the Kectil program from Afghanistan. And all of a sudden, I hear about this young leader from Afghanistan, Ahmad, who is coming to all of our virtual meetings, has lots of conversations, is talking, telling us what's going on. And as you know, there are terrible issues going on in Afghanistan. Just like we're hearing from Ray in Myanmar, and we've got youth protests going on in Kenya. In Afghanistan, right now, there's gender apartheid. The females are not allowed to leave their house. They're not allowed to be educated. They're not allowed to have a job. It's being the country is being held by the Taliban. And we didn't think that we were going to even be able to be a support to the youth in Afghanistan because of the terrible dictatorship of an illegal government, the Taliban, in Afghanistan. But through the help of Ahmad, he has opened up the door of Kectil to Afghanistan. He has helped us bring females in from Afghanistan. And of course, they're suffering from mental health issues because they're isolated in their homes. All of their freedoms have been taken away from them. And also, very brave young men from Afghanistan have stepped up to join the Kectil program. And, my idea is that if the Kectil program can service and support and love the youth in Afghanistan, we can be anywhere. That's probably one of the toughest countries in the world. So when you look at what we're doing in Afghanistan, I want you to realize we can do even more so in Papua New Guinea. Okay. We support the females. We support the males. We support free education, not free education, but we support education and freedom to get your education and to get a job. And so Ahmed, all credit to you for opening up the entire country of Afghanistan and letting us support the youth. We now have over 200 youth from Afghanistan in the Kectil program, and they're extremely active. We give out awards for who's the most active. And the people in Afghanistan are winning the Kectil awards. And by the way, a lot of them are the females. And they're having a wonderful time, and they're able to express themselves because they can sit inside their house in an isolated fashion and tell us how they feel and what they're doing. And we're telling them, stick with it, and we're educating them, and we're connecting them with youth around the world. And that's incredibly healthy and helpful. And it helps with mental health issues when you're stuck with a terrible government like the Taliban. So I'm going to turn it over to Ahmad and for your wonderful words, and we thank you for everything you've done in Afghanistan.
Hi, Sherry. Hi, board members. Hi, everyone here who are present here in person and physically who have joined the conference. Thank you so much, dear Mem Sherry, for your kind words, for motivating me, for giving me positive energy. It's actually a great honor for me that I'm trying my level best to even bring more youth to join Kectil program because it has impacted on me positively. Actually, I have learned a lot. And today that I'm here, it's because of the Kectil program. I know lots of international colleagues, talented youth from around the world. So it's really a big honor for me. So my name is Ahmad Shanawazi, and I'm honored to be a Kectil board member for 2024. It's a great pleasure to welcome each of you to this transformative conference. First and foremost, congratulations to all of you for being selected to attend this prestigious event. In my point of view, obviously we all agree we agree that this is a unique opportunity to connect with leaders and innovators from around the world, and it holds the potential to ignite meaningful change. As you engage in today's and tomorrow's sessions, I encourage you to immerse yourself fully and contribute to the conference by sharing your feedbacks, getting in touch with other colleagues, networking. So you will learn a lot from this 2 days conference, and your active participation will not only enrich the discussions, but also equip you with invaluable insights that can drive positive change in your communities and beyond. Together, let's seize this moment to inspire and be inspired, embrace the experience, build connections, and challenge yourselves to innovation, new possibilities. And last, before ending and finishing my message, I would like to appreciate Mim Sherry for creating this platform for the youth who are coming from different developing countries. And today, all the youth that you see here, the board members, and even youth that you have gathered there, it's because of the Malmoro's Family Foundation, because of the Kectil program, and because of this talented youth that they put hands together and they work for the youth. Unfortunately, as Sherry mentioned, we obviously, same as other developing countries, we are going through challenges and problems. So one of the biggest challenges so far for us, which is really sad, is that the girls above the 6th grade, they are still, unfortunately, not allowed to get back to schools and universities for higher education. And we hope and we believe that they'll get back to schools, they'll get back to universities. So wishing you all the best for a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you so much. All the best.
Okay, thank you, Ahmad. We appreciate your comments. And now we go to another conflicted area in the world, and that is the Ukraine. Alexandra Fond is a wonderful Kectil board member who stood up, held her hand up from the Ukraine and said, I want to be part of the Kectil program. And she also has been a wildfire for us. She started the Kectil YouTube channel. She's bringing youth from around the world into social media. She's becoming a Kectil influencer, I think. So she has been doing a fantastic job. She has joined us in several of the youth conferences. And she also tells us what's going on with youth in the area of the Ukraine, which is just experiencing a terrible war with Russia right now. There are many people who have died. I know that Alexandra has personally felt death in her family due to the war. And she has friends, family who have been involved with that. And we've got, it keeps on going. I think there are several million people who have left the Ukraine because of the war with Russia. So it's important for us to know that youth who are in difficult situations, like in war, like in Afghanistan, like in Ukraine, that Kectil can be such a big support for them. And also, we can learn from them about what's going on in those countries and how we can be a support. So, Alexandra, thank you for everything you do in supporting the wonderful youth for Ukraine, keeping us updated, keeping us ready to support the youth who are involved with that terrible war and who are facing death in their families, their friends, being pushed on the front line, and having upheaval, basically, governmental upheaval. But in the middle of it, Alexandra has her big smile on, and she's also a social influencer and starts the YouTube channel and does wonderful things. So we appreciate how you take conflict and turn it into positivity. Thank you. Over to Alexandra.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Thank you very much, everyone who's joining today's conference, and welcome to the Kectil Papua New Guinea conference, all the participants. As you already know, my name is Alexandra Fomin and I am from Ukraine. I'm board member of the Kectil program, and I also lead and develop a YouTube channel. And I take in this opportunity, I want to encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, because there you will find a lot of useful information for yourself, recordings of our webinars, cultural exchange events, and much more. And we are also currently broadcasting our conference from Papua New Guinea online on our platforms. And I guess it is really great opportunity for everyone around the world to participating our conference today. And also briefly about my learning experience in the Kectil program. I enrolled in 2022, just a few days before a full-scale war broke out into my country. And at the time, I had no idea how I would cope when the situation was tense. And the internet often didn't work properly due to power outage, and also right now my people face a lot of challenges. Even they don't have an electricity because the electricity is turned on only for 2 hours per day. and prices in the stores are more than the average wage, but we still believe in our win, and our youth doing everything for it from all over the world. But nevertheless, the year of study in Kectil flew by very quickly. I showed the best results because I really wanted to learn to be a leader in order to be able to help Ukrainians in this difficult stretch against the enemy. And I will say frankly that studying at Kectil helped me believe in my own strengths, and the ability to make changes gave me the opportunity to meet many young leaders around the world and receive support from them. And I wanted to do more for all young people, especially those affected by wars, crises, and difficult challenges. And I started a YouTube channel of the program where we spread the truth about the events that are happening, the hottest news of the month from all over the world, as well as many educational videos for all subscribers that following us. And today I am a member of the board members program. And this is my story of 3 years during which the whole world heard the truth about the war in my country, and not only about all the countries and all the conflicts. I was able to gain valuable knowledge through the program and help already a dozen young people who aspire to become leaders. And you are here today because you also believe in the power of youth to shape the future. This is your moment to learn, grow, and lead. And please remember, each of you hold the potential to be a catalyst for positive change in your community and beyond. And use this opportunity to connect, share ideas, and build a network of like-minded leaders. Together, we can tackle the challenges of today and create a brighter tomorrow. Be bold, be innovative, and most importantly, believe in your ability to make a difference. The world is waiting for your impact. Let's make it extraordinary and together. Thank you once again, and let's make this conference unforgettable. Congrats you once again.
Oh, thank you so much, Alexandra. You're an inspiration to all of us. And living through this war, just like Ahmad is, just like Ray is, military war, terrible government, lots of things going on, but still, you're an inspiration for the youth, and you're building up youth and positivity, which is what we need. So thank you so much. Now, our final speaker is Roderick Mutali from Zambia, and Roderick has done an incredible job in building up the Zambia Kectil Youth Program, and we hope to see the same thing in Papua New Guinea. And we know that Edwin has been having meetings, and that you've already got a support system on the ground, which are Kectil leaders from Papua New Guinea. So we're hoping that all of you are going to join the Kectil program next year, be connected with youth all over the world, and also act not just globally, but act locally. Okay. And as we said, Kectil gives you an offer and it gives you a demand. The offer is global support. The demand is positive change in your world. Okay. Roderick, we just finished a wonderful conference in Zambia where we had, over 300 youth, and it was just electrified. And that was a lot due to Roderick. So, Roderick, over to you. Thank you for everything you've done in Zambia and in Africa generally.
Thank you so much. So actually, unfortunately, my video is not working. I've been trying to work around it, but so I just decided to come on audio. And it's almost 2 a.m. here in Zambia. So you guys were very special that I'm able also to join. And I think just for me, I think I would just love to share with you actually just some of the 2 lessons that I've learned from Mom Sherry that I've lived by, and also even for the work that we do here in Zambia as well. So I think that was about 5 years ago when I received this email from Shirley where she said that if you are going into the next year, you should be able to think about this, that if the next year could be your last year of your life, what would you be able to achieve? What would you want people to remember you for? So once you live an intentional life, you'll be able to achieve more than you can ever achieve in a short period of time. So for me, that is one of my mantra that now I usually take on, so that I'm able also to do the things that we do. So even for you guys, you should be able to think about that. The other lesson that I've learned from her is that she said one time that she worked for GSK as senior vice president, managing 11 offices in 3 countries. And also, like she said, that the best job in the world is not found, but created. So this is also the work that we are doing at Kectil Center here in Zambia, where we are trying to impact the young people so that they are able to create their own opportunities rather than waiting for the government to create opportunities for them. So this is also what John F. Kennedy said, that don't wait for what the country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. So for you guys, for the next 2 days, I also want you to think about this. What can you do to uplift your country? No one will lift your country, not even the politicians. So it's for you to demand it, to take initiative, and also to do what you can do. So we are going to be with you for the next 2 days. And I'm very excited to meet you guys. I think most of you we have met on LinkedIn, so which is very good. Thank you so much. It's Roderick from Zambia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Roderick, and thanks for all the successful work you've done in Zambia. We really enjoyed that conference and hope to all be in person in Papua New Guinea for the next conference, where you tell us everything you've achieved over the last couple of years, and how you've joined forces with all the youth all over the world. And I know Roderick and I both share a mentor in South Africa, Snowy Koza, who is just an absolute dynamite of a female, who has been a member of the Women's G8 conference. And she went from apartheid in Johannesburg, South Africa, where she had no rights at all, to becoming the CEO of an infrastructure company all over Africa. And what she said to us was, and I always remember this, she said, work as hard as you can every single day. There's never enough hours in the day to get your job done. She said that her mother told her, and this is during the period of apartheid in South Africa, her mother told her, you're going to have plenty of years to sleep. At a certain point, you're going to be sleeping forever. Okay. So now is not the time to sleep. Okay. Now is the time to get as much done while your feet are on the ground and while you're on earth and while you can actually make a difference in society. I love that comment. Every time I'm tired or every time I feel like, I don't know if I can do the next job, I think, you know what? I want to have plenty of time to sleep. And this isn't the time. This is the time to work as hard as you can, make a difference. Dream the dream. Okay. Think about what you can do to change the world. The best example is the Kectil program. I thought of the Kectil program in my mind one day, sitting at my kitchen table, and I said, I think we need to connect all the youth in developing countries because there's a bulge. They're being ignored. These are the leaders of tomorrow, and they're not getting enough emphasis. They're not being trained sufficiently. And here we are 7 years later, and we have a global program, and we're actually making a difference. We're making a difference in mental health. We're making a difference in productivity. We're making a difference in social activism. And we want Papua New Guinea to be part of that. So we are going to just take a very short break. Now we're finished with this session. We're going to bring in a very esteemed judge from the United States who has been the chief judge of the U.S. Court of Appeals, which is right below the U.S. Supreme Court, and has also been counsel to the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives. Very, very high profile honored speaker is coming to us next, but we need to get him into the Zoom link. So we will, I guess, end this panel. Thank you very much to all the speakers. That was a great introduction. and let us get him into the Zoom link. So you can put us, Simi, you can put us back into the waiting room, okay? And just have a short break while we get him in. Okay. Am I speaking on the? Okay. Annabelle Khan, can you put us into the waiting room? Let's get Judge Rader on. Which is
All right, hi guys. Yeah, that was the first segment of the program today, and I think a lot has been said, and you guys took in a lot. Just to relax your bones a little bit and get the muscles working, I'd ask you guys to stand up and let's do a little stretch, maybe, because I saw a lot of you guys yawning. Me too. So I'm sorry. We'll stand up, do a little stretching. But yeah, Sherry Knowles is very passionate about this country and about the youths as well. So that's one thing that we got from her. I think we'll also be announcing the Creative Leadership Challenge winners, but that will be after the short break. So just walk a little bit, stretch your legs, and we'll continue. All right, thank you.
of vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can undo our disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive. 'Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We be with different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can undo our disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. And they wanted to be on the camera too.
Linus, how's Singapore? I'm sure he is enjoying Singapore.
I
I
think
saw
we're
some
back on.
stories. Yes.
Not sure. So if we are not speaking, should we exit the Zoom?
Ashwath, I saw a picture of you joining the military.
Roderick, I'm not sure if we are audible at the
I
venue
thought that you
because
joined the military. Soldier, I think you
military.
became a soldier. I saw you with standing with soldiers.
Yeah. So yesterday it was Independence Day. Here, yeah, India's Independence Day. I think Pakistan is on 14th, right? So we must have already celebrated. Ahmad is there in Pakistan, so we would know. But are we audible? Are we audible at the venue? Because Simon's.
Okay, let me get him back. Okay.
Hi, Simon.
Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can keep the ball. Kectil has been reaching out to all. Impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive. Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive. Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
Government uses political power to expropriate wealth of the people. Tons of corruption, government. But I'll ask you questions and do it in an interview fashion.
Thank you. That'll be just great, and I will be prepared to give you all I've got.
There we go.
There.
We're
I
on.
see our meeting.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, Simeon, Lennox, tell me when you see us on.
Yes.
Are we on?
Yes.
And I think Azim was supposed to be on.
Share it with everybody.
Ask if Azim is coming on. Okay, this will be in large part a redo of our webinar, some of the discussions. So, be great.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on. So, Edwin and the group on the ground will be ready to start. If you can get people back in the conference room, please. Okay, so for our conference, we can just give you a little bit of introduction, Judge Rader, while we're waiting for everyone to get back to their seat. So this is being held in Port Moresby in Papua New Guinea, and we had almost 400 youth applied to come to this conference, and from that, the top 250 youth were selected. So we have a wonderful group of youth leaders here. We're very anxious to hear what you have to say about how government works and how it should work. How it should work, maybe how it actually works, but how it works for the best protection of the people. So let's see. How are we doing? How are we doing, Lennox? Tell us when we're ready to go. Live, and I think Azim is supposed to come on also. And Ray should be on. Is Ray? Ray, can you hear us? Ray,
Yeah,
you
I can hear
want to
you.
get on? You might as well get on. Judge Ray, you will remember Ray, who's Heinhet Tu from Myanmar. He is a refugee from Burma, now called Myanmar. And I'm sure he'll have something to say about having a healthy judicial system. And then Lennox Omandi is also with us from Kenya. And you will remember that on our webinar, we were talking about issues that were going to be happening in Kenya. And they did have several very large youth protests in Kenya, which actually made some progress. So, except you will be, and we'll talk about this as we get on, but you'll be disappointed to hear that the Kenyan government has now slashed the budget of the courts by a third, I think?
Yes.
By a third.
Yeah.
And have taken judges off the bench and slashed the budget by a third for obvious reasons.
Well, that's not a promising sign.
No, it sure isn't. It sure isn't. Okay.
So
Can
is not coming.
Okay.
Because he's there.
Okay. Well, we're going to have Heinhet Tu and you instead then.
Yeah, so I think we just listen there and contribute while in PNG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please ask them when they're ready for us to get started? Because
Oh, Azim, I can see Azim. He's there.
No. Okay. I think it's in the
now Amrad is on
in
also.
PNG. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Ask them when can I start talking now?
Start.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, welcome to the next panel of the Kectil Papua New Guinea conference, where we are extremely honored today to have a global speaker who has done so much work in the United States and globally in the judicial system and in the government system. He has a long history of service to the U.S. government. From 1975 to 1980, Judge Rader served in roles of increasing responsibility in the U.S. House of Representatives, as well as the U.S. Senate. He importantly served as Senate counsel to the very important Judiciary Committee and was the chief counsel to the Subcommittee on the Constitution, which is what we're going to be talking about a bit today. In 1988, Judge Rader was appointed to the bench and then ultimately served on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, and importantly, as the chief judge. Now, for those of you in PNG or those of you who are listening today from on YouTube Live or on Facebook, I'd point out that the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit is one level below the U.S. Supreme Court. So Judge Rader was the chief judge of the court just below the U.S. Supreme Court in the United States, as well as working in very senior positions in both the House of Representatives and in the Senate. So we are extremely honored to have him today to join us. The name of this panel is The Criticality of an Unbiased Independent Judiciary. And as part of founding the Kectil program and working all over the world, I've observed that probably the most important branch of government is the judiciary, it's the court system. And a lot of youth don't realize how important the court system is to having a healthy country. So we are here, of course, today, Judge Rader, in Papua New Guinea, but we have youth joining us from all over developing countries worldwide. But tell us whether you agree with me, that you think that the judicial branch is perhaps the most important branch of government, and maybe how it can help lead to a healthy country.
It is a vital part of government, Ms. Knowles. This is the institution that allows a citizen or a group of citizens to actually question their government, and on the basis of the law to seek redress of any wrongs that are done either by the government or by other citizens. But this is a place where individual concerns can be fully aired and then resolved according to the law.
Yes, and what happens when there is not an independent judiciary in the country?
Well, then you lack a way to challenge the government on the basis of the law. The law must have some enforcement mechanism. It has to have some way to act. And if you don't have a strong court system, how is the law going to take effect? You said a minute ago, Ms. Knowles, that the judiciary is so important. And this is why, because it's the way you enforce the law against other citizens if they are violating your rights, but most importantly, against the government itself. Governments are made of people, and they make mistakes, and they can be a threat to individual rights. It's the court that protects those rights.
Mm-hmm. Well, we see in a number of countries around the world that the court system is not working in as healthy a manner as it can. We see either some bribery, corruption. We see judges being paid to make certain decisions. We also see the government in certain countries taking away the budget of the court system, or we see undue influence, potentially military influence, which is a threat to one's health or safety, potentially. And so we see lots of different ways that a court system can be compromised. It can be compromised internally by the judges themselves taking bribes or not being ethical, or it can be challenged externally by undue influence. So I just send that back over to you. That's but we are seeing that in a number of countries, and we have youth who are willing here to speak about the court system in various countries as examples.
Well, I think is to make sure that you get ethical judges who should be bound by an ethical code. And indeed, there is an ethical code which binds every judge of the United States, and they swear to uphold those ethics. Part of the way to ensure that you get people who are willing to live according to the laws that they are enforcing is to not give the selection of judges to one party. Don't allow a potentially corrupt president to appoint corrupt friends as judges, but instead split the selection process between the legislature and the president. So in my case, I was appointed by two presidents. And in each instance, I had to also go before the United States Senate, where I had to answer questions, ensuring that I would ethically apply the law. And then I had to stand before the Senate for a vote. And the Senate, I'm happy to say, in both instances approved me unanimously to be a judge, first a trial judge and then an appellate judge.
Yeah,
But
no, absolutely.
I think part of it is to divide that selection process between two parties who will hold each other to the selection of an ethical body of judges. And then you need that code of ethics too that they have to follow.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, we have some youth here who are willing to talk about the judicial systems in their countries and how they might not be working in a healthy manner. So Lennox, you're on. Would you like to get on and talk about what's happening in Kenya right now?
Right. Thank you so much, Sherry. So in Kenya, we have.
Oh, let me turn this.
All right.
In Kenya, we had with data. We had seen and the president started pointing.
Are you hearing Sherry? I'm not.
We can't hear you, Linux.
You hear me? Hello.
Can't hear you.
You can hear me.
Yes, slightly better.
All right.
Maybe I have to have the audio on. Try that.
All right. So what happened is we had a couple of. All right. So we had a couple of protests that were aimed into the country, and what happened is the president had fired the judges that were not able to comply with some of the rules that he wanted, and some of the judges were even killed. Two of the judges, a male and a female, were found dead in their houses, and so the judicial system in Kenya wasn't that good up to a point where we started seeing the magistrate being killed. The judge of the High Court was also being threatened to be killed in his house. And when we had these protests was geared towards accountability, making sure that we have a government that is also having a strong judicial system. And the president was forced to now appoint a new judge that the people were thinking that this is going to be somebody who's going to make good decisions on behalf of the entire nation. So that is what happened in Kenya.
And it's still going on.
Yes,
right?
and it's still going on up to now. So the president keeps on appointing judges or even the cabinets, the public secretaries. But then if people do the vetting and find out these people are not good people, they are corrupt people and they are friends to the president, we go back to the streets and nationwide protests are being organized to account the leadership of the president.
And what about the budget? Can you talk a little bit about?
Yeah, so the budget of the judicial system was cut down by a third from its original budget, and the president has also, apart from just cutting that budget, he has cut that budget but still has raised a lot of taxes into the country. You cannot now own even land, your ancestral land. For you to own that land in Kenya, it's going to be taxed again. So that is why there was kind of a huge protest in the country. And with these new taxes that were being imposed, even on the manufacturing companies, you cannot easily build a manufacturing company in Kenya and sell a product into the country. And so people were protesting to such kind of leadership. And then we were demanding a strong judicial system, because every time we get to sign petitions for such bad leadership, we don't get accountability, because most leaders or the ones that the president has already appointed don't get to do what the people want them to do, because they're being controlled by the president. Yeah.
So what do you think is going to happen next?
So I think with the recent developings from the protests that the youth have been organizing, we might see a slight change, not a fully 100% change, but we are seeing steps to change that the president is taking, and also the people are closely monitoring what he is doing into the country. Yes.
And I hear that the youth uprising in Kenya has spread to other countries.
Yes.
Can you say something about that?
So after a week of full demonstrations into the country, we saw the first neighboring country, that is Uganda. They also held their youth protests to make the government accountable. Then it went on to Nigeria, it went on to Tanzania, and it's still escalating into other parts of the country, even in Indonesia, Bali. They had also they had also kicked out their prime minister and gotten a new interim leader, who is Mohamed Yunus. There was also protests in Venezuela, where they had gone into the state house and the president has to flee the country.
So the youth has made a difference.
Yes.
And it started in Kenya, and it started with a group that you were a part of.
Yes.
In Nairobi. So what that means for everyone in Papua New Guinea is that there's power in youth, there's power in numbers. And one thing that, Judge Rader, that we talked about in the last panel is that the youth in Papua New Guinea now represent 60% of the population. They're the majority. And now that doesn't mean they're all voting majority. Some of them will be under voting age, but you have a very young population in Papua New Guinea. And we're encouraging them to be positive leaders for change. And of course, ethical positive leaders for change, and look at their government as well as their judicial system. So now we also have Azim Youssef here, who would like to make comments about the situation of the court system in Pakistan. Are you able to get on camera, Azim?
Yeah, Sherry. So, in Pakistan, we have complete structure of the judiciary. We have a session courts, we have high courts, and we have Supreme Court. But what is the issue? What is the issue in system? So there are some powers who are controlling and who are influencing on the courts. Those power are politicians, the powerful personalities of Pakistan, and the mainly army. So there are two types of justice in Pakistan. The one justice system is for common persons, common citizens, ordinary citizens, and the second one is for the powerful, for the politicians. So if you are a common citizen and ordinary citizen, you will face delay in the result of your cases. Even most of the cases, the person who are seeking the justice from the court sometime could die and the result just in process. But in the case of politicians, justice and courts decide and give the statement and give the decision within a night even. So I have to put the example here. The ex-Prime Minister of Pakistan, who is Mr. Nawaz Sharif. In 2018, the same Supreme Court dismissed him and disqualified him from the position of the Prime Minister in the cases of corruption. After that, after dismissal of his government, new elections came place, and he went to the England and stayed almost 4 years there. And the same courts give him a clean chit to return back to Pakistan. And now, in the general election of 2023, sorry, he became the member of National Assembly, and his family and his daughter now is the chief minister of the biggest province, that's Punjab. And his younger brother is the Prime Minister of Pakistan. So this family was involved in the charges of the corruption in previously, and now they are rolling on us. So this is the system of the judiciary of Pakistan, which is the two-way system. The different for the common citizen and the different for the powerful person. So how it can be changed? It can be changed only with the power of youth. It cannot be overcome in a day or in a week or in a month. It could be take some time, but youth need to be come out on the roads, on the media, and they need to be raise their voices against this poor system, because justice is one thing for the country, for the people. If your justice system is good enough, then you see your country's growth, because it's fair for everyone. But if it could not be the fair for everyone, and it's a biasness in the decisions, then definitely your countries cannot be grow, your people cannot be grow, and many issues can be raised up. So youth could be the take part on this and share their voices on the social media, in the protests. So like Lennox was mentioned, in Guinea youth came out and they proved themselves, yes, we are youth and we have a power. So might be similar scenario in the PNG. So you all are the leaders, all are the future leaders. As Sherry mentioned, you could be the Prime Minister, you could be the President in the future, and you could be the part of the Parliament. So here, this is the time we need to come out and we need to change the system. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me speaking? Yes. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. That's very passionate for you to be speaking about the country of Pakistan. And we understand that Pakistan is currently under a subtle form of military rule. And so, some of the youth in Kectil talk, at some risk, because they think it's more important to talk about the truth of what's happening in their country than not to speak. So we give youth like Azim a lot of credit for standing up and talking about what's going on in the country of Pakistan, and of course Lennox about what's happening in Kenya. So now we'd like to hear from Ray, from Hainyet from Myanmar. Tell us about the judicial system in Myanmar and what's actually happening politically in Myanmar right now.
Yeah, thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Judge Rader. So judicial system in Myanmar is non-existent because the country is run by the military, and then all the judges and the whole judicial system, all the courts were assigned by the people, with majority of the public thinks are not qualified, but yet the military give them a position because they want to stay in power. So that's overall. So if you ask the question, do you have a judiciary system? yes, it is in place, but it's not working apparently. So I want to talk about some challenges that we face. The main thing is justice is usually always delayed. If some of you will probably know, we have a military coup in 2021, and then we have, still after 3 years, almost 4 years, we have still people waiting in jails, waiting to get their pre-trials, and then being there for over 3 years, and they haven't had a chance to go on a trial and see what's going to happen to them next. And then, so that's one issue. The other issue is Myanmar is a country of a huge landmass, and the northern part of the country is, mountains, and so those are the areas. So when you talk about access to justice, it is also a huge issue, which I think people from Papua New Guinea can also relate to, especially from those in the highland region areas. I've read articles that says that you have to travel for days to get to the nearest court. So, like, if you have to travel for days to get to the nearest court, how are you going to get your justice served? And what's going to happen in the middle of the time being? And then access to legal resources as well is a huge problem. And the next thing is Myanmar was like Papua New Guinea was a former British colony before, and then we were under Japan as well. And so there are practices from those colonial times that still exist in the current times. And then also we have a traditional court system that include the Buddhist principle as well. So in many of the rural communities, most of the disputes are resolved through, the traditional tribal practices, sometimes, which has a huge issue because it was, there are a lot of wrongdoings, and then corruption happened on the village level. The corruption happens on the local levels as well. And then there are a lot of inconsistency between the, the set up legal system and then what actually happened on the ground. So those are the issues that I have been seeing regarding the judicial system in Myanmar. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It shows what happens when the military is in control of the government, and what happens when there is not justice. And as several of you have said, you don't want to have a court system that has a different set of justice for the upper people and the main class of people in the country. There should be justice should be blind, we say in the United States. And so it should be available to everyone. So there are issues of human rights, because you can take human rights situations to court. There are issues of contractual rights. A contract's not any good unless you can enforce it in a court system. If the contract is only as good as the court system. So if you can't go to court and enforce your contract, how good is the contract, right? There's no contract. Also, foreign direct investment. If companies are going to come in and invest money to build new plants that can allow for employment, or would actually help the people and obviously not be exploitative, but actually help the people, they're going to look at whether their contracts can be enforced in courts. And one of the issues that companies look at is how strong is the court system in the country, and would their investment be secured if there was a problem? Judge Rader, do you have any comments about, about that, about the issue of foreign direct investment as well as enforcing contracts in court?
Of course, your whole commercial system really requires some form of dispute resolution. Human interaction invariably leads to disputes, and those can be resolved according to the law. But you do need an impartial judge to enforce the contracts, to enforce the proper trade regulations, and to make the system work. One thought that occurred to me is that it's often important to have the judges write their decisions down and publish them in a way that can be scrutinized. You know, it's a little hard to manufacture a reason for making a decision when it's contrary to the law. If they have to write it down and write what the law is and how they're applying the law, that opens them up to scrutiny, which will often overcome their propensity to perhaps avoid the law.
Now, that's a really great point. Yes. If they have to write it down and explain it according to the law, and then it becomes a public decision, which is also subject to scrutiny. It's a great point. If they just rule from the bench and that's it, then, you know, there's no way you can look into that decision. So, Ahmad, would you like to give just some short comments? We're kind of probably coming to the end, but if you'd like to give some short comments about, is there any court system in Afghanistan under the Taliban?
Hi, Sherry. Unfortunately, I think my video is not connecting because of maybe internet issue. I'm trying to, but like even before the fall, however, we had the court, like, but still there were corruptions, unfortunately. Some other board members, they mentioned, like there were many proofs that there were many news that they were published by some reliable journals. But right now, to be very honest, we do not have, like, so far as you all are aware of that, it's still like the government, the current government of Afghanistan is not recognized by any single country, especially international community. So just there is the law which it's called Sharia. So like the current de facto authorities, they are just taking those according to Sharia. Whatever, if there are any problems or any conflicts or any complaint that they receive, they want to resolve according to Sharia or Islamic rules. But then, like, we do not have the same as we had the previous one. There were like judges, those kind of courts and constitutions. But now mostly the de facto, they are trying to resolve everything according to Sharia or Islamic rules that they
according to religious law. So it seems like this is a theme. When there are problems in the country, you also see problems in the judiciary. And because the judiciary is the final backstop for the government. And if it has no power, if it's not acting in a healthy way, then the government does not have accountability, does not have the proper amount of accountability. And Judge Rader, again, do you want to talk about accountability?
Yes, I think accountability is important. One way that happens is through appeals. You ought to always have a right to appeal to a higher court with hopefully more ethical and more legally minded judges. And indeed, there may even be a third appeal to the Supreme Court, so you can correct errors. And you can correct for bias that could occur in the system as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you. We'll take some final comment from Alexandra on what is the court system looking like in Ukraine right now?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for participating today at the conference and speak against Ukraine. I would say that Ukrainian court system not so changed during the independence because we still have corruption in our system, but during this 30 and more years of our independence, we working a lot our transparency and improving some processes that help us to doing build more trust between people and court. One of the main things that we done for judicial system, it was anti-corruption court that was established in 2019. And this is special court that handle higher level corruption cases. And mostly this court started to work during the wartime because right now, as we still fighting with corruption and oligarchy system, and during 2022, a lot of cases started to be opened that even related to religion, and some of the people that doing different things in the charges, because mostly they was established by Russian, and thankful this court and other people that working for this system, we started to know all this information that propaganda was working even through religion in Ukraine. But also we still face a lot of challenges due to war. Of course, we still try to balancing between independence in judiciary with the security needs, of course, during the wartime. And it is difficult because in the occupied territories, we don't have any judiciary system. We cannot control it and cannot help our people with any support in that. Also, as I already mentioned, it is corruption and accountability. And we still have challenge with public trust, unfortunately, even during right now, because no one can believe in transparency and effective reforms that needs to be done for the court system. Mm-hmm. And even if compared during last years, we already made some changes, but still we need to work a lot with corruption and all the system. And of course, during the war, it is totally hard to do. Mm-hmm. That is primarily all that I wanted to share about Ukrainian judiciary system.
Okay, well, we know that's under great pressure, but again, it's another example of what happens when there's not a healthy functioning judicial system. And if I had to pick any one branch of government, of the presidency, the legislature, the judicial branch, I would say the most important branch to be healthy, unbiased, and have the freedom to issue good opinions, good written opinions, as Judge Rader says. It has to be the judiciary. So, Judge Rader, we're going to let you give the closing remarks.
I wanted to just note one thing. I've been to Ukraine at least a dozen times and speak Russian, and I know many of the judges there, and they all uniformly note that they're under political pressure to reach certain decisions, that when they have a decision pending before their court, they will have representatives from the Verkhovna Rada, the parliament, pressuring them to make the right decision. That should be completely off limits. The judiciary operates independent of the other branches. It's independent of pressure from the president. It's independent of pressure from the parliament or the Congress. And that independence is really a key to protecting individual rights. Maybe I can stop there, Ms. Knowles.
Okay, well, I think that's a great way to end, and very, very well said. I don't know if there are any questions or comments from the participants in the room. Do we know whether anyone wants to make a comment or ask a question?
Please, if you have any question, please raise your hand. The mic will be sent to you. Any one of you highlight the judiciary system of PNG?
Okay.
I think need your participation is very important because we all are here just because of you. So we need your participation. You can get this mic.
Check 1 2, mic test.
And if you can give us your name
Mike.
and where you're from?
Mic test. Mike, everything said by our panelists, I can say that from my perspective, clearly everything about the justice system is happening around the world. The experiences that they shared is very clear. It's currently also happening in Papua New Guinea as well. Our justice system is, there's very big issues going on currently. All of you know about that. So my question is, as a youth, how can we address this issue about our justice system currently? We have the government and opposition going into this vote of no confidence, for example. So clearly we can see there's some kind of differences in there. So how can we, as a youth, are we going to go about addressing this issue? Yes, we know that there's, we can go about addressing this issue through boycott or protests, but what are some of the ways or other means that we can take to address the issues? I mean, our justice system is progressing. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a great question, is what can the youth do to improve their judicial system? And as we started out the conference this morning, we said that the youth in Papua New Guinea represents 60% of the population. There's a lot of power in numbers, but sometimes you also need support, and you need people to talk to, and you need people who have experience in raising their hand and saying this isn't right. And that's one of the things the Kectil Global Network does, is allows you to talk to youth around the world and learn from their experiences in how to proactively improve your government, including your judicial system. Obviously, no one is in favor of you being physically harmed. However, it's extremely important to have youth activism, and you see the result of that in Kenya. You see the result of that in certain other countries that are raising their hand and saying, this isn't right, and I want something better. And by the way, you've got the numbers. You're in the majority. A lot of times the youth don't realize they're in the majority. So you're the majority being run by the minority. And I saw, Judge Rader, you had your hand up and you had something that you really wanted to say there.
I think I would urge the youth to take it one step at a time. And maybe the first step would be a petition requiring the courts to issue written decisions that can be scrutinized by appeals courts and by the populace itself. Just that one first step to require the judges to actually state and defend their decisions.
And transparency is a very important thing. If all of you are aware of a judge who is taking bribes, who's known to be taking bribes, and you all know that, we're at the point where we have a very powerful internet, we have very powerful social media. We have ways to put light on difficult situations, okay? And this is something that the youth of today have, that the youth of 10 or 20 years ago or 50 years ago did not have. You have conversations that you can engage in, and you can talk about these things. Now, you can decide whether you want to do that, anonymously, whether you want to do that with your name, how you want to do that. But social media and the internet are very important places to shine a light. If you have a bacterial infection, one of the most important things to do is to get a very strong light and put it on that, and it sanitizes. Light can sanitize a problem. And so you get the youth together, they identify obvious issues that are wrong, and start talking about them, as a group and in numbers and in ways that are productive, and take advantage of the youth, the experience of the youth all over the world, like the ones you're talking to now, who have taken the first steps to do that kind of thing. But you also do that by abiding by the Kectil Code, which means you do it in a positive way, a proactive way, not destructive, not through violence, No one in the Kectil program ever advocates for that. We advocate for strength through positivity and through shining a light on poor practices.
Well said.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Any other comments from the floor? But keep your eyes open. Remember, the youth need to be observers. Keep your eyes wide open. Watch carefully. Talk to your friends. Identify the problems. And then once you identify the problems, come up with a proactive, peaceful, strong next step.
So yes, we have a second question. Please go ahead.
I have a question. Hello, fellow youths. My name is Lazen Yaka, and I have a question. Yes, we all know that our judicial system in our country apply across our government and both citizens as well. Yes, we all know that. But from my point of view, I've seen, it's not even fair. Like most people from the higher authorities, government, they're so involved in our judicial system. That's what I saw, from my point of view. So my question, I'm curious about what one of the points that one of the speakers mentioned regarding if the government makes a mistake and it can be a threat to us. Would you please, how could it would be threat to us, as a citizen? And also another point, we've seen our youths boycotting, UPNG student, and even other youths boycotting regarding something that is done unfair from the government level, and they've been boycotting. But they were not heard, those youths. They rep us, they're the youths, and they were not heard. So the question is, where will can we have a space for you to talk? We need a space. How could we be linked? We need a space or a forum where we can be heard, because boycotting in PNG doesn't work out. It will never work out. So, is there any bodies or any responsible bodies that we can link up to, and then there is a space or a forum for us to present our point of view or present what we believe it's unbiased, it's not fair. Thank you. The question I've already mentioned in the first place, if the government, if the citizen, the government makes mistake, and we will be on threat. Would you please further explain a bit on this point?
Yeah. Now you raise a very good question, which is if boycotts are not enough, what do you do? And that's really part of the power of the Kectil program, which is a global program which connects you with youth all over the world who have faced similar issues and have experience with these kinds of things. And talking with youth and creating a plan for action is very important. And I know Lennox, has some experience with that. And, when the protests were going on in Kenya, my goodness, my phone was blowing up with messages of all the protests and what was happening and how they were doing it. And they were focusing on peaceful protests. However, there was a big amount of numbers, which means that we go back to the fact that the number of people who bond together to say, I disagree with what's happening, makes a big impact. And I don't know, Lennox, why don't you speak to that?
All right, thank you, Sherry. So what happens is that when the protests were being organized and we realized that in the past there was a lot of misinformation. So the first step was to clear out any misinformation. And when the government had presented, for example, the finance bill for 2025, each and every person went on and printed that document and read it. So that you don't come and say, I was told this, I was told that. So the first step was just to clear any and all misinformation that were there in the past. Then once all the misinformation were cleared and everybody knew the problem at hand, that this finance bill is going to make the rich rich and the poor poor, everybody went back and said, if we're going to have a peaceful protest, it is not a peaceful protest for one person or two people or five people, but it is a peaceful protest for the entire nation, for us to make sure that the government is accountable and also to make sure that we are the citizens of that country. We are having an affordable life, for example, because most people are living below $1 a day. And if you increase these taxes on them, these are people who are going then to suffer. And so that point of unity, the unification of all the citizens in the country made a difference because unlike in the past, people used to protest in terms of tribes, for example. You find people from the Western Kenya mostly known for protesting. But then this time around, it was all over the country. It was Western Kenya, central part, the coastal part, even where the president is coming from, they were also protesting. So it means it wasn't a tribal protest anymore, but it is a unification for peace and also for raising the or the lowering the living standards of people in the country. And so that kind of protest is very unique. And you can address a lot of challenges if you guys come together and forge in for one action. Yeah.
And that's actually why it was successful, wasn't it? Because it was the power of numbers. And the government had to pay attention because all the youth were unified and they were all protesting. Okay, so we're going to have to close this panel out. This has been a fascinating panel. We hope you have all enjoyed it. We want to give a special thanks to our very, very special guest, a very esteemed judge from the United States who's given us wonderful counsel. Thank you so much, Judge Rader. Our next panel is going to be on the responsibility of global youth leaders to end corruption. So we're going really straight in with the theme, and we'll be hearing from some real experts, and we'll be continuing this conversation. But I understand next we'll go to a short break, and then we will reconvene to talk about how global youth leaders can end corruption. Thank you, Judge Rader. Thank you to all the panelists.
Thank you. I encourage you all. You're doing good work.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye. Okay, let's get off here. No. No, just a second.
Okay, hi everyone, once again. How are we feeling? Good, good. Vocalizer, we're feeling good, yes. Okay, maybe everyone stretch their hands out to the side. We'll do a bit of stretches to the side, up, okay, down, put it to the side. Okay, do a bit of twists. Yeah, yeah. Turn your hands around, stretch a bit. Look at the person sitting next to you, ask them how they're feeling. Yeah. Tell them you're feeling good. Okay, that's good. I'm pretty sure we had a lot of very insightful discussions happening, and I know that you all have a lot of questions and you're trying to, think of solutions for yourself as well. And I think the main thing we can get out of this is that we're also thinking of how we can contextualize these problems to our country and coming up with very solution-driven approaches as well. But there's a lot more to come as well. But before I move on to that, I'd like to make a short announcement during our break right now. So we actually had a Kectil Arts Prize competition that was happening. And most of you might have saw the poster that came up. So essentially the idea was that there would be a bunch of applicants that would apply with a certain art piece, whether that be a painting, a digital art piece. There was also a category for logo and poetry. However, although we did not receive any physical art painting, we did receive many poetry pieces and many logo designs as well. So I'd like to make an announcement for those prize winners. Now, I'll be calling out the names, and for the winners that actually win the prizes, you will be getting your certificates after this conference. But please pay attention. So we had a lot of really good, insightful poetry that was submitted. And it was so good, in fact, that we had 3 winners. So of these 3 winners, they are Miss Elizabeth Cowell. Please give a round of applause to her. Elizabeth, are you in the room? Can you put your hand up? Yes, there she is. Congratulations, Elizabeth. Lovely. The second poetry prize winner is Miss Rajani Possam. Please give a round of applause. Can you put your hand up wherever you are? She probably stepped up. Oh, yes, there. Yes, thank you. Congratulations. And our third poetry winner is Roina Manus. Roina Manus, where are you? All good, all good. Oh, we actually have a fourth winner, and that's Tiana Kukula. Tiana Kukula, a round of applause for Tiana Kukula. Yes, is Tiana Kukula in the room with us? Yes, thank you, Tiana. Congratulations. And our final winner was for a person who designed the design logo for the Kectil Art Prize competition, and his name is Kose Roque. Thank you, Kose. Okay, that is all for the announcements of the prize winners. We'll move on to the next part of our program, and that will be the next panel of discussions, and that's going to be about youth making global youth making a change in leadership. My apologies. So I'd like to call upon Edwin to come up. He will be the one that will be moderating this discussion, and he'll be coming up to introduce the moderators to you as well. So this is going to be very insightful. This time it will be physical as well as virtual as well. Please pay attention, ask a lot of questions, make comments if you want to after. But please make Edwin feel welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Lovenka. So moving on, our next panel is the responsibility of young leaders to end corruption. So for this panel, we have a packed lineup for you all, and we have also in-person speakers as well as virtual speakers as well. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our speakers, and as I introduce them, they will take their place up at the stage. So as soon as they take their place, you can probably give them a round of applause, and then we move on to the next one. So our first speaker for today is Dr. Alma Sedler. Dr. Alma Sedler is an expert in governance, transparency, and citizen accountability. She currently serves in a senior capacity at the United Nations Development Programme, where she focuses on initiatives that promote good governance and responsible citizenship. Dr. Sedler has an extensive background in international development and public policy, with a particular interest in empowering communities through sustainable practices and inclusive participation. Dr. Alma Sedler, everyone. Thank you. Joining us online, we also have Lennox Omondi. And Lennox is the founder and CEO of Eco Banana Limited, where he leads and manufactures biodegradable sanitary towels using banana fibers. His work at Eco Banana provides women and people with disabilities, or PWDs, in Kenya with eco-friendly and affordable solutions for menstrual hygiene management. Lennox is also a Clinton Global Initiative Fellow and serves as a global board member for the Kectil program initiative of the Malma Knowles Foundation. His efforts focus on sustainable solutions and address the challenges of menstrual health and hygiene, social justice, and youth empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Lennox Omondi. Please make you feel welcome. And moving on to our third panelist for this morning, we have Ray. Ray is the operations lead for the Kectil program, a project under the Malma Knowles Foundation as well. With over 5 years of experience, Ray manages the daily operational activities, ensuring seamless coordination of programs that have trained over 6,000 youths in different countries around the world, in more than 120 global countries. He excels in strategic scheduling, meeting coordination, travel arrangements, and event planning. Ray's work in Kectil program is driven by his dedication to empowering young individuals through education, leadership development, and mentorship. Thank you, Ray. And finally, moving on to the last speaker for this panel is none other than our very own Dr. Bradley Yombonkopio. He is a youth leader and activist from Papua New Guinea. He has been actively involved in advocating for social change and community development in his country. As a champion for education and youth rights, Dr. Kopio has led various campaigns to improve access to education, empower young people to participate in decision-making processes. His efforts have earned him a recognition as one of the leading voices of youth advocacy in the Pacific. Thank you, Dr. Kopio. And these are all our panelists for today. So this panel will be a bit short since we've run a bit behind time, but I'll try to make it as interesting as I can. So with me, I have a set of 3 questions, and then we'll go into them one by one. So the first one is youth leadership against corruption. So the first question I would direct to all of the panelists is, how can young leaders overcome the entrenched systems of corruption that have resisted changes for decades? So this question is open to anyone in the panel that would like to answer. Thank you.
Ask blessed. So let me start. Morning, everyone. Good morning. Morning. You people are youth there. You should have energy when you're in here. Morning. Am now. Thank you. I think the question is a really good way to lean on to the discussion that we just previously had. And that was around the judicial system. I really liked what our speaker from Myanmar was touching on. And that's something that's very relevant to PNG as well, where we have the traditional system of administering justice, and then we have our court systems here. So a lot of the times, what's happening locally on the ground, we compromise a lot. And I think youth, sometimes we become enablers of corruption, a lot. And we use culture as an excuse to let a lot of things happen. And sometimes we even go to the extent of turning a blind eye in PNG, where we see things happening if it's benefiting us, or maybe our wantoks or our relatives, we stand by and watch. So I think the most basic thing that we can do is not stand for these sort of backdoor deals or little things, injustices that happened. Being a bystander is just as much as, you taking part in corruption as well, while you watch it happen. So looking corruption in the face, because it comes in many different forms. And I think that's, for myself, trying to call it out at its face if you see it. I think that's one basic thing that everyone has the power to do, apart from the big stuff in terms of systems changes or law reforms that you want to call for. This is something that basically everyone in the room has the power to do, where you see it at its face, call it out, and not tolerate it. I think that's something basic that maybe I can challenge all of you guys, but challenge myself as well to try and do a lot of the times. It's difficult because we have, our cultural systems and a lot of challenges as well, where, one talk system, these sort of things that happen. Even religion to an extent, where our friend from Myanmar touched on, in his context, Buddhism, but for our Christianity as well sometimes, and whatever religious views that we hold. So it can become a big barrier as well in terms of us and corruption. And I think it's about starting basically, the small things, as opposed to jumping up and calling for big reforms. We should start there. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kopio. I'll probably give this time now to Ray. If you have something to add, that would be good.
I think Ray's having a hard time getting into the session, so I think we'd like to go to Alma.
Okay. Dr. Alma, if... Yeah.
Thank you very much, Edwin. It is indeed a good question. So I would say there is a lot, plenty of various things that youth can do against corruption. It was done, different activities and projects were done in different countries, often with the support by United Nations, UNDP or UNODC, which are the leading UN agencies that are working on anti-corruption. And now recently there has been also the relatively new initiative when the experts are trying to encourage the anti-corruption institutions, usually anti-corruption commissions or authorities, to support youth work on anti-corruption. Why is this important? For youth, of course, because young people are on one hand in the process of development, and it's basically the work with youth always makes sense. It's much easier to change the mindset of the young people than of us elderly, which are too old to change, right? So it makes sense from in this regard, but also on the other hand, youth is very powerful, a very powerful group, and you can do a lot. So you might feel like, you know, powerless and that no one will hear you, but it is not, it's far from true, as we saw in many countries where youth, for example, started different activities against corruption, started even student protests because of corruption, and so on. But of course, you don't need to start with the protest, which would be the final solution in the most critical cases. You can do really different things from the awareness-related activities. You can start with your community, university, high school, for example. You can reach out to the ICAC. You have the new Independent Commission Against Corruption. Ask them what youth could do for them to support them. For example, sometimes when the government tries to push the Anti-Corruption Commission, you know, there is plenty of ways how to destroy Anti-Corruption Commission or encourage it. For example, the government in other countries, when the Anti-Corruption Commission became too strong, too powerful, the government simply decided not to cut up the funding, you know, or they would not allow them to recruit more people to do more work or more investigations and so on. And in this kind of cases, you know, youth voice and civic engagement is very important. But there are also plenty of other things, from the codes of conduct to the integrity camps. In some countries, youth did some art competitions. Even at UNDP, when we are working at UNDP PNG on the implementation of the PNG anti-corruption project, which is implemented by UNDP and UNODC and funded by the European Union, we have the anti-corruption youth essay and photo competition every year. But for example, we received, last year, we received only a few essays, and we don't know why. So it is also a question, what is your interest? So how much you would be interested in doing any work in anti-corruption? And before I conclude, we also, a lot has been done by Transparency International, PNG, from the Mike Manning Democracy Camp to the Youth Alliance Against Corruption, which was revoked just earlier this week. So the TIPNG will relaunch this important initiative, and this initiative, from what I know, it helped a lot of generations of PNG youth to basically discuss not only anti-corruption but also other things, other issues that youth in PNG are facing, and it is expected that this will start again. So yeah, a lot of things that can be done, and I would like to encourage you to try to think what you could do in your school, your university, and your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. Okay, moving on. So this question, I would like to direct it to Lennox. So what...
Lennox is not.
Is he? Lennox, am I audible?
No, but Lennox is not on at the moment. So maybe you can direct it to the people on stage or Ray.
All right, that's fine. I'm going to direct it to either Bradley, and then maybe Dr. Alma can come in later.
So the next question is, what role does moral integrity play in youth leadership, and how can it be maintained in corrupt environments? It's a tough question, eh? But I think one thing I wanted to stress on as well in PNG as well is, I think we've forgotten the face of what good governance looks like too. It's been happening so much that for a lot of us young people, we don't know what, everything, a lot of the systems now, government departments, all these things, we see corruption everywhere. It's so rampant that sometimes we forget the face of what, transparency and good governance actually looks like. It's hard to look for a lot of good role models as well too. For a lot of youths, maybe if you're privileged, then you're in a good learning institution, a good environment, you have access to these things. But, across all youths of all categories, based on their backgrounds as well, it's not something that you see too commonly. But the Melanesian way has been, I think, one of selflessness that we've sort of forgotten as well, our leaders, in terms of setting the pace. So that's how we've been as an ancient society as well. I mean, PNG, as a developing country, and how we've come about. Our forefathers, it was about providing for, their community, their family, first before ourselves. And so I think these sort of values we need to really hold close again and revisit. We haven't seen a lot of it because, these days you see a lot of self-interest as well in a lot of the decision-making that's happening as well, which we have to call it out as well. You can be in this room and you can actually call it out. Speak up and out about it, that it's happening. And so, like, I want to go to the question, maybe leading on to the question, it's essentially in terms of you, I had a consultation yesterday with a lot of the student leaders at the University of PNG, all the provincial associations and the association reps. And so we're trying to run a program that UNDP is hopefully going to be jumping on to support, so I'm calling them out now. And we talked about holding yourself accountable first, especially when you're in a position of leadership. Maybe you're a youth leader or you're running your own network. A lot of you guys here are doing amazing things. And it's the little things that you do that actually really matter, when no one is actually watching. I've heard this so many times, but it's so true every time. If you're running a little association, I think I challenged the student leaders yesterday and I said, if you're running a provincial association and they've given you money for that year, it's a 1-year thing. But a lot of the student leaders, they don't hold themselves accountable, right? Reporting, financial reports at the end of the year. If you're from the university, you'll know that this is a fact. And so these are little things that they take out with them as well. I mean, they think it doesn't matter. 1 year and they gave 50,000 for awareness, so let's spend it however we can and boom, and we're out of here and the next executives come. So I actually challenged them and I said, I think that's leaning on to you holding yourself accountable. And when you're in a position of leadership, if it comes to you, if you're a high court judge or if you become the prime minister one day, you might be a minister one day, there will be all these laws and all these things that are there. But at the end of the day, if you have to hold yourself accountable first. And I think that's very important in terms of morals concerned as well. But I mean, it's a really high bar, but maybe the best place to start is trying to do it consciously. And I like what our friend from Kenya has said, being intentional about it. Really being intentional. Why are you doing what you're doing? These sort of things. So it's the little things. A lot of times we, PNG, and you see this reflected at the high levels in terms of politics as well, a lot of grandstanding. But I think the little things really matter. So if you're a youth and you're running your youth association, or you're part of a student association and you're doing these little initiatives, I'd encourage you to try and hold yourself accountable in the little things that you do. And that comes first, and then it'll trickle down. And I think, that's from me. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bradley.
Thank you. Thank you, Bradley. Very good points you raised, so nothing much to add except perhaps from how I understood this question, which is very relevant. It is not so much about like legislation or code of conduct, because we all, in all the cultures, in all the countries, we have all these rules that will tell us what is, for example, what is allowed, what is not allowed, what can be sanctioned, and so on. But this is more question about ethics and integrity and moral, which can lead us to the question who we are. So what are our values? What could make me a good person? Because only if I will be a good person, then I can be a good leader. And why is this particularly important for you as young leaders? Because you are the one who are seen as an example. So you need to, you know, like we're saying, we're calling it walk the talk. So you cannot only preaching about, you know, accountability or integrity or leading the awareness campaign and without showing with your own example. And this is usually connected with our family, the way how we were raised, the internal moral system, the examples we had and followed when we were young and through all our lives. So if you want to do any work related to anti-corruption or integrity, as leaders, you need to ask this question yourself first. So who am I? What is right? How I'm making decisions? Are my decisions ethical? What makes ethical decisions? And so on. And of course, am I a person with integrity? And integrity, as Bradley pointed out, is doing the right thing even when no one is watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. Thank you, Dr. Copio. So we've looked at how leaders can overcome corruption, and then we've also looked at how, you know, moral integrity plays a role in youth leadership and how it can be maintained in corrupt environments as well. So now we'll dive into, apologies for that. So now we'll dive into innovative anti-corruption strategies. So I'd like to probably pick your brains a bit now. So what would you suggest from your own experiences and all that, say would be a good strategy to tackle corruption? Bradley, over to you.
Oh, that's a heavy one. I didn't go to school for that. Yeah, I think leaning off everything that I've said, ideally one thing would be, you know, bodies like the Ombudsman Commission. I'm going to start at the top and then slowly come down to what I expect, but bodies like ICAC and Ombudsman Commission that play an integral role. I think financing, I've heard over a lot of time, since it's controlled by central government as well, becomes a big issue in terms of them administering their function. So that sort of support ideally would be, if they're consistently getting it over time, and as our speaker alluded to, the judicial system, you'd ideally like it to be, ideally, and I say ideally, you'd ideally like it to be independent of political influence or coercion or anything like that. But I'm not going to make any strong calls here, but I don't. Yeah. So ideally, if those things would be probably what would set the environment tones in terms of the national level for PNG. In terms of holding our government to account and the systems working well. That's not the case, and coming down to young people, maybe what we can do at our level would be, like I said, the really basic little things that we can do. And I'm speaking to youth leaders, I'm not speaking to a whole bunch of politicians so I can make those calls or this like. But little initiatives that maybe we can do in terms of in your capacity. If you're a law student and you want to look to raise awareness on anti-corruption, maybe the law, maybe SARV, which a lot of young people, I think, from TVI are involved with as well. So including yourself in these sort of initiatives to actually become a champion and an advocate in your own space as well. I think raising awareness is one thing with a lot of young people. you guys, like I said, when you're in this conference and you're sitting down, you're I don't want to say privileged, but you are, in a sense. There's so many young people across PNG, and you're here. And you've come through a competitive process as well, but the honors is on you as well, and what you do with this information that you get, the exposure that you have. If you've been connected to young people who are sharing about initiatives that they're doing, and it's empowering as well. So what are you going to actually do with that information when you take it back? What initiatives can you do? I think everyone is in a different position. Your communities are different. Your background is different. Your educational background, everything. So if you have initiatives, I think trying to be innovative to actually address that issue. From my level, I do what I can. I don't want to go too detailed into the different things that I do, but if you're a student at the university, I think awareness is one thing that you can do. High school, participating, getting involved in programs instead of just standing back. Like I was one of the judges as well when we went through the essay competition on anti-corruption, and participation was terrible. So there was a lot of interest in a lot of young people and what they wanted to. And even when we went through the papers as well, there was a lot of AI as well in there. and so I think getting yourself involved, if you're in this room, tasking yourself to be a part of small initiatives that can make an impact in your community, in your schools, maybe in your workplace. There's a good program that the Senesim PNG runs as well around good values. I think that's something that is really good as well. Going back to really the basics and the foundations around values and what we can do as young people. And it's really good that we have you guys here and try and share maybe initiatives and ideas on what you're doing in your schools, your community. So it's not just about you coming here and listening to what I tell you to do or the speakers, but maybe inspiring each other as well, and networking and sharing ideas, talking about those issues, bringing to light some of the issues in your community, what you're doing, and trying to challenge your friends in the room to take action. So I think there's a lot of energy in what we can do, especially in PNG. And when it's not constructively used, you see crazy stuff happening. So we have to, and then, you know, tasking the relevant authorities, especially in terms of youth as well, to provide those platforms and pathways where young people can participate so that they can use this energy constructively and really make a meaningful impact. So for us, I think the focus should be what we can do first, improving ourselves, and then locally, acting locally, and thinking globally as well. I think that's just what I can pull off from the top of my head, but I'll give it over to Dr. Alma.
Thank you, Bradley. One applause for Bradley. Again, it is nothing much to add, so maybe just when we are talking about the innovative approaches, you know, like what is innovative approach? So in some countries, youth were doing the hackathon. I'm so old that I even don't know what it is. I never really understood, but it was very interesting initiative for many youth groups. It was also often supported with the UNDP or UNODC. And then when we're talking about the innovation, we would think about, you know, digital transformation. So what you could do, maybe develop the application or something like that. One of the innovative approaches, which is really relatively new, is the one that I mentioned previously, that now the anti-corruption authorities from all over the world started thinking about how to involve youth in their work, how on one hand the anti-corruption authorities or other anti-corruption and integrity institutions can enable a safe place and an enabling environment for youth to be able to do some work, but on the other hand also how youth can support the anti-corruption, government anti-corruption work. But on the other hand, I also would like to agree with Bradley that at the end it is not rocket science. So those small things that were all mentioned by Bradley, you can do already. You can go after the end of this conference tomorrow back to your community, back to your university, and just discuss with your peers, you know, start thinking how you can raise awareness. try to check if you have the student's code of conduct. If not, maybe try to think about it, about to developing one, or at least some ground ethical rules for, I don't know, your community, your class, and so on. Yeah, there is a lot of things that you really can do, and I would also advise start small and start with, like in Europe, your community, and then just consider moving forward to the local level and maybe even into the discussions with the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. Just a quick follow-up question on that one. So, given your background in journalism, in the media space as well, how do you think young people can effectively use the media to hold governments and politicians accountable for their actions?
Thank you, Edwin. So media in PNG, we're listening complaints all the time, how they are under the pressure and so on, and of course the situation is not ideal, but from my experience and from knowing other countries, because before I came to PNG, I worked in Myanmar, yeah, media, I would say, are quite free and brave. So sometimes when I'm reading the article about corruption in the PNG newspapers, I'm quite surprised. They can be like very open, very direct. And what I noticed is in both main newspapers, they have pages that are, if I understood the talk pisin correctly, I think one is called like You Talk. So, and I understood that there is also a place for young people to share their thoughts and letters. Another important way of using media for awareness are social media, of course, Twitter, Facebook, and so on. So you can use all this. Radio is the strongest media in PNG. At least this was the case, I think, a year ago. Maybe I don't think that it has changed. So all these channels can be used, but for you as young people, you are very skilled in the use of social media. Yeah, just go ahead and use it. But of course, be also aware that social media can be very beneficial, very effective way of spreading information, of awareness raising. But there is also a huge risk of fake news, for example, of hate speech and so on. And it is also good for you to be aware of that, not only in terms of anti-corruption, but also all other areas of work. So not necessarily everything what you find of social media is true. So it is good to have some reservations whenever you are reading what is on social media, and also before you decide to use it to spread your message or awareness. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. I will now redirect the same question to Bradley, to Aaron, and then we finish. Sorry, not finish, but move on to the last segment. Okay, so the question is, how can young people effectively use the media to hold governments or politicians accountable?
Thank you. I think Alma covered it really well. I mean, everyone probably in this room is on social media, so it's and I've seen a lot of our leaders as well, politicians and these people, they're always on their phone. They're always on their phone, you'll see. So don't think that they're not listening or they're not watching or they don't see what's actually being circulated, the news that's trending. I think all of the time, they're always on their phone. I want to share one story, but it might be inappropriate. But I was sitting with a particular politician at a program, and as the program was going, he's sitting beside me, and I could see him strolling through Facebook. So they're on their phone. I think that's the point I want to make. And so a lot of the discourse and dialogue on social media, if you've noticed, is driven by young people. You guys. One blah, 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 when you end up, am I allowed to speak pidgin? Okay, thank you. When one of you guys shares a post or so, you can get as much as 60, 100 shares. That's big reach. That's a huge reach. So if you have that sort of platform and you have a reach like that, you can really make an impact as well. You should know that people are reading your post. It's not only the 600 people that have liked your post or something that you've shared, but people that have seen it. So maybe leaning on from that, everyone's on social media, and I think the responsibility for you as you're sharing these things would be verifying. that the information is accurate, it's from a credible source, and you're sharing it responsibly. You know, you're not just circulating it based on emotion or because everyone's doing it, that sort of thing. And I think young people can really use social media on PNG and drive discourse. It's a basic place to start with holding your leaders accountable. Apart from that, campaigns that maybe you can drive in your schools as well. I think in PNG, a lot of the responsibility in that area sits with the tertiary institutions. I was SRC president in 2021, so I would know firsthand in terms of the enormous, I think, pressure that's on your shoulder as you are representing the student council, and the expectation from everyone far and wide. Even civil society even pushes for the students to take the lead. I'm of the view that actually the unions and these sort of bodies established should be taking the lead, and the students should be playing a support role, and that should be the last resort in terms of driving an agenda like that. But, you know, raising awareness, speaking up and out about it at that level is important. So if you're in a tertiary institution, that's something for you guys to note as well. Thank you. I think that's all for me.
Thank you, Dr. Bradley.
Hi, Edwin. I would like to
Okay, we've been talking for the past 30 minutes now, so now I would like to hear from you, the participants. We'll be taking questions, so if you have any questions, now is the time. Do raise your hand, and then we'll have the mic runners get you a mic. Yes, we have one question.
Thank you. My name is Franz Lee. I'm representing YPA-PNG Youth Network. My question is, all of us in this room are not Kectil. They are representing different youth groups. So an issue raised by YPA-PNG is not raised by other youth network, youth organizations. So how can students want to boycott? This is not appropriate, and that doesn't work. So
a lot of independent youth networks that young people are leading, like YPA and Kectil, and it's a really good direction to go in. So I think I commend a lot of you young people who have actually taken initiative, and you're leading these networks and associations that are youth-based. So please give a round of applause to yourselves as well. That's I haven't seen that trend before, but it's really skyrocketed, I think, over the past few years, 5-10 years or so. And that's a really good direction to go. And leaning on to your question, there needs to be some form of coordination of sort at the national level. And I think I don't want to call anyone out again, but the National Youth, NYDA, National Youth Development Authority, is the lead government agency on youth. If there was some sort of directory of that sort that we could have, I don't know if we have a representative in the room, but I'm actually in contact with them as well. But that would be a really good initiative to go forward in terms of gathering, you know, youth organizations, independently led, others that are attached to international networks as well, that are really flourishing. And so the challenge is to try and get everyone together and have a body of that sort. Also, I think because of that drive, they had the National Youth Summit at the NCD, Inaugural Youth Summit, which is a positive step forward, I think, a big step forward. Say what you want about the issue, you know, I mean, the event, everyone may have their different opinions, but it's a really, I think, constructive way to move forward. A first step. And I think that's something that from those recommendations, maybe other governors can actually look to actually organizing and having some sort of a structure in place. I'm aware that that's something that the national government is working from the national planning level and coming down, and that's a work in progress. But that's a good way to actually hold the responsible authorities to account as to how they're organizing these youth bodies? Are you guys really receiving the relevant support that you should be getting to do your work, because you're impacting youth as well? And so the body responsible would be those government agencies, and how they can actually take the lead in coordinating and having a role in terms of supporting youth directly through the youth organizations. Maybe that's something NCD can also consider as well. I know Rex and the team are here from NCD Youth Desk, but having, and I think they have something like that, but registered youth networks that young people are leading in specific areas, whether it's sexual reproductive health, or if it's on education, if it's a professional network, having those listed down and giving opportunities to actually finance and support some of the initiatives that they're doing. And I think leaning on to what you were saying in terms of having a national registry, and then a youth organization of that kind. And so the body responsible is the National Youth Development Authority. I hope I'm right. I think I am, but it is NIDA that will actually lead in coordinating that in efforts. So it would be to task them to actually do that. I think prescribed under their act is that there's supposed to be a National Youth Convention every 2 or 3 years. I don't think I've seen it yet. So it's a good way to come together like that and channel those views that we are saying. So when we have those platforms, we can raise issues like the one you are raising in terms of initiatives that you may be leading, or other youth networks in here. So that's the responsible authority, and I think this is a really great platform, and I commend Kectil for actually going forward with it. And we've also had the National Youth Summit, which is a success in essence. I hope I answered your question. Anything you want?
Thank you, Bradley. Great points again. Let me just add that from experience, sometimes that when it comes to the anti-corruption, and citizens' engagement, like the groups such as civil society or youth might not be so keen to reach out to the government, because it would be funny, right? If you go to the government and say that you would like to fight against corruption, I mean, they might, of course, still, support you to go to the summit. But if you would really like to do activities, sometimes the groups wants to be, more independent. So, but you are the one who knows better what you can expect from the Youth Development Authority. Then, for example, I'm not sure if this is relevant for Port Moresby and other provinces, but we are also doing some work under the Transparency and Accountability in PNG project, which is focused on work with youth and civil society on transparency and accountability and anti-corruption in Bougainville, and they have the Youth Federation there. Some kind of umbrella organization. So maybe it might be worth thinking about this kind of solution as well, if you don't have any yet. And then as an alternative, if you are thinking how to do, how to become an umbrella body or have the umbrella body specifically for work on anti-corruption, perhaps consider reaching out to the Transparency International, which is very strong and might be interested in supporting this kind of initiatives or any other initiative, because CSOs are different from the government in the regard that they're, of course, much more independent. And when it comes to the anti-corruption related activities, this is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. I have received word that Lennox would like to comment on a discussion. So Lennox, I'll give this time now to you.
All right, thank you. So I would just like to comment on the role of youth in using social media to get order. I also want to give examples with how the Kenyan youth are using social media. When we had the protest happening,
Lennox, sorry, we
government-
have trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me?
Can you speak up or see if you can increase your audio?
Can you hear me, Edwin?
It's a bit fuzzy. Try again.
All right. How about now?
Can you hear him? Yep. Okay. Yes, you may speak. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. So what I was saying, I want to add a practical example of how youth can use social media as a a way to take a while. I want to give examples with what the Kenyan youth did to get the president on social media. And so one of the things that the government was assuming was that the projects are being funded by Russia and the Russian government has its own foundation. But when the president wasn't able to get youth to sit down and talk.
Lennox, apologies for interrupting, but we cannot hear you. If you would type it in the chat, and then probably we'll read it after, that would be helpful. Thank you. Okay, I will take 2 more questions and then we'll wrap up for this session. Briefly introduce yourself, where you're from, which institution or organization you represent or study from, and then the person that you're directing your question to.
Thank you. My name is Noah Seneim Kubu. From the Simple Society. It's a provincial group, and from the School of Law. So my comments and question is in regard to the second question about moral values. So before there is a law, our ancestors, they believe in morality, and they call it positive law. So positive law, like, it does not cater for everything. That is why they establish legal system. So now the positive law and the moral law it's about conscience, internal conviction. By saying this, if you look through our society and our country, most of our citizens and most of our young people and our leaders are losing it. That is why they have the way in playing, manipulating our system. And that is why we all are here. So my question is, what are some of the best approaches on how we can revive the moral values? And my suggestion would be, can we introduce this like moral aspect of the system, our laws, through our education? So when, kids, they come up, they learn moral values, which is very important in our society. And I'd ask the panelists if they have others good approaches they can say to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah.
Hi, Edwin. Confirm if you can hear me now.
Yes, Lennox.
All right.
We'll probably answer the question and then we'll get back to you and then we'll wrap up. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Noah, for your question. Very good, very relevant question. And perhaps it might be worth pointing out that when we are talking about the laws as a legislation related to the judicial system, for example, what is in the law will tell us what is allowed, what is not allowed, what can be sanctioned, for example. But this is not necessarily related to the moral. So what is in the legislation, it's not always ethical. And it's important for us to be able to make this difference. So, and if you would like to address as a law student the issues related to the legislation, then you can advocate, for example, as a youth representative of youth, of course, for better policies or for new policies, better, stronger legislation and its implementation. But if we are talking about the moral and ethics, which your question was about, this would be more related with, what people think. And as we said, it is not only the school which would, educate about the values. This is what is usually a mixture of our education, parents, background, the community where we were born and where we were raised. So the combination of all this will bring us to the point when we should ask ourselves how moral I am, what is ethical for me. For example, something what is ethical or not ethical in my country might be totally different in another culture. Yeah, but who am I? How do I know what is right, what is wrong? How, as a young leader, how should I make the right decision? What drives me to do it? And at the end, who is the one who will tell me what is ethically right or wrong? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lennox, if you can hear us now, we'll give this time to you. Okay, thank
All
you.
right.
Over to you.
Thank you so much. So I wanted to comment on the role of youth using social media as a tool of creating awareness in ending up corruption. And I want to give relevant examples from our recent protests into the country. So when the protest started, the president and the entire leadership thought that the protests are being funded by the Russian government and the Ford Foundation. But then that happened because people were unified and they couldn't literally tell who is the leader, who is leading the Gen Z protests, because there wasn't anybody coming in front and saying, I'm the leader, I'm the one organizing the protest. But these protests were being organized on Twitter. And so with the kind of retweets that these tweets were getting and people showing up on the streets, it created a major role, and it played a very pivotal role on even getting the president to organize the first Twitter space on Twitter so that he can talk to youths. And around over 630,000 people joined that live tweet space. And so that is just one of the examples that if you channel the right information using the right platform to hold the leaders accountable, no matter the misinformation that is there, you can actually create and get a good feedback from it. And Bradley said that be intentional because of the small steps and the small action steps that you're taking. Because one step of going to Twitter and getting the information about the protest there and how people can participate ended up getting the attention of the president, and the president invited other youths to be on that live Twitter space so that he can talk to us and understand what is it that young people want. And after that Twitter space, that is when the protest started cooling down, and we had a change of cabinet, we have a change of public secretaries, we had a change of some of the judges, and I think it plays a very pivotal role if we take social media very seriously. As much as there is much of misinformation, but what if we look at social media as a positive tool to create change? Because somebody also say that the work that you are doing, it can only be seen by somebody else in some other part of the world through social media, because you can't go to Kenya and tell them this is what I was doing in PNG, but you can post about it and you can tag relevant authorities and relevant people who have maybe a huge following to help retweet and create much awareness. So just wanted to give that example of how the Kenyan youth used social media to really bring change and get the attention of the president to create a Twitter space, which attracted over 630,000 young people. And then the president heard what they had to say. It was an open mic. Nobody was controlling it. Once the president was in, people were given mic randomly and they expressed their views. And after that, 1 week later, the cabinet was changed. The public secretary, some of them were changed, and we saw quite a number of changes, and that made the protests to slow down. So that was my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Lennox, for that comment. And we've reached the end of our panel for today. Thank you all for your questions. If you have any questions, I would encourage you all to see Dr. Alma, Bradley, or if you have questions that are for Lennox and Ray as well, probably leave it with Remina, and then she'll send it to them as well. But Dr. Alma, thank you so much again for making your time available, and Dr. Kopio as well, and also Lennox and Ray. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Edwin, for moderating a wonderful discussion. How's everyone feeling? Do you find that insightful? Yes, beautiful. Now, we have a keynote speech from our very own UNDP resident representative, Mr. Nicholas Booth. He'll be coming up to deliver his speech. Please make him feel welcome.
So, I think I actually sent some slides. I hope someone's got them, because if you can put the slides up. And I'm going to apologize to Lovenshire and Bradley and a few others of you who've actually heard me say some of what I'm going to say. But I've got a great big audience today, so I'm going to take advantage and I'm going to come back to some of my favorite themes. So I'm really excited to be here with all of you today. This is my first engagement with the Kectil program and the Kectil generation. I was reading the slides and I saw a thing that made me feel very happy. It said, "You are youth not defined by the year you were born." So I'm going to embrace that one. So I'm still, I'm going to associate myself as an honorary youth leader, even though the year of my birth is a little bit questionable. But it's very exciting for me to be with you here today. And so what I wanted to do, I wanted to take you through some of where PNG stands and where the region stands as we in UNDP, in the United Nations Development Programme, where we see it, where we see your journey, where we see you've come and what we see facing you, and what are some of the challenges we see facing you. Fantastic. And how am I going to be able to, how's this going to work? Okay, let me see. Let's try that in a minute. So I'm going to start by sharing with you where we see you are on your journey, what challenges we see facing you, and what we think, the next generation of leaders, which is you, will need to, the approach you'll need to take to be able to deal with those challenges. And then after I've talked about those, I'm going to talk a little bit about, leadership, because I was particularly asked to talk to you about what authentic leadership means, and that's really what you're reflecting on in this conference, because you're getting ready to take on leadership now, already as youth leaders, and then through all your lives, because leadership is a lifelong journey that you are embarking on already. So I'm going to reflect a little bit on that at the end, and then you can ask me some questions, and then we can have some lunch. How does that sound? Sound good? Okay, let's go. So, where are we in PNG? So let's see. This is supposed to be advancing my things. Not yet working. Where do I point it? I don't know where to point this. It doesn't seem to work wherever I point it. Where's the best way for me to point it? Point it towards you? Maybe you're too far away. Shall I just say next slide? Is that better? How about next slide? Next slide. Still not working. Next slide. Okay, fantastic. That one worked. Okay, so where is PNG today? Why do we need to change direction? How do we, meaning you, make your future? How do we make our future? Next slide. Okay, so a little bit about where the story so far. And this is a story so far for Asia and the Pacific, the general region, and then where PNG sits within that. So it's a story of progress, which is great. It's a story of progress that has come, however, at the cost of persistent and maybe even increasing disparity. This is a story for the region as a whole. PNG is part of that story. And widespread disruption. So let's have a look at some of those themes. Next. So, we in UNDP, about 30 years ago, we pioneered the Human Development Index and the concept of human development. We did that for a reason, Others were really focusing on GDP growth, right? How much is the economy growing every year? And of course that's important because, as you all know, we all need money to be able to achieve things. Many of the things we need to do, hospitals, schools, whatever, the things that we care about the most, they need resources. So getting more money, having a powerful economy, having economic growth, that's useful, that's important, but it's not the only thing. And some countries, you know, on an aggregate level, you know, were generating a lot of wealth, but that wealth was not really being translated into improvements in people's health, in people's education, in the things that people value. You know, there were some countries with a disproportionate amount of resources and wealth. Think of, you know, Saudi Arabia, for example. But was that really being flowing, and was it flowing into people equally? Were women getting the same benefit from the country's growth as men? You know, that's why I gave you the example of Saudi Arabia. So we thought, look, we need a different way of talking about progress. And we need a way that, yes, it recognizes that income's important, but other things matter too. So we talked about our theory of human development. And human development is that the things that matter in life are the things that enable people to be able to make meaningful choices. Everyone has the right to choose the life they want to live. And to be able to make those choices, you need education, you need health, you need to be supported in many ways. And yes, you know, money helps too. So what are the things that actually, what are the whole different things? A clean environment, access to clean water. There are so many things that people need to be able to meaningfully choose a good life, the life that they want to live. And so we came up with the human development concept, we also did the Human Development Index. We wanted to keep it simple, so we didn't make it too complicated, but we said, yes, we will look at GDP, we will look at growth, we will look at the economic transformation, but we also want to look at how is schooling improving for people in the country, how is health improving? And we're going to also do that separately for men and women and see, are the benefits, is the growth happening equally for everybody? So that's the Human Development Index. We do it every year, and we've done it every year since 1990. And you can see, let's just still go back. So you can see, if we look, the picture is a picture of progress, and you can see the different regions of the world on the left-hand side, and since we started, you can see that it's not been even, and there was a dip in COVID, you can understand why, but it's been a good story, and you can see Asia and the Pacific on that graph, and Asia and the Pacific started second to bottom, and now it's in the middle. It's still behind Latin America and Europe and Central Asia, but you can see that Asia and Pacific has grown, if anything, even faster than some other regions. And so actually Asia and Pacific is in a better position now than it was in 1990, and everybody is doing well. Extreme poverty has really come down a huge amount. And you can see those are the figures for East Asia and South Asia. So you can see that actually the East Asia and the Pacific did particularly well. And infant mortality on the right, you can see that although there's disparity, and although the Pacific is not doing as well as East Asia, the fact is that it is doing, and the Pacific is not doing, actually the Pacific is really falling behind compared with compared with other regions. Everyone is doing better. So even in the Pacific, you know, infant mortality went down from 88.3 per thousand down to 38. That's great, right? 3 times less infant mortality now than in 1980. But what's disappointing is, you know, when we started this, looking in 1980, the Pacific was the second best. Right? It was bad, and it wasn't as good as East Asia. But that's the dark purple line. But it was doing pretty well. And now look what happened. You know, Southeast Asia has completely overtaken the Pacific. It went down 5 times. So in the Pacific, you improved 3 times, but they improved 5 times. East Asia improved 10 times. They went down from 56 to 6.6. South Asia improved, let me see, my math isn't good enough, really, is it? Like about 5 or more than 5 times. So even though things got better in this sub-region, the other sub-regions in the Asia and Pacific did much better. That's something to bear in mind. Let's have the next slide. So look, when we look at the HDI by sub-regions too, you can see, you know, again, it's been a good story for everybody, but look at East Asia on HDI overall. It's just taken off into the stratosphere. Southeast Asia has done pretty well too. South Asia started where the Pacific was, but has completely overtaken the Pacific, and now the Pacific is struggling. And you can see on the right-hand side, we've bunched all the countries, right, on HDI. You can see the East Asian countries all up at the top there, right? And then when we come to Southeast Asia, it's a bigger spread, with Singapore at the top, you know, going right the way down to Timor-Leste near the bottom, a bigger spread. But the average is, you know, is not that far off East Asia. When we come to South Asia, it's a big spread going lower down the chart and going quite far down with Afghanistan at the bottom. But the one with the lowest average is the one on the right-hand side, the Pacific. And PNG is the one that is circled there. And you can see that it's at the bottom of the spread. So there's a lot more progress that we need to see. We need to accelerate. You, as the future leaders of PNG, how will you accelerate that progress? Next slide, please. So where is PNG today? So the next few slides are just going to show you the same story told again and again when we look at the different dimensions. This is the overall story of HDI. And again, you can see everyone has been increasing, and so has PNG, but it's lagging behind. And you see, particular Asia and Pacific, you see how they really started to take off in the last few years. Asia and Pacific overall is really a sharp upward trend, but PNG is just following a gentle upward trend. Next slide. So that's where PNG is. There is the statistics, but it's pretty much what I was just telling you. So let's go on to the next slide. So, breaking it down, life expectancy, same trend. Everybody's slowly going up, but going up in Papua New Guinea too, but going up more slowly than the others. The gap between PNG and the rest of Asia and Pacific and the world is increasing. Next slide. Same thing for menus of schooling. It's going up in PNG, right? You got a better education than your parents did. Your children deserve a better education still, but that line is not going up as fast as it is in Asia and the Pacific. Maybe it's going up at about the same rate as the world rate, but look at Asia and Pacific. The rest of Asia and Pacific, schooling is going up faster elsewhere than here. Next slide. And when you come to income, you really see, the difference there, right? In terms of the increase in the gross national income, look how Asia and the Pacific has taken off since 1990. It's kind of a stagnant picture here. It's even gone down from where it was in the mid-1990s. What's happening? Why is growth not happening here? Next slide. Now, I told you that the HDI is a really simple metric, right? It just looks at health, schooling, and income. But actually, we have a better measure. We have something called multidimensional poverty. It's more difficult to measure because it really looks at every dimension of what you need in life, so not just education and health, but generally, but also access to clean water and good education, clean air, so many, many, many things. And when you actually map against multidimensional poverty, we have a really alarming trend. I just took a handful of different countries here, some different Pacific countries and some very different countries. Papua New Guinea, in terms of the level of multidimensional poverty, is up with Afghanistan, right? Well, these are the figures from 2016 in the case of Papua New Guinea, 2015 in Afghanistan. I don't know that it changed much since. Do you think of Afghanistan as your nearest comparator? But look, there you are. Look how you compare with Fiji and how low multidimensional poverty is in Fiji. It's higher in Samoa, but still much lower than here. It's higher in Kiribati and higher in Lao PDR, but still much lower than here. You have to go to Afghanistan to find a place where multidimensional poverty is higher than here. Actually, in that list, PNG is between Sudan and Afghanistan right now. So very high levels of multidimensional poverty here, and that's because, leaving aside the issues of income, issues like health and education and so on, access to clean water and health, are really still very serious issues for many people in this country, and I'm sure that you know that even better than I do. Next slide, please. Yeah, here's something else that you will also know from your experience. This country has very, very high levels of under-engaged youth. You don't need me to tell you that. So when we look at the percentage of youth who are not in employment, education, employment, or training, you can see that the figure is very high, over 40% in PNG. And you can see that that's higher than any of those other countries that I've listed here. So it's, Pakistan is the one that comes closest, but you can see that this is the country of all of those comparators in Asia Pacific that I put here on this slide. This is the country with the largest percentage of youth not in education, not learning, not working. And you know that. That's your experience, and it's and I hope that you are not the ones experiencing it personally, but you know how big a problem that is here. So we'll come back to that later. Next slide, please. So no, that's where we are, and I guess that already begins to tell us why we need to change direction. That's really my message. My message, just in case you didn't know where I was going with this, my message was, you know, it signals the need for a change of strategy, and as you are the future leaders, you will be the ones who will be changing that strategy and bringing your country to a glorious new future. Again, not to undermine the huge progress that's been made in the 49 years since independence, but you are going to accelerate that progress because, you know, the country could and can do better and will do better under your leadership. So I want to look at, you know, the reasons for the need to change. I can sum them up very, very quickly. You know, they are that we have not met, that countries are not meeting the aspirations of its people, and you know that, that insecurity is growing higher, not lower, and you know that too, and that things may get even more turbulent. Let's quickly just remind ourselves, and none of this will be surprising to you. Next slide, please. So, put your hands up if you've heard about the SDGs. Okay? Yeah? SDGs. Well, you have the SDGs on your lapel. The SDGs are the Sustainable Development Goals. There's 17 of them. Every country in the world, including PNG, signed up in 2015 to achieve a lot of targets under 17 goals by 2030. So we are now in 2024. We have only 6 years left to reach the goals. And this chart is telling us whether we're on track. So basically, on the right-hand side, basically you can think like a thermometer. The blue has got to get all the way to the right-hand side by 2030, starting from 2015. 2015 was 9 years ago. We have 6 years left. So, you know, so actually these figures come from 2022. So the line in the middle is where the blue should have got to by 2022 if we were going to be on track. How many of the 17 goals are we on track? None. Not one. Nowhere near. Look at this. Now, this is not PNG. This is the whole of Asia Pacific, right? This is the whole of Asia Pacific. I don't have the chart to show you for PNG. I don't think it would look better than this. So whether we're talking about poverty, hunger, health, education, gender equality, water and sanitation, energy, work, right? Whatever we talk about, we're far behind the achievement that every government in the world promised to their people in 2015. That's very alarming. So we are not meeting our aspirations. Now, in particular, you know, the blue shows progress and we have inadequate progress, but one of these goals stands out. Why? Which goal stands out and why? Anyone tell me? Climate action. Why does climate action stand out? Climate action has gone backwards. We're worse off than we were in 2015. Look at that. We've gone backwards. That's very alarming. And that's particularly alarming for a country like PNG because, and so this is a country, you know, PNG is not the country that is causing, you know, climate change. You know, you are a net zero country. You are one of the few countries in the world that is not contributing in a negative way to climate change, but you are much more affected by it than almost any other country. You are the country that is really bearing the brunt of climate change. So you are the country that needs to be shouting and screaming at the world to speed up on climate action because it's your future that the rest of the world is putting in peril. So next slide. Insecurity, human insecurity. We have a concept of human security. I won't go through it in detail. You can pretty much guess. This slide is telling you, it's a World Bank slide, this is the number of internally displaced people who are displaced by conflict and violence in PNG. Guess what? It's going through the roof. Does that surprise anybody? Put your hand up if you're surprised by this slide. Anybody is surprised by this slide? No, not one person in this room. You have all felt it. You have felt how I don't want to exaggerate, but you've felt how violence is on the increase. Everybody feels less secure. People are changing their behavior all across this country because they feel less and less safe, because violence is becoming more and more unpredictable. Of course, you know, some things like the recent events in Angoram, you know, the extraordinary murder and rape of women and children especially, we simply can't understand it. I mean, we've no words. Our brains can't get around how an atrocity like that can happen. The ambush that happened in Enga earlier this year. How can such extraordinary levels of violence happen? But you feel it closer to home too. You feel it in your own sense of security for yourselves. PNG is a country where security is going down all the time. This is something that is felt across the region. You are not alone, but you definitely experience it here. Next slide, please. And the bad news is, it might get worse. There are factors that make the future potentially even more turbulent. So, your economy is a little fragile. It's highly dependent on agriculture. It's not very diversified. It's not yet climate-proofed. It's an economy which is quite dependent beyond agriculture on extractives and fossil fuels. A country like this, with the extraordinary biodiversity and the extraordinary forests you have, you should be reaping the benefits of being one of the most biodiverse countries in the world, having the world's third largest forest. You should be reaping the benefits of a green and blue economy and shifting to an economy where actually preserving your assets and leveraging your assets for the benefit of the world is what the country becomes famous for and actually generates its wealth from. That should be the source of your future wealth, not digging everything up from the ground. But that's not yet the PNG that we see. So you have, so your economy is not yet poised for the future. And you face the same triple planetary crisis that everyone else faces, with the threat to biodiversity, the threat to people from the impacts of climate change and pollution. You have the demographic shift, so you have a huge youth bulge, but I said before, you have a huge youth bulge, which could provide an incredible booster to the country. So the fact that you are one of the youngest countries in the region, if you were well-skilled, well-educated, you could drive, if you had a thriving economy and a diverse economy and a strong new blue and green economy, you could be driving an incredible acceleration that could make this country a miracle, and stun the world by this new young generation really catapulting through a green and blue economy this country to a new future. But that requires a big change that hasn't yet happened, is not yet really happening. And if it doesn't really happen, the alternative future is a huge number of dissatisfied young people who don't have jobs, who don't have a future, who've not yet been trained and educated, and who may actually themselves end up turning to violence or other futures rather than actually driving a great new future. So the question about what your generation will do, that balance and the leadership that you're able to exercise will turn the future of this country. You are also affected by global geopolitics. That may play to your advantage. The world sees PNG as very strategic. America is interested in you. China is interested in you. Australia is interested in you. You are seen at the center of the world stage. That's a good thing. It's good not to be ignored. But are you able to leverage that? Or could you end up being taken advantage of by big powers if you're not well enough attuned to how to be able to leverage that interest for your benefit and not for theirs? And there's quite a high level of debt in this country. So there's quite a lot of indebtedness, as many countries that come out of COVID find, that needs to be looked at going forward. So those are some of the challenges. So some warning signs and some reasons to think that the world will be more turbulent. I don't mean to make you feel depressed. I just want to make you realize the imperative, the importance of your leadership. And now let's talk about solutions. Next slide. So, okay, we're not going to talk about solutions yet. We're going to just remind ourselves about the existential threats. We're breaking planetary boundaries. I don't need to tell you this. Natural disasters are on the rise. I don't need to tell you this. You know, floods are becoming more common. Landslides are becoming more common, right? So, you feel it in PNG. You feel that the world has exceeded our planetary boundaries. You are paying the price. There are longer droughts. There are worse floods. So, next. So, now, onto the positive part. How will you make your future, right? What are the keys that, and so, of course, that's for you to decide, but let me tell you how we in UNDP see it. This, again, is for, this is, you know, the advice we've been giving to the whole region, but we think it's relevant for PNG too. So we think there are three things that need to happen to basically bring a human development approach back, right? To focus on human development, which means looking at all those different things that are not just income, not just money, but what money needs to buy, what you need to do with your money. So the first thing is a stronger focus on human development. The second is changing the growth strategy, the growth model. And the third is the way you make change happen, governance, leadership. And that's going to be my parting, you know, the last thing I'm going to talk to you about, because that's really where we talk about the kind of authentic leadership that we will need from you, that you will need to show as you help this country in its transition. Now, next slide. Next slide. You have a little pause. Next slide, please. Okay. Mainstreaming human development, so as I say, it's about, you know, it's about a bigger focus on addressing inequality, social inclusion, gender equality in this country, right? So we need to make sure that when we are talking about, you know, about growth and industry and economic development, you know, we need equally to make sure, is that money being translated? Is it addressing, is it benefiting women and men equally? Is it going into public services? Is it going into health? Is it going into education? Okay, overall, gender inequality is decreasing, but yet again, guess what? So the Pacific used to be the second most gender unequal area in sub-region within Asia Pacific. In other words, South Asia, you were pretty much the worst in terms of gender inequality. And I say this, I'm delighted to see so many women in this audience. So I think that this gathering and this generation is going to change this round. But this is the history that you've come from. So back in 1990, you would look around this region and you would say, gender inequality is terrible in the Pacific and worse than almost everywhere, but it's even worse in South Asia. Oh my goodness, they're even worse. And what happened? They made more effort to address gender inequality than South Asia than happened here in the Pacific. And now the Pacific is the most gender unequal area in the Asia Pacific. Now at the same time, you got better. The trend is downwards. Gender equality has improved in the Pacific. Just it improved faster everywhere else, and now you are the laggards. That needs to be changed. Next slide. Next, okay. So, and again, these slides are just about how much are your countries investing on human security? In other words, things like, you know, social safety nets, education, health, things like that. So you can see in this graph here, I won't spend too long, but basically speaking, you know, high-income countries spend lots of money on health and a fair amount on education, and they don't spend too much of their money paying interest on loans. So you see if in high-income countries, that green dot shows like 8% of GDP is spent on education, 4% on health, and they spend very little, just 1% on paying back loans. When you go to upper middle-income countries, it shrinks. You know, the education is down to 3%, health is less than that, and they're spending more on income, interest. But when you go to lower and lower income, middle-income countries like PNG, you see, unfortunately, these countries are spending more on interest than they are on health and education, and they're spending far too little on health and education. And when you look at PNG, PNG is spending, you know, almost 3 times as much paying off its debts than it's spending on either education or health. 2.7% is just going to pay off loans. Only 1.1% is actually going to pay teachers. Only 1.7% is going to pay hospitals. And that's why you have the struggle with education and health services that you have. Next slide, please. And then we need to think about future generations. And I'm sure that you feel this very, very keenly yourselves, right? So you know where we are. Again, this is not, PNG is not the problem here. PNG is the one that is experiencing the problem. You know how much CO2 emissions. And I told you how climate action was going backwards in Asia and Pacific as a whole. This is not contributed to by PNG. You are a net zero country. But look how much CO2 emissions have been increasing in Asia Pacific because of all those countries, Australia, China, Vietnam, many others who are continuing to bring new coal plants on stream, even now, right? Even now. So there's a lot to be done around that. Next slide. So basically these slides are just making an obvious point, which is, you know, we basically just need to get the blue and green economy going, right? We need to make the shift. As I've said, in PNG, there is something that you as leaders need to do. This country is still, you know, very much depending on its mines, on oil and gas and things like that. There is still far too little happening to create a new economy based on leveraging, you know, leveraging extraordinary coral reefs and fish stocks and mangrove forests and the natural forests and preventing deforestation, right? And actually leveraging and using international methods to get climate finance, you know, to preserve and step up, you know, the preservation and conservation of your extraordinary biodiversity and your extraordinary rainforests. And you all know that. That is a policy shift that is not happening fast enough in this country. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is just how you would get to a green and blue economy, but you all know that. The question is how you do it. Next slide, please. And this is really just coming back to this last point. This last point, which I want to just focus on a minute, is really about governance. I mean, the point is this. This is where it really, the rubber hits the road for you as future leaders. So we've talked about where the country is and where the country needs to be. What I want you to reflect upon, you know, among yourselves and individually is, why is it not happening here? So the question is whether the country has the kind of governance it needs to be able to achieve these shifts. These shifts need, you know, they need a development-minded state. They need a state, a well-functioning state and government that has this kind of development trajectory in mind. I mean, PNG has undergone an extraordinary progress. And look, you know, you're a very young country. You're a very young country. You know, you're not yet 50 years into independence. But the challenge of creating a developmental state, building a developmental state, and I think some of you were at the Voice Inc. event on Wednesday, right? Because I know some of you, because I know some of you, and I saw you there. So I don't know, how many of you were at the Voice Inc. event on Wednesday? Okay, so there was an event, and there was the speech by Professor Matt Andrews, right, about how you build capabilities of a modern developmental state. This is a really important and interesting question for everybody in PNG to ask themselves. Because, you know, you had a big transformation. You know, you were not a traditional modern developmental state that could set kind of, you know, policies around education and health and so on. You know, you've emerged from your extraordinary diversity, you know, the 1,000 different tribal groups and the 850 languages that are your culture, and a very rich and powerful culture it is. But how to harness all of that, you know, how to come together to create a developmental state which prioritizes human development and makes the shift to the blue and green economy. You know, and the answer, somebody could say, yeah, but we've done that. Look at our constitution. The constitution is brilliant. You have one of the world's most beautiful constitutions. It's incredibly well set out. And so somebody could say, yeah, no, what are you talking about? Look, we have a government, we have courts, we have ministries, departments, provinces, we have everything. We have all the trappings of a modern state. So why isn't it working? I mean, I'm not going to answer that question for you because you must answer that question for yourself. But why isn't it working? But when you think about that self, think about the quality of leadership that's needed, right, for that state to work. There's a big difference between being a community leader, a tribal leader, and being an elected leader. They're quite different things. They're quite different accountabilities. You have very, very strong cultures about what's expected from a community leader. The question is, when people become elected as politicians, as ministers, right, as governors, as MPs, have they made the transition from what's expected from them as a community leader to what's expected from them as a national leader, governing in the interests of the country and bringing development, you know, to not just to their own community, not just to their own tribe, but to men and women across their whole country? And what is that shift? And to what extent are the communities themselves holding people back on that? I was speaking to Minister Theonilla, who is the Minister for Community Government in Bougainville, in the area where the Panguna mine is, and she said, I have to educate my community, right? She was elected by the people around the Panguna mine, and she is, you know, so she's now an MP and a minister in the Bougainville government, and she said, I have to educate the people to my constituents, because they just think, okay, she's now a big woman. Like if you can have a big man, you can have a big woman, right? She's a big leader. She has access to power. She has access to resources. But she comes from our tribe. She comes from our community. So we can use her car. She should pay for our house cries. She should do this. She should do that. And she has to turn around to them and say, I was not elected, to give you my car, to pay for your house cries. I am not elected. The money that I can access through government, the influence I can access, it's not for my community. I love my community and I will serve my community. But as an elected leader, I have a higher and different duty. It's a different kind of leadership that she has to show. For those who were there on Wednesday, you heard Honorable Marsh Nawalek from Wawaria district saying the same thing. He said, he decided to be very open. He was elected as member in his district. He carried out a survey among everyone in his district about what they needed. And he said, and he had to learn some ground rules. And one of his first ground rules is, I am not using, every MP has money, right, that they can use for their community. I am not spending this money on house cries. Huge pressure, right? I mean, you know how it is. The cultural pressure, house cries are extremely expensive. How can families afford them? You turn to a big leader, you turn to a big man, you turn to somebody with resources to help you through the obligations on your family for a house cry. It's perfectly natural. So every leader gets those kind of, those calls from everybody in their community to pay for house cries. I will not do it, he said. He had a huge amount of abuse and backlash, but he stood his ground. Because how can he be an elected leader for all his constituencies and actually looking at health and education and the things that his constituents need if he is giving all his money away to everybody in his community who need, they have understandable requirements. He has to educate them. He cannot meet those expectations. There needs to be a big transformation of leadership. And, and I tell you, in the Highlands, I came back from the Highlands last week, and, they say, people go on about all this tribal conflict in the Highlands as if we were kind of, some kind of savages from the ancients, and then we just can't. It's not true, they said. The point is this: politicians are competing for power, and politicians are using their tribes to kind of, drive the competition. So the tribal conflict is not just like crazy communities fighting each other. The tribal conflict is politicians using their own communities to do their fighting for them. And so, one guy last week said to me, and it really made me pause, and I want you to think about this. He said, what is the government bringing us? Wouldn't we be better off just going back to the way we were? All we get from the government is politicians from our area coming and actually driving tribal fight and causing death. And more using their money to bring in weapons. We used to do it with bow and arrows, but the politicians, they're paying for gunmen, they're paying for guns, they're paying for ammunition. So they're making the conflict more deadly, and they're making us fight their fights for them. So, I don't see the new hospitals, I don't see the schools, I don't see the teachers, I don't see the government bringing us those things. I see the government just bringing us conflict because all these, political big men are fighting each other. Now, that's just his view. It's not my view. Maybe wrong, maybe wrong, right, maybe wrong. But it made me think, when people on the eve of your 50th anniversary are actually saying, we'd be better off without the government, we'd be better off going back to the way we had, that can't be right. The system you had before had many virtues, but it cannot manage the transformation to a green and blue economy. You need a modern developmental state to achieve the acceleration, transformation, and skills, But if it's not serving people now, that's the great challenge that you need to take on as leaders. And you need to start by having a clear sense about how you would need to lead differently. And you need to be educators, and you need to educate your own communities and your own parents and people around you about the change that will take. and about the change of expectations. And you need to bring your whole country, your family, your community with you when you change everyone's thinking about what the future is for PNG and change the way that the country is led and governed. And I'm not saying any of this to criticize people. It's very, very difficult to make that change. And I have profound respect for the leaders. I mentioned Marsh Nawalek, Honorable Theonilla, Governor Rufina Peter. I mean, there are many, many governors as well. I mean, I have many respect for people who are trying to make that change, but it's a huge effort, and every single one of you in the leadership you will be showing in the future needs to be part of that change. So I want to just say, I'm still, with all of you here in this room, I'm optimistic that this country is going to look so different in 20 years' time because of the way you are going to change it. So I want to thank you in advance for the change that you are going to bring and the leadership that you're going to bring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas Booth. I think that's a powerful discussion. We really did get a lot from that. He really did point out most of the issues that are affecting our culture, our society, us as youths as well. I think most of the countries 20 years behind has been taking a step forward, whilst we've been taking a step back. So now that we're trying to, change the system and step ahead, we're fighting with negative numbers. You see that? So, but there is a new hope coming from the horizon, and it's starting here. Seeing the youths that are in this building right now, seeing the people that are here to show the support and the talk, I think the system is changing. Not quite at a fast pace, but we're getting there. And every stream that comes fast starts from a little small droplet, right? And this is a massive splash. So congratulations on that. And I see a bright future coming. I think we should give a round of applause for that. Mr. Booth mentioned something about the Highlands, and it has touched me. The reason why is because I myself am a Highlander, and it is very true. Politics has, I think I'm a youth, and I think this is a stage that's been given to me, so I would like to make the statement. Politics has really driven my homeland down. It's because we have nothing to lose, because there's no houses, there's no car, there's no stability in the family. What's the next thing you look to? Politics. Money comes from there, so you immediately turn to it. I think if you have a lifestyle and something to lose, you wouldn't choose politics, because from that it influences violence. You wouldn't want your house burning, right, or your business or your car. So I think with this change coming in, and the youth who will be parents in the future, with this kind of mindset, we will be more drawn towards a positive energy into helping ourselves, and leave the politics to those who've actually, studied what is causing the problems in society. So that is the feedback from me. Thank you, sir. We will be going for lunch, but I've received word that Governor Pauspakow is here. But if he would like to make a statement, I would allow that. But if he's not here, then I think we've all been seated for long enough. So we deserve a little lunch break. So I'll call for you guys to go out, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll continue our session. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm very happy to take a few questions. So if anyone wants to ask a question, stick up your hand. Otherwise, we'll have lunch. Okay, so do we have a second microphone, or shall I just? Yeah, there you go.
Yes, we do.
Good day, everyone.
My name is Reddy Kwamar. I'm from the chemistry division, UPNG. I'm a lecturer there. I've been with youth for a very long time. I am patron of one of the youth group in PNG, which has a connections right throughout every province. And we do a lot of community work every year. So I do recognize the need to actually harness the youth in our community to make the changes that is required. My question is this: you talked about poverty. What definition do we go by here in poverty? Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to encourage you all, when you go back home, to turn on your computers, if you can find access to a computer or just your phones, and just look up, look up multidimensional poverty, the Oxford Multidimensional Poverty Index, NPI, right? That's the best definition of poverty that we have. And the point is that it's not just about your, income. It's about your access to, it's about your food security. It's about the food you eat. It's about the education that you have. It's about, the quality of your water, the cleanliness of your water. It's a multi-dimensional, indicator. And people sometimes say to me, you talk about poverty and you say the poverty level as such, in PNG, but we're not poor. We have fantastic we have fantastic gardens, when we, in our homes. But even though actually, so PNG is fantastically fertile, and there is a fantastic amount of opportunity for agriculture, and agriculture is the mainstay, but there's still very, very high levels of stunting in this country, which means children are actually being malnourished. And so actually the reality is that even though this country is very fertile, a lot of people are living on very poor diets with very low level of nutrition, and they are not able to access adequate levels of food security. We're actually having a UN dialogue on food security. I think even today you're missing it as we speak. So, whether you're looking at access to healthcare, if you're looking at access to education, all of these indicators are comparatively quite low. So it's on that definition of poverty that I think that in terms of multidimensional poverty, I think that the poverty rate in PNG is something like 56%. It's very high. It's very high, because it's really down to that. I told you that we define human development as the power to be able to make the choices about how you live your life. And if you don't have the education that you need, if you don't have a job, if you don't have health care, you don't get to make choices. You don't have choices. You don't have meaningful choices. If you are subject to gender-based violence, if you are tortured because somebody's died, some big man has died in the community, and someone's looking for someone to blame, and they decide you're a witch. They bring a bamboo man, a glass man, who the bamboo stick points to you, and they say you're a witch, and you start to be tortured. What choices have you got in a world like that? So many factors in PNG are actually taking people's choices away. Some of them just about the lack of services, some of them about the failure to develop enough livelihoods, the failure to invest enough in developing new livelihoods, based on harnessing the incredible biodiversity, both marine and terrestrial. Just not investing enough in developing new opportunities. People talk about the incredible amount of climate finance that is waiting to come into the country. They say $400 million of climate finance is waiting to come in. But you need to create an enabling environment for it. People say that this country could be an incredible tourism destination, and it could. But until you make this a safe place where people are not worried about crime, and you actually fix the airline so that so people can afford the flights and they leave on time, who's going to come here as a tourist? So, there's so many people in this country who live in beautiful things, and they would, if the environment were right, imagine how many people would jump to make their lives from tourism, and they could create, they could make their homes available for homestays, they could build hotels, they could build restaurants. But they can't do that if the infrastructure isn't there, if the roads aren't there, if the airports aren't working, if the airports are being destroyed by tribal fights. Mendi. Not even tribal fights, political fights. Mendi, luckily now the airport is open up again. Once a week there's a flight. All those years that you couldn't fly into Mendi because, a political fight led to people burning the airport down, and so all of these fights, and the violence is so destructive. We've been investing in communities in Enga, and I've seen extraordinary stories in communities in Enga where people have been taught to grow coffee seedlings, and they've been told how to plant cocoa in the shade of new trees and plant new trees as part of reforestation. They've done wonderful things, and then these tribal fights, which, like I say, are kind of linked to political contestation. So I don't blame the communities. These tribal fights are destroying our investment, their benefit. The stuff that we build up, it gets burnt down again. There is a wasteland between Wapananda and Wabag. And in that wasteland, is a beautiful center where women used to process, they used to grow, ginger and garlic and turmeric, and they used to process those into spices and send them down to Port Moresby, and they got good wages from those things until the tribal fight burnt it down. So these are the things, like conflict is driving poverty. Lack of opportunity is driving poverty. Lack of investment in the conditions to rebuild the economy in the country are driving poverty. So all of those things are part of the poverty in the country, sir. Okay.
I just want to thank you, sir, for the beautiful answer. On behalf of my beautiful wife and myself, my wife, by the way, comes from Samoa. You talked about Samoa. And I've lived in Fiji part of my life. So I know what you talking about in terms of those little countries. One of the things is that they have different culture. They have a very close-knit cultural ties that actually helps to the development processes. But thank you so very much for this answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, a couple more questions before lunch. Anyone else like to ask a question? Okay. Can someone take a microphone around? I'll take a couple more questions. At least one question is going to come from a woman, because I can't talk about gender equality and only take questions from men. But for the moment, sir, so the next question will come from a woman, but you can ask yours in the meantime.
Thank you. My name is Campon, by the way. I'd like to just direct a question to Mr. Booth. I'd like to put it this way. As speaking on behalf of my colleagues here, as all of us, we are youths, and we are doing something back in our local communities or maybe in the city. I'd like to direct this question to Mr. Booth regarding UNDP, as you represent UNDP here. So you've presented on your presentation something about what the research done by NDP or UNDP about the statistics and how Papua New Guinea is in the Asia Pacific. Things like poverty and human insecurity, food insecurity, all these stuff that we are facing in the country. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Booth, is UNDP actually have some kind of engagement programs and support that youths here could engage with UNDP to go out back into our communities, into cities and towns to make an impact? And the other thing is, I was trying to say something, what was it? Right. Yeah, so you've mentioned about you've been recently engaged in Enga, I guess the landslide that has taken place up there. So we would like to know, is UNDP only engaged up in the Highlands region or also to the other regions in the country? Because every part of Papua New Guinea is actually facing all these issues, such as food insecurity, there's not quality education being there in communities. So I want to ask Mr. Booth, is UNDP present in all provinces across Papua New Guinea or only certain provinces or region in the country? Thank you.
Okay, good question. Now, and thank you, because you're giving me a chance to plug my work. I was quite deliberately not going to tell you everything we were doing, because I thought you were going to say, oh, God, this guy, he just came along just to sort of like brag about what UNDP does. And that's not why we invited him. So I consciously didn't do that, but now you asked me to, I'm going to do it. So, right, so very, very briefly. So we have our country program, you know, I'm going to be very summary. We have four areas of focus, right? And in each area, our engagement's a little bit different. So the first is around gender equality. We put that first, right? Because, you know, until we actually enable half of this country to have the same opportunities as the other half, there's no way of moving ahead. And this country, you know, you have some of the highest levels of violence against women, both directly through domestic violence, sexual violence in conflict, sorcery-related violence, which almost only affects women these days in PNG. So gender equality is like our first and foremost, that's our first thing. What do we do about gender equality? We work with the government, the DFCDR, to provide grants to NGOs which are running safe houses for victims of survivors of gender-based violence and sorcery accusation-related violence, and we're training them because they are a neglected sector. I mean, we don't try and do everything in UNDP. No one can do everything, right? We have many other actors. The Australians are extraordinarily big, engaged in the future of PNG, so is New Zealand, so is America, many others. So we look for the gaps. So in relation to gender equality, one of the big gaps is that actually safe houses are critical to look after survivors of gender-based violence and sorcery accusation-related violence, but they get no government funding, or they didn't used to get any government funding. And they got no training. They were run by volunteers who are risking their lives to rescue and look after women who are subject to the most horrific abuses. And they're doing incredible and heroic work, but they do so, you know, there's huge trauma. Everyone in the Highlands tells me about the trauma that they face. But this work, we do it here in Moresby, not just in the Highlands. We do it in the Highlands. We do it in Moresby. We do it across the country. But there's this huge burden of trauma, and that the volunteers who are running these safe houses, they're not prepared. They've not been trained to counseling. They don't know how to relieve that trauma. They themselves experience trauma from the burden of the work they do saving these women. So we provide them with training, and now what we want to do is work with the government to come up with a proper framework for safe houses. That's one of the things we do. We work on empowering women leadership, because in this country, where you have, 118 MPs now? I think you have 118 members of parliament. It goes up and down a little bit. You have 118 members of parliament. How many of the 118 are women? Anyone like to tell me? Someone shout out a number. 3 out of 118. What is that in percentage terms, right? It's 3%. 3%. That is right at the bottom of the world scale. There are countries in the world where there's actually a majority of women parliamentarians, not many. There are many countries where there's 20, 30, 40% of women parliamentarians. You are at 3. That is the world's worst. That's got to change. And that was an improvement. In the previous parliament in 2017, not a single woman, not one. My goodness, 5 years in the national parliament without a single woman MP. Unbelievable. Not seen anywhere else in the world. Yes, so guess what? We are prioritizing women's political participation. We are helping women leaders, and you have incredible women leaders. We are helping women leaders have the support and the training and the backup and the strategy to get into parliament, both in the national parliament and in the House of Representatives in Bougainville. So we do a lot of work around that. So those are some of the things we do in gender equality. That's not everything, but that's just a few of the things. The second one is about peace building and governance, right? So you already know one of the things we do on governance, because you've had Dr. Alma with you all morning, and you know we have a big project around a big portfolio around anti-corruption, around transparency and accountability, and working with civil society on being able to hold the government to account, access to information, you know, and supporting whistleblowers. Because I've talked about how the governance system needs to change. And one key part of that is getting more transparency about where the money is going. And if it's not going to the right place, helping people to wave a flag on that. So that's a very big area of work, and generally on strengthening civil society, which is really critical part, plays so many important roles in this country and needs support. So Dr. Alma's leading that work. And you've heard about that work from her. And then the peace-building work. So the peace, and that work is across the whole country and in Bougainville, right? So we support the national institutions, and we also go and work in Bougainville on that work. And then we have the peace-building work. And yes, the peace-building work does focus in two areas. It focuses on the highlands, particularly on Enga, Hela, Western Highlands and Southern Highlands. And it focuses on Bougainville, and they're two different things. So in the highlands, we're really looking at how do we really bring a development dividend that actually brings people livelihoods and resolves tribal conflicts and gives, relieves trauma and addresses gender equality and all of those things together. And then in Bougainville, of course, we are trying to support the post-referendum process. Bougainville, as you know, it had a civil war in the 1990s. There was a peace accord. That peace agreement is still in place. But the future of Bougainville still hasn't been decided, even though in 2021 there was a referendum in which 97.7% of people in Bougainville said they wanted to be independent. But Bougainville is still not yet independent, and we still don't have an agreed pathway. And we want an agreed, peaceful pathway for Bougainville. So those are two things we work under item 2, and that's also not just supporting that. When I say that supporting that pathway, it also means supporting the women and men of Bougainville to have livelihoods, to have futures, strengthening the government, because whatever Bougainville's future is, it's clearly going to be extremely autonomous, let's put it that way. Whatever final political settlement is, it needs a lot of help in moving towards its future pathway. So that's the second thing. The third is economic transformation. I talked about economic transformation, right? We need the transformation to a green economy, to a blue economy. When we want to regenerate development, when people come back to an area where there's been a conflict, they come back to an area where, like, everything's been destroyed. The crops have been destroyed. They have nothing. So when people are displaced, when we're trying to help them come back after conflict, we need to help them with new livelihoods. So we need to work, and especially we need to work on livelihoods for young people, because we said youth unemployment is so high in this country. So we particularly focus on creating new jobs and training for young people. That's the big focus under number 3. And the fourth one is around climate and environment. Partly we actually have to work on humanitarian crisis, but the point is, when you have all the disasters here, the many droughts, the many floods, the landslides, part of the problem is that, yes, people, they're not well enough prepared to deal with them. So when there's a drought, people haven't been given the tools and the resources to be able to preserve food, before the drought comes, so that when the drought comes, they can still carry it to eat. The food is going to rot if they don't know how to look after it. When a drought comes, they need to know how to preserve water, so that before the drought hits, they've been able to save water and are able to use it safely during the period of the drought. So we need to help people with the coping skills, coping with resilience. How do they get the early warning signs of disasters to come? How do they actually build themselves up to be able to deal with the shocks? Because with climate change, whether we like it or not, there will be more floods, there will be more droughts, and people need to be given the skills to cope with those. So those are some of the things we've done under Area 2, and we do them in different provinces across the. So, for example, blue economy, we don't do that in the highlands. So there's no sea there. Blue economy, we do it, for example, in Western East New Britain. We work on cocoa in Western East New Britain. We work on peace in the Highlands and Bougainville. So we work in different provinces on different things. That's a snapshot about the stuff that we do there. Come and join us. We are actually in discussion with Bradley and Lavantia and other people about opportunities to kind of bring people into our work as interns or as junior consultants. And we are committed to find more opportunities for young people to come and work with us, learn about what we do. And some of the best people in my office came as young people, as interns or volunteers, and they stayed, and they're now some of the most, extraordinary people and right at the heart of the work we do. So I hope you'll all come and, come into my office and work with us sometime. We'll find ways for you to do that. Thanks. And now I'd like a question from, one last question from someone. I think it's time that a woman gets a chance to ask a question.
Sorry, sir. I think that question that our young brother asked really did poke the hive and all the bees came out. But our time does not allow us to go further.
Not even one question from one woman.
Okay, I think
gender
equality here. Let's give it a roll, eh? All right, darling, go ahead.
I'm Crystalline Steven, and I'm a Kectil colleague 2024. So my question here is about the SDG. So if the PNG is not performing well according to what you presented, so if the goal is not achieved by 2030, then what will happen? Is it going to, are they going to extend it or, yes?
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, I don't think, I don't know, I'm probably not allowed to say that. It's going to be very difficult to achieve the SDGs by 2030. We're going to have a reckoning when we reach 2030. We didn't achieve, so before the SDGs, we had the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs. And we achieved a lot of them, but not all of them. So I guess the point is, for now, the focus is on acceleration and trying to meet the SDGs. And then we're going to see where we are in 2030. You know something? It may be that we have not achieved. Look, you look at that map. There's a good risk that we won't. Do you know that the current projection is that at the current rate, we would achieve the SDGs in 2065, 35 years late. So if it happens that we're not there by 2030, and it may, we will take stock, we will redouble our forces, and we will set ourselves a new set of targets for the period after that. All right. Thank you very much for your patience. It's time to go have lunch.
Dr. Booth, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. For our lunch, we have a lunch break performance. It's going to be a live painting that will be happening to my right. So I think after you guys go get lunch and a couple of things to drink, you guys can witness the live painting that is going to be happening right over there. All right, go ahead. We have an afternoon session coming up, so if you could, move around quick, and let's get this program on the way. All right.
Okay. I kept the third one really short, you see. Okay. All right. Am I allowed a bite to eat too, or shall I? Yes. Or shall I go? Shall I wait till I get home? Sure. Okay.
If you can pay attention to the screen, that is the live broadcast for the live painting that's happening.
United, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can keep wall. Kectil has been reaching out to all. Impacting life, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dream. Kectil has been reaching out to all. Impacting life, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive. Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this of liberation, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive. Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
just finished the very first Kectil conference for 2024. It was amazing. We had fantastic speakers here. I mean, world-class speakers talking to our Kectil colleagues in India. We had a huge buzz. The whole room was electric. We were talking about some of the most important issues facing youth globally. And I'm so excited about the Indian cohort. I understand that there's a great passion for Kectil in India. I'm hearing that there are more and more volunteers that are going to be connected with Kectil colleagues all over the world for their passion to talk about shared issues and become part of the Kectil family. So it couldn't have gone better. This is a wonderful start to 2024. I'm so impressed with everyone I met in India.
Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We be with different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can keep the wall. Kectil has been reaching out to all, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
We have just finished the very first Kectil conference for 2024. It was amazing. We had fantastic speakers here. I mean, world-class speakers talking to our Kectil colleagues in India. We had a huge buzz. The whole room was
Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can keep the wall. Kectil has been reaching out to all, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive. reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep it together. Let's keep it together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can undo our those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive. 'Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
We have just
Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to all, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep it together. Let's keep it together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
We have just finished the very first Kectil conference for 2024. It was amazing. We had fantastic speakers.
Can you understand? Can you understand what happened?
No. And she decided, from my understanding, that she wanted to change the position, so no one forced her. This was my understanding.
Yes,
So, but
you're right.
she just came. I mean, she came in the day after Turk left, and she took the lead, and she came to the office in the UNODC T-shirt. You know, so I was like, oh my God, I mean, like really provoking, and she was involved in all this, like Turk left for the UNODC and so on. So when even I wasn't here, you know, so it was just
never knew the Teresa when she was working for Dirk. Dirk thought she was wonderful. You only good things to say.
Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to all. Back to life, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive. 'Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive. 'Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
We have just finished the very first Kectil conference.
He's very valuable to us. He's doing a great job.
Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to all. Back to life, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive. 'Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive. 'Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let's
We have just finished the very first Kectil conference for 2024.
If you tell me, and I understand your point, but the pile of invoices is never going to end. You are never going to leave, and leaving and still, answering your emails every day is also not leave. So I know, so until you get somebody who you trust, you will never be able to take a holiday, and you need to do that. So get a deal on the side.
But I also a little bit, how to say, started speculating. I have to admit that I'm not sure if Adil has a chance to speak with you about the upcoming conference in Bhutan. Yeah, so I'm waiting for this decision, because it also depends on my leave and its duration and so on. So that's why, because now the deadline is so close. So,
Yeah, that's true. Well, you should check up with him about that.
it's easier for me to talk with you than with Adil, in general.
I think Adil is easy to talk to.
He looks like, but once we have on Monday, I don't know, he just, not by purpose, but he just managed to press on all my, sensitive points. But again, not by purpose or anything, but I think it's like cultural difference. Although he's very good, with the gender equality and very polite and so on, so I cannot imagine him screaming or anything like that.
Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can keep going.
Good day, everyone. Is everyone enjoying their lunch? Good. It's good that you're getting fed and ready because we have a long evening ahead of us. We'll be faced with 4 panel discussions for the rest of our program, but before that happens, I'm just going to give the stage to our fellow artists on this side. So here we have Jason Kukuso. He's been doing the live painting, as you've been seeing, yes. So two very talented artists. Please give him a round of applause. A wonderful painting he's doing, yes. So I'm going to invite my friend Warren Peter. He's going to come and explain a bit of the art that is actually showcased here. So please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you. We're here. I don't have much time, I think less than 10 minutes, so I'll just say a little bit about us. My name is Warren Peter. This is my colleague, Jason Kukuso and McDonald Yangu. We represent one of the small studios, an art studio in NCD. The name of our studio is Amako Art Gallery. So Amako is my native name. My father is from the Highlands region and mother is from the Milne Bay, Southern. So Amako in our native language, it means the guardian star. So that's my name. My dad tells me that this is your name. Warren is your school name. So my interest was in art when I was very small. So I started doing drawings since grade 1 coming up, and since 2000, when I was doing my grade 9, my father registered a small business and he named it Amako. So he presented it to me on my birthday and said, son, whenever in the future you are ready to do your work, this is a formal business that I registered for you. So that was back in, I believe, 2006 or 7. So I did further my studies into UPNG. I was an undergraduate since 2012. So I have to come back and help my fellow young youths back in my community in June Valley. So I started setting up running up small free art classes in 2018, 19, leading up to the COVID years, 2020 and 21. The outcome was very successful. I had a lot of small children coming and joining to learn basics of art and psychology of color. So as long as we give them the basics, they grow with it so they can utilize their potential and express it, whatever little that they learn. So far we have produced almost 2,000 plus drawings. We've sold almost 500 paintings for the past 5 to 6 years overseas. And we have 250 affiliated artists. The ages are between 5 years, and all the way going up. So we are always based at Rangeview Plaza, opposite Vision City. Every Fridays and Saturdays we are there. For new artists to come and affiliate and register with us, just come there. So we have membership forms, and normally when a new member comes and register with us, we give them 5 small blue books. They do their drawings, basic drawings. So once they're done with 5 books, we introduce them into painting. So they must train their hands to use pencil and pen before they go into mixing color and brush. So this is the simple process that we do to help our simple youths and our children in our community. So far we have been successful. We have attended almost 6 exhibitions, international exhibitions during the COVID year. We have attended the first and second PNG Contemporary Art Exhibition at the APEC House, and we're looking forward to this year, which is next month, September. Yeah, so it's a little about us. So we have brought almost 75 paintings to support the Kectil Global Conference, and we are so thankful for the host. We're thankful for everyone who have come to support this event, and it's about empowering youths and connecting talented youths with authorities that can support. So from the art perspective and circle, thank you. Is there any questions? I just put it on the floor. Anything that you, any one of you, any questions to ask in regards to art? If not, I think my time is up. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause for Warren. Thank you, everyone. So I assume everyone is well fed and ready for the next 4 panels. So our next discussion highlights the topic of males as promise keepers, ending gender-based violence and female reproductive health. Now, I'm not going to talk too much about this. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to invite our moderator up on stage. So please give a very warm welcome for Mr. Azim Youssef.
Thank you very much. Hope everyone is enjoying and you had a great lunch. Is it so? Okay, that's good. So now we are going to have a discussion on a very sensitive topic. These issues currently we are facing in developing countries most of the time. So with me, 3 panelists are going to be join us physically, and the 1 panelist going to be joined remotely. So we have with Dr. Gina Dona, which is he's what? So yes. She's the Deputy Country Representative of the United Nations Population Fund in Papua New Guinea. And in her role, she is dedicated to advancing UNFPA's mission of promoting sexual and reproductive health. Moreover, Dr. Donna's work involves managing and implementing programs that affecting women and young people, and moreover empower youth to participate in decision-making process, and her leadership qualities and commitment to these causes contribute significantly to the success of UNFPA's programs in Papua New Guinea. So the second panelist would be Joshua Lato, and Joshua Lato is the National Coordinator of YPR PNG, an influential youth-driven education network affiliated with YPR Asia Pacific. His organization is dedicated to creating educational programs that address crucial issues such as sexual and reproductive health, HIV, gender-based violence. His commitment to social change and youth empowerment drives the organization initiatives and contributes to the overall well-being of youth across Papua New Guinea. So, with the put up your hands together and welcome our both panelists, Dr. Joshua and Darwina Doma, please. And our third panelist, physical panelist, is Dr. Annie Bokon. Please come on the stage. Dr. Annie is a skilled medical doctor with a specialization in global health. She is over a decade of expertise in clinical medicine, global health strategy, and pharmaceutical medicine. Her leadership extends to spearheading numerous international health initiatives targeting both communication and non-communicable diseases, and enhancing therapeutic access for marginalized populations. So please welcome on the stage Dr. Annie. And remotely, Ms. Sherry Knowles joining us. And as you know, Ms. Sherry is the founder and chairperson of the Kectil program. So before going forward, as I mentioned earlier, this is a very sensitive topic, and we need to have your involvement more than us. So I'm expecting you guys to be the equal part of this topic, and it would be a more discussion based rather just we are talking and you are just listening. So it should be a two-way communication for this session. Is Sherry joined us?
Yes, I'm on. Can you see me and hear me?
Edwin?
Can you ask Simeon to get me on?
So,
Maybe I'm on a different Zoom.
So let's start our discussion.
Can you hear me, Azim?
Yes, Sherry, we can hear you.
Can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you see me also? Am I on the screen, or you just hear
me? Can
me?
you please show the Zoom screen? Yeah, sure. Now, Sherry, we can see you.
Okay, hi. Well, the morning session has been fantastic. We've really enjoyed it. And as Azim said, we're going on to a very important topic. And as we heard from Nicholas Booth, a very important topic for Papua New Guinea, and that is male as promise keepers and ending gender-based violence. So that is a goal that Kectil is very seriously committed to. And we are so committed to that in 2017, we actually published a book. This is the Kectil book, and it was Youth in Developing Countries Speak Out. And it's about females in society. Can you see the cover of that book? Okay. It was published. It's actually on Amazon. You can buy it. Okay. And for this book, we asked, here, I'll put this on again so you can see the book. Okay. I don't know if you can see it. It looks like it's frozen in the back. There you go. You can see the book. Okay. So what we did was we asked essay questions to females and males in 60 developing countries, and we took their answers, we took the best essays and we published them in the very first Kectil book, because we wanted to know how females were viewing their role in society, and we wanted to hear how men were viewing the female role in society. And of course, we got very interesting, very candid answers. We did not publish people's names because we wanted, we were more interested in the females having an honest essay, honest discussion than we were with the names. So there was a lot of eye-opening discussion about gender violence and gender discrimination in the book. We had representatives from Algeria, Botswana, Brazil, Cameroon, Colombia, Egypt, Ethiopia, Ghana, Guinea, Guyana, India, Indonesia, Israel, Kenya, Laos, Lesotho, Liberia, Malawi, Nepal, Nigeria, Pakistan, Senegal, Somalia, South Africa, St. Lucia, Syria, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. All provided essays on female roles in society. So we know from anecdotal information, we know from what we've heard today in Papua New Guinea, and the attendees know, that women have a long way to go. I see we have Dr. Rena Dona here from UNFPA. And I'd like to ask you, Rena, about the work you're doing for UNFPA. Tell us about what you see and what you're trying to do through the United Nations. And we appreciate your work.
Okay. Thank you, Cheryl. Good pela afternoon, Olgeta. I was here since this morning, so I saw the interaction. But first of all, let me thank Kectil for inviting UNFPA. So the support that we're giving right now for technical assistance for the census, and as you know, the Prime Minister just announced that the census the results will be out by end of the month. No? That's what I saw quoted in the newspaper. So technical assistance we provide to the NSO to ensure that the census follows international standards. So that's one area. But for today, thank you for inviting me as head of program. UNFPA is working on the sensitive areas of sexual and reproductive health, which also, of course, covers issues of maternal health and family planning, adolescent health, even menstrual health and men's health, HIV and STIs. And on the issue of gender-based violence, we are also helping not only in terms of response and also other harmful practices. We are also supporting in terms of addressing issues of sorcery, accusation-related violence. And where are we working? Of course, we do work with national government authorities at the national level, but we do have initial rollout sites in this 5-year country program, which includes all the regions are represented. So we have been to several provinces already, interviewing people in the community, including the young people. So I've been to Enga, Eastern Highlands, also Morobe, East New Britain, and Bougainville, and Central Province, and yeah, all our other sites under this New Country program. So very happy to be here and to share our thinking, our experiences, because we do bring also global knowledge, but just to say that we have also made sure that whatever it is that we provide support to is informed by the context. So later I will share with you what we are doing exactly in Papua New Guinea.
Oh, okay, thank you. Dr. Dona, I had heard a pretty alarming statistic that there was a report that a high number of women in Papua New Guinea have reported that they've been raped at least one time. And I'm just wondering how to process that and if the numbers are true. And I know you're coming up with a census, but can you respond to these high numbers that at least we see on the internet or that are being reported?
Yes, okay, thank you. So for the, officially, the data that is being used is the National Demographic and Health Survey. That's 2016 to 2018. Indeed, the numbers are alarming. And in many of, subsequent discussions, they're saying the numbers are continuously increasing. So these are, the data is there in terms of different kinds of violence. It's not just sexual violence, but also physical violence, also emotional violence. So it's in the DHS 2016 to 2018. And after the census, the next National Demographic Health Survey will be done, and you'll get an update. The challenge that we see is, of course, the issues of data, incidence, and prevalence. But this is being addressed. We have had the opportunity to send civil society, as well, of course, government, to training, capacity building that will help produce the data on prevalence and incidence, more recent data in Papua New Guinea.
Okay, would anyone else like to? So we have Honorable Parkop here. Would you like to make a comment about that question?
Is it online?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, we can hear you, but I don't know. He's not here.
Okay.
He's not present at the moment.
Okay. Okay. Joshua, are you on stage?
Yes,
okay, Joshua. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Joshua. Again, do you think the statistics are accurate? We see very high numbers, reported numbers of rape and gender violence in Papua New Guinea. Do you think those numbers are accurate? And if so, do you want to comment on why you think they're so high?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Kectil team for the invitation, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you for inviting the YPA team, and as well as some of my interns here as well. And yeah, I'm honored to be here. Thank you. Regarding that, I don't think we don't have any accurate violence, gender-based violence here. We don't have the NSO team. We don't have accurate data for we are using the whole from 2009, and previously the data has been collected through the census. They are holding on to it. We don't have any accurate violence, gender-based violence, because population are booming, and we don't know if we have if we have violence in the cities, major cities in our country, Port Moresby, Mount Agen, Leh, and the other centers, it will be there are forces there to help them sort out the issues. But how about the villages and the Arab rural areas? So I think the gender-based violence is not accurate because it hasn't been. I think true. Doctor has said. I think we have if we had updated data, then it will be okay. Like if we left the accurate number of the number of the violence, gender-based violence. So okay, thank you.
Yeah. Well, anecdotally,
yeah.
do you think
Cheryl?
anecdotally, even if you don't have the exact numbers,
Yeah. Let
do
me
you,
cite
are
the,
you,
sorry, Cheryl. Let me cite
Yeah.
the specific data in the demographic health survey, because this is also what the government is using. So that's the 2016 to 2018 National Demographic Health Survey. So the data shows that among the age group 15 to 49 years old, this is the reproductive age, no? 58% of women have experienced physical violence since the age of 15, and 28% have experienced sexual violence. So it is in the publication that has been issued. But the more alarming is what is also in the same publication, Demographic Health Survey, that about 70% of women and about 72% of men agree that violence from an intimate partner is justified under specific circumstances. So it becomes normalized because it's like acceptable given certain situations, like simple things like not ensuring that the children are clean and they took a bath that day, and the other is burning food. You can already be beaten by the husband. So these are captured by the Demographic Health Survey, and as I said, there will be a new one coming, so that will contain more updated data. Thank you.
Wow. So that's a deep cultural issue right there. Enable Khan, I know you hail from Nigeria. Can you tell us about gender-based violence in Nigeria?
Yes, so thank you so much, Sherry, and I'm so happy to be here. I think that it's just a very important topic to discuss gender-based violence here. But just to also highlight that it's not just in Papua New Guinea that you experience this. This is something that happens in different parts of the world. So don't feel like it's a peculiar problem that we should not, shine light on it, because majority of these activities, they thrive in secrecy. When we did our research about, the situation in Papua New Guinea and in Nigeria, we see that the reason why it's perpetuating is because people don't talk about it. People are shy, it's a family issue. So when people are being battered at home, they say it's a family issue, don't interfere, those types of things. But that has been what has perpetuated that act, going on for such a long time. So just like Papua New Guinea, Nigeria is a developing country, and that's where I hail from. And of course, we have situations where there's patriarchy, so the man is the head of the home, and not everyone interprets that properly. So people just feel, because I'm the head of the home, I do whatever I want. I run my own household the way I deem fit, and that can also involve violence. So that, like she said, that intimate partner violence. So people feel it's okay if your spouse, the person you are seeing, your boyfriend, your fiancé, your husband hits you. Some people even interpret it as a form of love. So he loves you, that's why he's correcting you by beating you up and things like that. So it's really these types of, cultural-based intricacies that perpetuate these types of things. So yes, for a long time, Nigeria have also had, a high incidence of gender-based violence. But I would say now that, we are not out of the woods at all, but I think it's reducing now because more women are being educated, men are being educated. We have programs who are able to shine light on these conversations, like we need to talk about this. What happens in your home is not really just a private issue. It's not just a family issue. It's impacting your kids who will become husbands to other people, who become wives to other people. I mean, we have spoken to women who felt that if they were not battered by their spouse, then their spouse didn't love them. So they will actually break up with a normal person who wasn't beating them because they felt, if he beats me, then he loves me. So you can see how much trauma and damage has been done to that kind of a person who feels that they need to now associate love with violence. So those are the kind of things. So how do we start to, change those narratives? By conversations like this. is by talking about it, is by sharing your experience. You may not really have the confidence to share in an open space, but we opened, we had national hotlines where you could talk to someone confidentially and say, this is what I'm going through. And they help you out, It's in confiding with your friend or a colleague, rather than saying, oh, my sprained ankle was when I hit my hand somewhere. It's really because you were beaten, right? Having that conversation really changes, everything. And I think that in Nigeria, we are not out of the woods yet, but I think things are looking up because people are more educated now. People are talking about it, and that's the most important thing. So it's no longer considered a thing of pride to beat someone or to be beaten, but it's really something that now demands attention. So that's what I would say regarding the situation in Nigeria. Thank you, Sherry.
Wow. Yeah, that's, pretty deep and provoking to think that a woman thinks that it's a sign of love to be beaten up. That's a cultural perspective that obviously needs to change, and we hope that change is happening. Azim, so what's the situation on gender-based violence in Pakistan?
It varies in different areas. Like if I talk about specifically the province that is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, in that area they treat the woman is different. And where I live, the province Punjab, in this area, in this province, we treat the woman different. So in KPK, because it's very near to Afghanistan, so some of the norms and cultures are similar to the Afghanistan. Girls cannot go out for schooling, they cannot go out for shopping, they are totally dependent on their men, and they are not even, sometimes they are not allowed to go out from the houses. So they don't have the equal opportunities in the jobs and in the study and in other sectors. But in Punjab, we have equal opportunities for the women. If there is some announcement of the job, where the quota is mentioned for the women specifically, and some organizations are encouraged to apply the women. So Sherry, it depends on the areas, but in KPK definitely it needs to be improved, where the governments should take initiative to give the opportunity to the women as compared to men.
Yes. And I hear that in rural areas of Pakistan, not just in KPK, but in rural areas, we have some real challenges, including sometimes either honor killing or honor-based violence, where a daughter doesn't do what the father requests. Can you talk for a moment about honor killing and honor-based violence?
Yes, it happens most often in those areas, which are rural areas, and these are near to the KPK, which I mentioned earlier, that specific province. So if father decides to marry someone which he likes, and girls not agree to marry with him, and she has having his own willingness to marry with someone else. So in many of the cases, father kill his daughter just because of disobedient what he's saying. So it's in past it's a lot of cases, but definitely after that that type of father face the jails and the whole life, and government then take initiatives to courts are open for those people who wants to marry for their own wish. So there, yes, but as compared to that provinces where everything is open, where the law are more aware, people are more aware, and they have more access to the internet. So on those areas, these type of incident is very rare. But you are talking about the rural areas, which is very near to KPK and those areas. Definitely, they don't have much internet access over there. Even they don't have a coverage of the SIM cards. So yes, in those areas, these incidents happen time to time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, back to Dr. Dona. What is the government doing? What is the United Nations doing about gender-based violence in Papua New Guinea?
Okay, so for government, of course, there's a national GBV committee that works on this, and of course, it works with. There are also family sexual violence action committees across the country, and for SARV, there's also SARV National Action Plan. But as to what UN is doing, of course, UN is a development partner. It supports government in terms of ensuring that the GBV strategy is implemented as designed. And we are also invited as observers because mainly the committee meetings are led by government and with representation from civil society. So there are efforts, and of course, because much of the service delivery is centralized, so there is also, it's like a multi-pronged strategy that involves not only the health department, the provincial health authorities, but also the justice system, the police. So also, of course, civil society is also active at the ground level. So maybe just to connect that, an analysis of the gender-based violence is also done, and this is also in relation to other countries, but in Papua New Guinea, you can see that the root, one of the root causes is power inequality or unequal power relations, and the fact that many of Papua New Guineans have to have better appreciation and knowledge and belief on human rights. That's the other dimension. Women also must have that agency or the confidence to claim their rights, that they should not be, you know, if there are perpetrators of violence, they should not be, it's not something acceptable. Once gender-based violence becomes normalized, then that, you know, that will mean, that will be a harmful practice, and that's not really good. No? So we do have, for instance, support coming from, for instance, the U.S. Embassy, where we are helping young people be oriented on the Papua New Guinea Constitution. So we started off with Morobe and Hela Province, and we saw that many of the PNG youth are not aware of what is in the Constitution, what are their rights, the basic rights and the constitutional rights. And once they know about this, then they start asking questions on whether these rights are promoted, protected, fulfilled by the primary duty bearer government. So this is really just one of our efforts to make sure that, you know, young people are aware of their rights, and that all of this like violence is something that is not acceptable, not normalized in the community. So yeah, these are just some of the work.
So I've got two comments on that. One, to a certain extent, this also relates to the court system. In certain developed countries, like in the United States or in Europe, if a husband beats up a wife, the wife can call the police and put the husband in jail or take him to court, and he can have a really big problem. And not all wives choose to do that, of course, but that option is available. You could put your husband in jail for beating you up. And there are certainly many women in the United States who have put their husbands in jail for things like that. There are also courts that will, that's assault and battery. It's no different if you beat up your wife than if you beat up somebody on the street, you know. So you can get monetary damages even for that, because it's assault and battery. And I hope that more developing countries start enforcing those same kinds of laws. And I hope that more women realize that they have rights. And if they get beaten up, it's not okay. And I'm talking to all the women who are right here in this conference. It's not okay to have a husband who abuses you physically or mentally. And if you do, that needs to be reported. It needs to be reported to your family. It could even be reported to the police. I don't know as much about the culture of Papua New Guinea, so I can't go into that. But I know that in certain countries, that's actually assault and battery. It's a crime, and if it's not a crime, it should be a crime. Another issue that we have faced as the Kectil organization in Africa, because we're very active in Africa, is the issue of young girls getting pregnant from what we would call sugar daddies, about men who will come and maybe offer them a little bit of money. These are poor girls, and they'll offer them money or food or something, have sex with them, and then never see them again, disappear into the late of the night, and this poor girl all of a sudden is pregnant. And she never sees the man again, but now her whole life has changed because she has another human being living inside her. She's not married. Sometimes her parents will even kick her out of the house because they're ashamed by it. And it has lots of repercussions. And then, of course, if a woman of any age has a child and that child is taken away, especially because the child, the mother is a child mother, can't afford to take care of the baby, that leads to psychological problems of the woman because the woman's had a baby that's been taken away from her. And, women or mothers are not emotionally geared to having those children taken away from them. So what we did in the Kectil program is we started a campaign. It's a global campaign that's called Men as Promise Keepers. And what we have done is we've asked men to make a pledge. And we have advertised this for several years. And we've said that, and these are for men in the age of, 17 to 26. It's the Kectil-based age. And we've had webinars about it. We've talked about it. And the pledge is this. If you see a woman or a girl that you're attracted to, ask yourself one simple question. And that question is, if that girl gets pregnant, will you agree to commit to that girl and that baby until that baby is grown and create a family unit? And if the answer to that question is no, then you need to put your hands in your pocket and walk away. And we have had over 2,000 males from all over the world sign that pledge. And I think that's a really major contribution that Kectil has done. Now, have they all lived up to that pledge? I don't know, but they've signed that pledge, and that's in the back of their mind, and they realize that that's the wrong thing to do. And I think males in these countries that have this kind of culture have to realize that if they do one thing wrong one evening and they get a girl pregnant, that is one night for the male. That is almost virtual murder for the woman, for the girl, because the girl then has a baby that is either taken away from her or that she can't support. So I hope that all of the men in this room, I hope that in the Kectil program, we're going to have more people who are signing up to the Men as Promise Keepers. And I'm happy for either one of you, Dr. Dona or Joshua, to respond to our Male as Promise Keepers campaign. And we're going to be running it again this year. And in fact, Azim is one of the campaign leaders. And I think Ahmad is also. We're going to be running it again. So happy to have your comments on that.
Me first, and then I'll give you. So thank you, Cheryl. I was also about to say that, thank you for sharing that excellent experience that you have. We also have a publication, UNFPA, and I think exactly what Cheryl was saying about how men and boys should be engaged in this, on the fight against violence against women and girls. So we are, if you're interested, we'll give you the link to this very important document, because this is PNG context. So there are so many documents, other countries, but this one uses the PNG context. And just to highlight that in this particular report, it says what exactly Cheryl just said, the connection. In our topic, it's GBV and reproductive health. So the document highlights the fact that victims of violence can suffer sexual and reproductive health consequences. This includes forced and unwanted pregnancies, unsafe abortions, traumatic fistula, sexually transmitted infections, including HIV, and even death. So there is a connection between GBV and sexual and reproductive health. Okay, so Josh.
Thank you, Madam. I would just comment on regarding the gender-based violence. It will be a bit of a story type, so just I hope you guys go with me. We got like highlands and coastal. So like in the highlands, like the highlands men are like, they never just back down to any women. That is the fact. Like if the audience here could agree. So like and women stays under men's commando, like they are. It's not that like they are above the law, but it has been passed down from generation to generation, and we are like that. And in the coastal, it's different. Women are like they are entitled to the family. Like the men can go out and he can marry to a woman, and he might settle some elsewhere, but women will be the head of the family. So I think, yeah, that's like the two different, like we being as a Papua New Guinea, like with coastal and islanders. So I'd like to, what I want to say is like, it's you cannot tell a grown-up man to like behave like you cannot bash women, or you cannot have sex with a girl and then like you leave her like. It's happening, like it's currently, like at the moment, it's happening. Like married women.
What can we do about it? What do you suggest that should be done to protect women and to change that attitude?
Yes, thank you. So like it's happening, and men are into like they are for a pleasurable sake, like they're having sex and they are leaving the women, like they are getting pregnant, and that's like that. So like only the thing we would like to do is like we can advocate for like the young ones coming up. If we cannot change, we have a next generation coming up. So why not we go back to our community? Just nowadays, like in Papua New Guinea, like the leaders and grown-ups, women, people, they are looking up to the educated person, and they are rubbing shoulders with each other. But how about the younger ones that are coming up? They're gonna take us places, like in some time. So I would like to we can go back to our villages or the community schools, elementary or kindergarten. We can advocate for gender-based violence, and we can tell them, we can educate them more about what's happening. You cannot do this, you cannot do this. Because at the moment, like we cannot tell the younger, like the grown-up women and men to behave like that. So people, need time to change. So it is up to them to change. So best we can do for the betterment of tomorrow, we can advocate for education level, and make an awareness regarding gender-based violence.
I don't know. I think you might be selling men too short, because I think that if you talk to men and you talk to the families and you give the right message, that men of all ages can understand that people of both races have equal value. And it does take some time, but it's true. And it's a very, very, very important message. I see Guguni Niabati has joined us, and this is a subject that is very passionate for him. He is from Kenya. And I don't know, Guguni, can you join us? You obviously came in and you have something to say on the subject.
Thank you so much, Sherry, and thank you, everyone. First of all, I'd like to give my apologies, sincere apologies. I was supposed to join in at the introductory level, but I've had an internet outage for some reason. I couldn't join earlier. But I'm happy to be here and to follow in the discussions that are ongoing. I think this is a very, very important discussion because the two genders must coexist, and for coexistence to happen, there has to be peace involved in this subject. And just to comment on the Male Promise Keepers campaign, Kectil campaign, which I think was also inspired by events that happened when Sherry visited Kenya in a slum called Kibera. And she had an experience with young girls who got pregnant before they even got a chance to pursue their education. And essentially that was a way in which their life ended because they couldn't continue with their education, and they had now to take responsibilities which otherwise they should have avoided. My take actually on this subject is that, number one, education is very important, and education at all levels. And I think one of the best ways of learning is not speaking, but doing. Even as the distinguished gentleman is talking about educating the kids in elementary school and all that, most of the learning takes place from kids by what they see their elders and seniors doing. And I think there ought to be very, very good role models, senior men out here who are showing good example, not only talking about it, but also doing and saying what they've done to end this cycle of gender-based violence. And so I think this campaign calls upon not only targeting the men who are going against the right of women to be protected, but also the good men who are protecting those rights to come out and speak up instead of doing it in silence. So just like the campaign says that when you see another man do that, you ought to stand up and protect the woman who is being violated. You don't do that yourself, and also you educate others. So I think it's multifaceted way of approaching the problem, but not looking at it from one angle only. And doing is contribute significantly to addressing the issue. So men and women ought to coexist and work together, and men with the leadership role that they have or they have had in a very long time ought to use it for the benefit of the greater good of society. Yeah, so those are my comments.
Yeah, that's a great comment, Guguni. And, you know, one thing that we talk about in the Kectil program is we focus on the fact that males biologically have a protective instinct. They are the protectors. They're the fighters. They're the protectors. And it's very important for them to use that natural instinct they have, which is the protective instinct, strong protective instinct, to protect women instead of harm women. And so if you can change their view, and if you can say to the men in the community, your role now is to protect all the females in your community so that they stay healthy and get an education and are then able to be successful wives or business people or mothers or whatever they choose to be when the time comes. And so at that point, you're pushing the very best role of men, which is to be a protector of a community. And protecting the community doesn't just mean fighting. It means protecting the women as well as protecting the men. And it means protecting the women from gender-based violence. So I'd like to see every man in this conference become a protector of women. And you go out there and start scaring those men off. When you see the men going after either their wives or a young woman or getting someone pregnant, stand up and say, I'm going to protect my community. I'm going to protect my family. I'm going to protect all the women around me, the girls around me. And I'm going to take all of my strength and all of my genetics, and I am going to protect my community so I have healthy girls and women to grow up to be whatever they want to be. And there are a lot of different roles they can take. And I think that's so important. Nguni, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sherry. If you allow me to share a very short story, because it is very fresh in my mind from yesterday. I have a former classmate from university who graduated a year after me. And she had that issue of graduation because she got pregnant just 1 year before she could graduate. And for the past 8 years, I was speaking to her yesterday after we had spoken in May. She was in a very bad mental state when we talked in May, reaching out to me after a very long time. And at that time, she had issues with her business. But this time round, yesterday, we had like a 2-hour phone call. And in that phone call, she started telling me about how her life changed since she got pregnant. Number one is that the gentleman who got her pregnant refused to take responsibility and to acknowledge being the father of the child. So this meant that she had to raise the child by herself. Number two is that the family did not welcome the mistake that she did of getting pregnant before finishing her degree education. So this jeopardized the relationship that she had with the family, and they kind of considered her an outcast. She got mistreated by the brothers. Now, this is where even men got involved in a negative way. So the brothers who are supposed to protect and take care of her started mistreating her, telling her that you've gotten pregnant out of wedlock, you are a shame to our community, and we do not want you in our homestead. So she told me that she had to leave home without the degree and live with a 2-month-old baby, 2-month-old baby, to come back to Nairobi to start looking for menial jobs. And because of the shame that she had, she couldn't even reach out to classmates who had graduated and could maybe help her look for better jobs. So she was washing clothes for people and doing very, very menial jobs. And she told me that the son is now 8 years old since we finished school. And through those 8 years, she has gone through a difficult time. When she gets a job, she's unable to take care of the child and work at the same time. She has to carry the child to the workplace, where some workplaces do not allow for such children. So you realize that when you look at women, especially now, they have a lot of challenges when they experience these kinds of violation, especially early pregnancies and such like. So there are issues involved, like with creating workspaces that have got creche for children, for women who have children and they don't have supportive husbands. There are issues that I was discussing with her, like flexible work environment, where women can work not only 8 to 5, but can design work schedules that allows them to fulfill their responsibilities, but also take care of their children. Okay, I have 3 boys, and I've seen the workplace of my wife and how she has been managing, taking care of the family with my support, of course, and also with the support of the employer. There are also issues regarding safety for the mother in places where the child is at risk and all that, insurance for the kids. So when you look at a woman, protection of a woman, it goes beyond just the household. It goes to the workplace, it goes to the community. So I think these are important issues when we're talking about protection of women and kind of guarding the rights of women for the purpose of a better society. So it's not just about the woman, it's about the children who are born as well. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. Those are really, really valuable comments. And, I go back to the point that men need to be role models, because, there are other males of like age and younger age who are watching. As you said, what you do means so much more than what you say. And so there are men who are watching other men. There are boys who are watching men. They're watching how they treat women. And so, we challenged all the Kectil youth in Papua New Guinea and Africa and other countries and all developing countries. Be a role model. Be a role model. And I know this rings strong for Guguni, who now has 3 young boys, right? So you have 3 young boys, so it matters. But that's what you need to be. And you need to take all men, and I'm talking to every man in this conference, and I'm talking to anyone who's online. Use your protective instinct to take care of women. Don't hurt women. Take care of your community. You've got a genetic strength and a protective instinct. Use it for good. Don't use it for harm. Use it for good. And if you use it for good, all of a sudden other people are going to notice that. And when they notice you, you're going to stick out as a mentor, as somebody who's different, who's somebody who makes a difference, who somebody cares about the women in their communities. Anyway, we only have about 4 minutes left for this panel. Dr. Dona and all 4 of you, if you'd just like to give us 1 or 2 final words, and then we'll close up.
Okay, so for final words, I think I'd like to resonate with what you just said about leading by example, because many of these things we can already start today. For many of you who are here, confront your own personal attitudes, your beliefs and behaviors that discriminate and sanction violence against women and adolescent girls, and that we have to work with others, including, of course, men and women, boys and girls, to challenge and change harmful norms in order to stop this violence and achieve gender equality. So I think we have to start from home. Let's start with ourselves first. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Great words. Thank you.
I'll just comment or just in order to tackle gender-based violence and we should advocate for gender equity, the community engagement, like equal, women and men are working together. It will resolve the violence and the collaboration with stakeholders and youth empowerment. It's like earlier I mentioned that we should advocate the young ones coming up, and one of our speakers mentioned that we'll be a role model and a role model to the younger ones and coming up. So we have we Papua New Guinean, we believe and we have faith in our tradition and culture, and it is it's the only thing that is holding us back. So now it's changing. What is changing, and we are changing as well. So we are into technology advancement, and so I think it will be better for us to work collaboratively and for see the men can own up and be the men to support and being supportive to not just his wife or girlfriend, but they just working collaboratively with ensure that I have someone who is there and I need to respect and I think I don't know much to think.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cheryl, just two important points I'd like to leave. Sorry, I was not able to mention, but these are two critical points. No? First is that we supported government in doing projections, preparing projections for 2030 and 2050. Papua New Guinea will remain youthful. So the youth will remain as a predominant, or the youth bulge will stay in 2030 and 2050. That's the projection. So that's how important the youth force is. And second, try to reach out to the rural population with the same message, because 87% of the population of Papua New Guinea is in rural areas, and that is also the projection, that it will remain rural. It's not, you know, there is an urban population, but not like other countries. This is also a unique feature of Papua New Guinea. It's being youthful and also a rural population dominating the country. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, we're going to have to stop now because we have 3 more panels. And I know Annabelle Khan, you're going to be moderating the next panel. And so you could give just one sentence, just give 1 or 2 sentences, and Azim give 1 or 2 sentences, and then we have to stop.
Okay, thank you.
Because we're time constrained.
Yes, of course. So, I think the key thing that we should take away here is that it's normal to talk about these topics. Because, don't feel uncomfortable to say, oh, why are we discussing this? This is so uncomfortable. It's actually normal, because that's how we start the process of change. All the other countries who have been able to combat gender-based violence, it was because they talked about it. So let's start with that. It's normal. The next thing I will say is be an active participant. Check on people. When you see your colleague come with a black eye, ask what is going on. Are you okay? Push, just proceed beyond, oh, how are you doing? Really ask and be ready to speak up. So when you see someone treat someone else in a very rough, uncivilized way, speak up and do something about it. Be an active participant, because it all starts with us here. Like you heard Dr. Rhoda say, it's actually, Papua New Guinea has a very large youth population. So if you want to change it, it's not up to someone else, like the politicians or someone else to do it. It's us here as young people that can actually make that change. So let's be committed to that. Let's take our own role seriously by being active participants in ending gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And that includes women realizing, and including all of the females in this room, realizing it's not okay to get hit. It's not okay, to have somebody have sex with you without your consent. It's not, none of that is okay. Okay. And it's not, it's not okay. Okay. Azim,
just
do 1 or 2 sentences, and then we have to close.
Yeah, I want to share the short comment. Besides the male promise keeper, I think a parent should take this responsibility too while growing their son, to give them education how to treat the woman, and if they can mistake and they pregnant someone, after that what they should do. Definitely they should take care of her, take care of the baby, and take the full responsibility. And parents should support their son and should adopt that girl or woman with the kid. So this is also a responsibility of their parents as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Azim. Great comments. We could probably talk about this subject for the next 4 hours and have a big discussion, but unfortunately we have 3 more panels to go. So can you give a big hand to all the speakers? You did a wonderful job. Thank you so much for talking about a sensitive issue. We appreciate your comments. And I think that this is very meaningful. As we've all said, talking about it is the first step to fixing it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
And
everyone.
so Annabelle Khan, I guess you'll stay on?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, wonderful conversations. Did you enjoy that? Yeah, it was good, right? Yeah. It's good to have these conversations we talked about. It's always just, this is how it starts, right? Talking about it with your fellow young person who understands the context, right? Because really the future is in our hands. Now we're going to go into a very interesting topic, and it's something that is trending at the moment. We're going to be talking about STEM. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and AI, so that is also artificial intelligence. Is anyone on the floor who is science-oriented? Anyone doing an engineering program, technology? Great. Yeah, so that's good. We're going to have a fun deep conversation around that. And to discuss this topic, we have a few panelists. We have Dr. Kelvin Soli. Is he in the house? Please, if you are, please come on stage. I think he's the director of the Center for Future Now, and he has empowered over 100 plus schools to the use. He's self-employed, and he also, self-taught his daughters on, science and all of that and technology. So that's a wonderful one. We also have Ms. Vincent. She's a biologist, very experienced in terrestrial and environmental biology research. And yes, she's a sister to one of her Kectil executives here on ground. Do we have Ms. Vincent in the building? Don't leave me here by myself talking about science. If you are here, please do come on stage. And then we also have Ali Lin and Chi Joy Soli, who would also be discussing this wonderful topic. So yes, STEM has been talked about for a very long time now, for the last 5 years. So it's really wonderful that we talk about it now, see how the future of STEM will be like, and maybe what we can do to, make a difference. So thank you so much as you come up. Please let's put our hands together for her. Thank you for coming. Does it then seem like it's just two of us? If it is, then we're going to have a good time. How are you doing? Do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us a bit about your background, why you took interest in science, those types of things, yeah?
So, hi everyone. Thank you. As she mentioned, my name is Odniela. I'm a biologist, and I am working with a local consultancy firm for 1 year now, doing research and environmental impact assessment in various project areas in the country. I'm very thankful for this opportunity. I was one of the Kectil colleague who first Kectil participant in last year. Me, my sister, Remina Vincent, and Edwin, we went to Atlanta for the Kectil Summit, and yeah, I'm honored to be able to participate. So I took science because I think first of all, when I started back in primary school, I wasn't sure what to take. And I think my parents had my parents are here too, and I'm grateful for their support. And I also have some of my workmates here too. So I think my parents played an influential role in me taking up science, and then I realized that biology is an area that is very, I would say, that makes me, I just love environment. I love forest, and I'm from the highlands, and because of that, I decided to take biology. I think when I started taking up science, my main goal was to be a doctor. But that wasn't really my dream. And as I continued to venture into science, I realized that my dream is in biology, and I'm happy to be here to represent other fellow biologists and scientists in the country. Yeah.
So hip, 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 hooray for women in science. Yeah, that's really beautiful. So do you want to tell us, did you face any specific barriers when you were deciding to go into science fields? And what are the kind of stereotypes that would usually go around to say, like, why are you choosing to do this field, right? I mean, there are other careers that any person could do, but then if you choose to do something in science or in STEM, what are the stereotypes around that? Did you face any challenges, any barriers?
Yes. When I started taking science, studying science, the only thing that I was told back in primary was, when you take science, you'll become doctors and you'll become engineers. This was what I was told, and I was not introduced into like other areas of science or other fields in science like biology and chemistry and physics and mathematics. These are some of the areas that there are no awareness on different fields of science. So that's why, as I've said, when I started my journey in science, studying science, I was the main goal for me was to take up these other science courses, but I didn't know that there are other science courses that are there that have promising careers that I can take up as well. So there are definitely stereotypes around that, and there are no awareness of other science courses, especially in the country, being that 80% or 80+% of our population is still are rural based, and a lot of the children, a lot of the youths are not aware of these other career opportunities that science, that are in science, yeah.
So what would you say to young people who may have like on conventional path, maybe they're not so sure of what kind of careers that they want to pursue? Why should they consider a career in science or in STEM generally? What is the need for them, and would they be able to do it, right? Because again, like you said, a lot of stereotypes. So why should anyone pursue a career in STEM?
So I think I would encourage a lot of young people and a lot of our youths, and I would want to see a lot of youths in the country and a lot of children able to find a job in the future. That we know that technology is growing, and we need more people who are equipped with different equipped in science, in STEM, in AI, in all this, in order to find job. But not only that, to be creative. We have a lot of challenges that we are facing right now, a lot of issues, and in order for you to solve those issues, in order for us to solve those issues, we have to be innovative. And I believe in the space of STEM, it enables us to be creative, it enables us to think out of the box. I know that PNG, we have this standard-based curriculum. It's a present education curriculum in the country, and STEM curriculum has been introduced recently in 2020, and we have it was implemented through the National High School, the School of Excellence, through our national high schools, where we have the top students who are selected to do their high school before coming to tertiary institutions. So it was implemented in 2021. We have the first batch of students who were given the opportunity to study abroad under the STEM. And we have almost 400 students who will be going abroad to do their studies. So this is some of the these are some of the initiatives that the government is taking, but the government is taking. So I think the number is growing. The youths and when people are becoming aware of the need or of the various fields in science, there is growing interest. However, there are also challenges. There are also challenges. I'm the product of the former or the current curriculum, which is the standard-based curriculum, where we are taught to, we are mostly given information, and then we do rote memorization, and then we recite, and this is what we have been taught. But STEM is totally different, and it's very interesting, and I would like to see a lot of young people taking that so that they can be able to make changes, they can be able to bring about innovative solutions to the issues that we are facing. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. So while we are asking our questions, please feel free to share your own questions. You can write them down on the notepads you have on your table and pass them to any of the team members at the back, and they'll be happy to bring your questions to us. Or if you like, then we can also give you the mic to also ask a question. So it's really free, open forum. So yeah, I think it's a very interesting conversation. Do you know why? Because, you know, STEM, like you said, was recently introduced, and we are here to give you the good news. There's a lot of funding and support for STEM. So, you know, a lot of international organizations are funding scholarships for people in STEM, right? So anything science-based, anything technology-based, engineering-based, mathematics, they're actually funding. So first of all, if you choose a career in STEM, you may not need to consider so much about how much do I have in the bank to pay for maybe a master's degree or a PhD, because most of these fields are funded. And the reason for that is because, you know, we need solutions to the kind of problems that we are facing, you know, worldwide. And then PNG also has a very good, you know, climate and things like that. So we need people who are experienced to manage that, right? So that we don't have all the biodegradation and all the other things, pollution that is taking place across the world. So if, for example, anyone is considering what should I do with myself, I know I like this a little bit, but I don't know if I can go all the way, you probably might want to consider a career in STEM. Now, back to you, Ms. Vincent. What is the role of mentorship, you know, in supporting people to pursue a career in STEM? Like you mentioned, your parents were very supportive. Did that play a good role? And what would you recommend that, you know, regarding mentorship? Should we seek mentorship, or can we do it by ourselves?
We definitely need mentors. We need mentors. I wouldn't be here if I don't have a great support system and also mentors in my life. Mentors are very important. We need people who have gone before us to help us or to advise us, to give us counsel. And it doesn't mean that everything they know is right. It's just that from their experiences and the wisdom that they have gained over the years, they can be able to guide us. They can be able to, help us youth navigate through life. And I believe, for me, I really believe in mentorship, and I would want to encourage all of us to find a mentor if you don't have one. Have a mentor in your life. A mentorship is paramount. In PNG culture, we have this custom, or we call houseman, housemary. It's more or less like a mentorship program back in the past, where we have women, values are passed on from mothers and elder women down to the young ladies in a sacred place, like away from the men, and men are taken, elder men and fathers will take young men and sit down with them and pass on values to them. And that is what, I believe, has kept our society intact, like in the past. And we have, as time changed, we are not doing that. But I believe that mentorship, this is just a form of mentorship, and right now we also need that mentorship, mentoring. And I would like to see that. I would like to see organizations and youth organizations encouraging or creating a platform for our parents and for other mentors. What Kectil is doing, Kectil is doing a wonderful job where mentors are taken on board to mentor or help train the next leaders, upcoming leaders, and I would like to see other youth organization to do the same. We can create a platform. We get not only the educated people, we can get our parents, and we can get leaders and parents and from different backgrounds to come and talk to our young people to instill values and pass on values that are important in our society. So, yeah.
Absolutely. So I would say I'm a product of mentors. I remember my first science teacher, and I was in primary school, and he would just always say, you, I think you should go into science. And I'm like, I don't think I want to do that. And I was like, no, you should do it, you know. And I was like, maybe it's too hard. You know, I just didn't believe in myself, but my science teacher believed in me, and he pushed me to go the extra mile. So he was like, go, do you have encyclopedias at home? I was like, yes, but nobody reads that, it's too big. And then he was like, yeah, you should read it, tell me about it, you know, and things like that. So it's all of those things that really pushed me to kind of get interested in science, right? And then the more you get engaged with it, you realize that it's not really boring, it's actually quite interesting. You will actually find in science or in STEM generally solutions to every problem, right? Like, why does it rain on a particular day and not another day? It's there in science, right? Some of those things are very applicable. They are not abstract at all. So when you learn those things, it kind of makes a difference on how you perceive science. So I think that changing the perception of science, first of all, or STEM generally, is a key determinant on how we even, you know, succeed in that field. When you perceive that it's too difficult, it's too hard, or it's only for a select group of people, then you just count yourself out. But if you see that, no, it's pretty, you know, if you're willing to do the work, it's pretty easy. You just need to put in the work. That really makes the difference, you know. So I think that really, if we have young people here who are still looking out for like careers, then you can consider it. Do you want to give us a list of possible careers in STEM? Because people don't know what it is. Like, yeah, STEM, so what kind of careers are there? Do you have ideas on them? I can also name a few.
Sure. There are a lot of job opportunities and career to become an academia or that's for biology. I'm speaking alone for biology as a biologist. Yes. Or you can work in research areas like me, what I'm doing. I'm interested in terrestrial biology. That's why I'm doing more research on terrestrial environment. But I believe there's a lot of careers in STEM. Mm-hmm. We have engineers and chemists and physicists and yeah. Astronauts, yeah, of course. So there's a lot of careers in science, yeah. And then the new, of course, as the tech is advancing, and we will need more data scientists and all this, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so where do you think, like, of course, STEM is new, relatively. Let's say just about 10 years, I guess. But what do you perceive the future to be in terms of STEM and AI? Where do you perceive that would lead to? And would everyone need to play a role or be aware of what it implies, even though they don't have specific careers in STEM? What do you think?
Yes, as I've mentioned earlier, technology is advancing, and in the future, a lot of people need to be equipped with the skills and in STEM in order to be able to find work, and also to bring about innovative solutions. So I believe that, I believe that STEM is
the future?
Yeah, it's the future. It's definitely the future. Yeah. And we have to make everyone, we have to make the awareness, we have to, Papua New Guinea have to start to implement this, because this is the future. And as we are moving, as technology is growing, we need more and more experts. And if you want to be able to, like in the future, to be able to find job in the future, you have to be able to equip yourself with the skills in STEM. Yeah, because STEM is not only about innovation, it's not only about a technical aspect. No, it's about critical thinking, it's about being creative. It involves both soft skills and technical skills. So we need all these skills to make better decisions and to be able to find jobs and to be able to propose solutions and in the future. So
Absolutely. Case in point is like ICT, right? So regardless of what you do today, you need to know how a computer works. You need to know how the different packages, at least the basic ones, right? So Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Canva, whatever, you will need those things to get going. You can't just say, oh, I only work with paper-based documents as of today, 2024, right? So that just shows how ICT comes into play, regardless of what career you're doing. So I think it's very important for us to get on board with this. Like, just know that even if you're an artist, for example, because AI, for example, can draw, portraits. So even art, right? Like even the social science field, the art fields, has a bit of technology in it. It has a bit of AI in it. It has a bit of science in it. So we all need to, embrace the concept and be comfortable with it. Yeah. So are there any questions in the audience? Did anybody have any questions or contributions? Even as we start to round this up, and then we take a final comments. Does anybody have any comments?
Hi, and this is Sherry.
Yes.
Oh,
Please.
do you have a question there?
Okay. So let's take a question from the floor, and then Sherry will give her comment. Sherry is actually a chemist. She has a background in science. Yeah, okay. Do we need an extra mic? Okay, where are we? We can take this one if we... Yep. So can we get a mic? Yep, okay, great. Please say your name and your institution and then ask a question or make your comments.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much, Ms. Vincent, for the discussion. My question is in line with PNG, how fragmented and diverse PNG is. So we all understand that PNG is a very diverse and fragmented society. That means we have a lot of cultural practices and values that we hold very dear to heart. So some societies, women are often advised against pursuing like professions in the STEM area. So what would be your best advice to women who are hesitant to pursue such a profession? I'm saying women because I believe there needs to be a push for women to pursue such a profession. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for that question. So I would like to encourage more women to take up science in the country. I would like to encourage and ask all the, I believe that there are a lot of science students in here, and I would like to encourage fellow scientists to, especially female scientists, to start to advocate, to go out to the communities, to mentor a young woman, or to go out to your villages and to schools to talk about this, to talk about these careers that we are taking and the importance of it. I think it comes down to individual. Every one of us has a role to play, and if we are silent, then this issue will persist. We have to talk about it, come out and talk about it, go back to our villages. We all are leaders here, and we can go back to our villages and talk about this. And you are a role model. I know that every one of us here, we are a role model to the people back in our communities, to our districts. And we can, women, we can start rise up and start talk about STEM and talk about this to normalize this in our society. Yeah.
Absolutely. I might add, so I think that there are a lot of stereotypes around, women in STEM. So people believe that, no, if anyone is going to do anything in STEM, then it should be men, but not quite. Women are actually as good as men when it comes to subjects like this. It all boils down to how much you are willing to apply yourself, how much interest you have in the field, and how much work are you willing to put in to know. And just know that people in science are not superheroes. They actually have their struggles. I remember that I actually did not like mathematics at all. I didn't quite understand it. And then physics. But I had to apply myself. So I went to my teacher and I said, I don't understand what's going on in this class. I'm feeling lost, but I actually need to know because I want to do a career in STEM. And so he will always give me more work. So we say, okay, so if we had 5 problems to solve at home, I will have like 10 or 15, just because I needed to build my capacity in that. And of course, it was more work because I had to then walk through 15 problems when my colleagues were walking through 5. But it helped me gain knowledge of the concepts, in mathematics or the formulas and things like that. The same thing with physics. And to surprise you, I actually had an A1 in both subjects when I was graduating high school. Not because I was naturally the best, but because I put in more work, in those particular subjects, because those were weak subjects. So don't assume that everyone who is in science, they are really super bright, they don't put in, they get it, they don't need to apply themselves, they already know it. No, they are just, willing to, first of all, they know what they want, and they are willing to burn the midnight oil. So it's really, don't let any of those things deter you. Sometimes it's just teaching methods. How do we teach STEM? That actually affects, how we understand it. So it's not necessarily you. It's probably a plethora of factors. But if you are willing to work harder to overcome those particular challenges, you'll be surprised that you actually do very well. So women should not shy away from pursuing a career in STEM. Then other people will say, how will you manage a family if you have a career in STEM? Career in STEM is just like every other career anywhere else, right? It's just that is an area of passion for you, and that's what you want to do. Women in STEM also have successful families, they've raised their children, they have good marriages, and they're actually working in STEM. So we need to, break down those stereotypes that are built around culture and beliefs that just hinders people from taking up careers in STEM. And so because I, for example, had very good mentors that spurred me on, she talked about her support system. Her major support system was my family. If I had exams, they would always say, she has exams, she will need to reduce her workload around the house, those types of things, just so that I could study more, right? Now, not everyone might have that, but it's good to have that. Your support system might be your family, it can be your friends, it can be a community of like minds, right? That you have around you that supports you, that will spur you on. I had friends that would call me and say, have you read today? Have you studied today? Right? And so just because I needed to tell them yes, I would need to study, so I can actually tell them yes. So those kind of systems helps you, to be on guard, and just really helps you to do the work that is required. The last thing I would say is that as we also progress in STEM, if we choose to do that, we should also support one another, right? There are not so many women in STEM, so when you see someone else who is also doing well, or she's trying to find her way, also be a guiding support. Some of us are already in university, we have already made our choices around what we want to do. But if you find a young person in secondary school who needs guidance, you can point them to a colleague who is in science, who is in engineering, mathematics, ICT, data analysis, those types of things, and say, she can be able to help you. And I think that way we can really build a community around science. Sherry, please, you wanted to make a comment?
Okay, I'm coming in. Okay, so I'll just wrap it up because I know we're coming to the end of the time here. Yes, as you said, Enable Khan, I have a master's degree in organic chemistry, And wow, I've never looked back. I was fascinated by chemistry when I was in school, but then I combined it with law school. So I have a master's in organic chemistry, and then I went to law school, and I'm an intellectual property attorney now. I love the career. I get bored easily. And so I wanted to try something that I would never get bored with. And so by combining science and the law, I'm fascinated every day by the projects that come to us. And we represent a number of scientists and in the medical field, just like you're in the medical field, and who are coming up with new medical discoveries to treat things like cancer and cardiovascular disease and other diseases. So every time a client comes to us, I get to learn a new part of science, and I just love it. I love it. So when you're asking why should you have a STEM career, first of all, it's job security. Okay, it's job security. Okay, if you have a science degree, it's very easy to find a job. And in developing countries that have a high unemployment rate, you distinguish yourself from the group when you have a science degree. Okay, and it's easier to get a job. It's easier to keep a job. And then also, as I know you've said before, the world is getting more and more technical. We can't get away from that. It's getting more technical, both in technology, in engineering, in IT, in AI, in the medical field. Even I know you're in the medical field, and we need to be able to keep up with that. That's the world we live in. We live in a scientific world now. And we need to understand that. But the main thing is youth need job security, and this is a wonderful way to have job security. And so I know this has been an absolutely fantastic panel. You've talked about something that's close to my personal heart. I love science, and you two are wonderful female examples of star scientists. And so we really applaud you for both taking the step to be female scientists in the area, and coming from developing countries. And so absolutely fantastic. And we talked in the last panel about being a role model. You both are role models. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sherry. So we're going to close this panel now, but of course we are also at the back. Ms. Vincent is around. If there are any questions, follow-up questions, concerns, you can always catch up and talk to us. We are always happy to help. Thank you so much. And then we exit the stage now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Hi again. I can see that you're all very tired. It is very cold in here, so now people are asleep. Number, please wake up. And we're gonna do a little bit of icebreaker, yeah? Just to get everyone's heart pumping again, you feel a bit more energetic, okay? So for this icebreaker, we're gonna take a little trip down memory lane, and we're gonna play Simon Says. Yeah. So please, you play kakai planty, so no you play ice sleep, back on to come good. So stand up, put your chairs in, let's get on our feet. Warm yourself up if you want to, rub your hands. Rub your hands down, stretch out, talk, vocalize, scream if you want to, I don't know. Okay. Okay, everyone ready? Good? Good? Hi. Do you remember our exercise? Hi, I say you say hello when I say hi. 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 Hello. Hello. Hi, hello. Hello, hello? Hi, hello, hi, hello. Hi. Oh, okay, that's good. Okay. We'll do a bit of Simon Says. Okay. You know the rules. If you don't, then it's okay. We'll just go through them again. Okay. So, as the rules go, if you do not do what Simon says, you'll take your seat, right? Very plain and simple. Okay. Simon says, rub your tummy. Yeah, you're rubbing your tummy not because you're hungry. We ate a lot of food today. Simon says, stop. Simon says, rub the top of your head. Stop. 1 plus stop. Okay. If you know you stop, take your seat. Simon says, stand on your left foot. You're supposed to still rub your head at the same time. Simon didn't say stop for that. Okay, take your seat if you know that you didn't stop. Or you did stop. Okay, those ones still standing. Pay attention. Simon says, stop rubbing your head. Simon says, put your right hand up. Simon says, wave. Hold your ear. A few people are going down. Simon says, put your left foot down. Some ladies are wearing heels, so it might be uncomfortable. Simon says, jump on the spot. No? Simon says, stop jumping. Okay, there are a few people still up. Simon says, stop waving. Simon says, do 1-star jump. Simon says, take 3 steps forward. Good. Simon says, touch your left elbow with your right arm. Simon says, hold your nose. Simon says, hold your ears. Simon says, hold your head. Hold your mouth. Ah. Okay, I think that's good enough. The remaining winners, please take your seats. Okay, make sure you're checking on the person next to you. Ask them how they're doing. Did they enjoy the session? Everything okay? That's good. Make sure to drink some water as well. So we'll move on to the next part of our program. And in the meantime, I can see that a few people stepped out of the room to use the loo, so we'll give them probably 2 more minutes and we'll move on as well. So have a bit of a chit-chat with your friend sitting next to you. Okay, so we've just had a slight change. We'll actually have a panel before our last panel as well, but I'm sure there are people that will find this next topic inciting also. So our next panel discussion is on the title, Leaders Creating Value as Entrepreneurs. I know we have a lot of leaders in this crowd who have an entrepreneurial mindset as well, or you might be entrepreneurs yourself. If your friend's an entrepreneur, tap them, good job. And all this is the place that you should be. Now, without further ado, I'd like to invite Kectil Global Board Member Lennox Omondi online to moderate the discussion. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. How is everyone doing? Are we all excited about this panel? All right, so let's get started. So this panel is about how youth leaders are creating value as social entrepreneurs or as entrepreneurs. And so my name is Lennox Umondi. So now I want to identify as the Chief Executive Officer at EcoBanner Limited, which is a social enterprise that manufactures biodegradable sanitary towels using banana fibers. So I'll do a little bit of an introduction. Then I'll also invite my great friend Matthias Charles Yabe, joining us from Ghana, also a social entrepreneur and a global award-winning entrepreneur. And so when I joined the Kectil program in 2022, I had this idea of helping girls and women in my area because most of them were suffering from what we call period poverty. And at that point, I didn't know what period poverty is. And I didn't even know that, you know, when girls don't go to school during some time of the month, they're on their periods. What I knew was just that, you know, there's something called a menstrual cycle. But then that sparked the entrepreneurship mindset in me, and I wanted to solve that problem. And so in Kenya, there is 65% number of girls and women who don't have access to menstrual products. And some of them miss to go to school, some women miss to go to work, and this has a very great effect in how their upbringing is. And so I started EcoBanner Limited, where I serve as the CEO right now, to manufacture biodegradable pads using banana fibers. And so we identified banana fibers as an untapped natural resource, which is usually just being left to rot on the ground after harvesting of the banana fruit. So the stem, the pseudo stem, is what we are using to make banana fibers. And so when I joined Kectil, I met a good mentor called Wycliffe Guguni. He's also on the call. And on the last panel, we've talked about having a mentor. And so I'll also give Guguni a chance to talk about how mentorship is also important for young leaders as we build our enterprises and also as we bring about change. And so in 2022, when I refined that idea with Guguni and my fellow Kectil cohort members in Kenya, we went on and won the Global Health Prize. The Health Prize is a national competition globally that is awarding university students all over the world $1 million to make their dream come true. And out of around 20,000 applicants in 2022, EcoBanner Limited was awarded $1 million prize. And so that has been one of the biggest milestones for us as a company. And we were awarded this prize by the 42nd President of the United States, Bill Clinton, in New York City. And so we have gone further ahead to build a manufacturing facility and also to improve a state-of-art machinery that has a capacity of 200 pieces of parts in a minute. And we are doing so to make sure we end period poverty in Kenya and also in Africa. And so this time, I would like to invite Charles to tell us more about his enterprise, AcoFresh, and also what he's doing in Ghana. Welcome, Charles.
Yes, hi. Hi, everyone. Hi, Lennox. Thanks so much for having me. It's very, very early here, about 5 a.m. But I'm really, really excited to join you all. And I am really inspired by the work that Kectil is doing to help advance youth leadership and mentor young people who have the passion for social impact. Just a little bit about myself. So my story is one of resilience and deep connection to my roots growing up in the eastern part of Ghana. When I was growing up, I had witnessed the harsh realities of youth marginalization. I had also seen firsthand the issue of food insecurity. And then, you know, these were challenges that my community was battling every time. You know, like families were going hungry and struggling to survive most often. And on top of it all, as smallholder farmers, you know, smallholder farmers form the backbone of communities, but they were especially hit hard in terms of post-harvest losses and not getting access to mechanized technologies. So these were challenges I faced. But, despite having the passion to create change in my community, I found myself marginalized because of my educational background and lack of experience. I found myself marginalized because of my educational background and lack of experience. And time again, I was excluded, I was overlooked and denied opportunities to share my idea because of my experience and background. But for me, I didn't let these setbacks define me. I chose to rewrite my story, and that is one thing I challenge all of you to do as young people who are passionate to work. I was listening a little bit into the other panel where people, which was being discussed around STEM. And, a lot of people tend to discourage many young girls and women that, okay, you don't deserve to be in STEM, but how then do you rewrite your story? How then do you change that narrative? And I will say, I'm very proud of myself for being able to do that, despite being, overlooked and denied several opportunities. How did I do this? So when I was in my freshman year, I decided not to go home during my long vac. So I spent the entire long vacation on campus. And what was I doing on campus as at the time? I was doing a lot of online courses. I was also doing volunteering because there were quite a number of organizations that comes to my university campus to run voluntary programs. So I was joining these voluntary programs and joined experiential learning platforms. These three things was a game changer for me. That was what helped me in terms of unlocking my potential as a social entrepreneur. And today I've been able to turn my passion and dedicating myself into sustainable solutions that is helping reducing food waste and using my personal journey to also inspire many people. Today I'm very happy that I had launched a solution called AcoFresh, which is a social enterprise founded in Ghana that is helping smallholder farmers with renewable energy solutions to be able to strengthen food systems in local communities. We have designed a solar-powered cold storage preservation technology that is extending shelf life of perishable crops from 5 days to 21 days. It all comes after my volunteer trip I went when I was in school during that long vacation, when I met a 56-year-old woman who took me around her farm, pointing out rotten tomatoes and sadly sharing how hard she had worked only to lose about a third of her crops. This is the reality of many smallholder farmers around the world. And according to the FAO, up to 40% of all food produced every year doesn't get to consumers, in sub-Saharan Africa. So this is a very big problem we are trying to address. And with my company, we are changing the narrative and defying the odds, by deploying these innovations to help farmers preserve their crops. To date, my organization has been able to impact over 3,000 farmers around Ghana with our social enterprise, where we provide training programs for farmers on climate-smart agriculture and post-harvest management. And we also provide our solar-powered cooling solutions for a number of farmers to be able to also preserve their fresh farm produce. We've been able to have access to quite a number of partnerships. So far, we've worked with about 12 international organizations and local organizations to deploy our work. Our work has also gained some global recognitions from the World Economic Forum. We joined their Top Innovator Engagement Program in 2022. We've also had the chance to receive the Prototype for Humanity Award by the Crown Princess of Dubai in 2022. And we've also had the chance to present our work on global platforms like the Climate Change Conference by the UNFCCC, trying to use the platform to share our work to promote the concepts of social entrepreneurship, innovation, and youth leadership, and how youth can be at the forefront of social entrepreneurship and leveraging social enterprise to do good. So for me, I'm very passionate about my work, and basically this is just something brief about my story and how my organization is helping, to strengthen food systems and leveraging renewable energy solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very impressive, Charles. And so, if I would do a follow-up question, is that what is that one thing that you would advise young aspiring social entrepreneurs to do while starting out their journey of using value to solve some of the societal problems that they are facing? Because we saw earlier on in this conversation that quite a number of around 60% of youths who are unemployed are living in Asia, and most of them in the Pacific. So what is that one thing that worked for you that you can tell the young entrepreneurs listening to you right now in this room before they start their journey?
Yes, that is like a brilliant question, and I know that I can see many young people on my screen now, um, and one thing I can say is not everyone can be a social entrepreneur, So, but for me, I believe that you need to be able to define your why. Once you define your why, it's something that will definitely encourage you to go into social entrepreneurship. If you're able to define your why, because defining your why is something that will keep you going when you face a lot of setbacks. And when I was telling my story, I mentioned the fact that I was like constantly overlooked. I was constantly denied many opportunities because of my background. Growing up in a marginalized community, people felt that, okay, well, this guy from this community, what does he have to say? What does he have to build to bring to the table? So I challenge young people to be able to define their why. I did that, and that was what kept me going, because I knew that as a young person in my community, I wanted to make a difference, and I had, made it my life mission as a young person to create a difference in my community and in communities around the world. So by defining that why, I wasn't really demoralized when I was, denied many opportunities as a young person. So and like there are many times when I felt discouraged and overlooked. That keeps popping in my mind, saying that, well, but you have to create an impact, but you're supposed to make an impact. You made it to do good. So why then do you stop? So I challenge every young person in there to define their why, because once you define your why, it could be a challenge you had experienced growing up. It could be a friend, or it could be anything you had come across that challenge you to do why you want to do what you do. Not just because someone says, okay, he's a social entrepreneur and has won a million USD. So, well, can I also be a social entrepreneur and win a million USD like Lennox? No. So you just have to clearly define your why. And secondly, you need to start little, because I believe that as young people, we are constantly waiting for like big stuff, big opportunities. We are waiting for high recognitions before we do. We want to, like, we start what we want to do. But I believe that by virtue of starting with the little resources you have, it's something that could be a game changer for you. Even when you don't have a single USD, and you start writing your ideas on paper, you start developing a business model. That alone is a game changer, and a right step, with regards to you bringing your idea to life. So we shouldn't just stay home and say that, well, I'm waiting to, get a prize, or I'm waiting to get money or get funding from an investor, or get someone to put me on the spotlight. You should be able to take that bold step and say that, well, I want to solve the issue of malnutrition, or I want to, provide access to education for young people in my community. How then do I do that? How do I start? Do I start by organizing people in my community, by speaking to youth leaders, by speaking to community leaders? Take that bold step. And by these little efforts, you should definitely be able to gain that recognition, and a lot of support will come in. Because usually young people don't trust us. The older people don't trust us. They say young people are troublemakers, and and it's like young people are inexperienced. So when you go to them and you go with results, they give you that listening ear, But when you go to them and you tell them, hey, I want to do this, I want to start something. But if you go there without results, it becomes difficult for them to buy into your idea. And that was what worked for me. Because anytime I go to speak to the elderly or leaders about my work, I present results. I talk about the number of people we've reached so far. I talk about the prototypes we've built. I talk about, how these prototypes have started making impacts. So I feel you shouldn't just wait for all the grand stuff to happen, but by virtue of the little things you have, you can just move forward. And one key thing I can also talk about is mentorship and having access to the right team. You can't just do this alone. You need guidance. And that is why I'm very proud of the work Kectil is doing by providing young leaders who are very passionate about social impact with that mentorship and capacity building. Trust me, had it not been the fact that I had participated in, training programs and capacity building programs, I wouldn't be speaking to you today. So I definitely value the work Kectil is doing. And for me, I wish Kectil could even be in Ghana. I don't know if there's a branch already, but I know that it's going to benefit a lot of people. And for me, as a passionate young social entrepreneur who is constantly working hard to also inspire many young people, I really value the work Kectil is doing. And I believe that mentorship, having access to mentorship and the right team is something that will make a difference. So as a young person, these three things: define your why, start small, and then get access to the right mentorship programs and capacity building. And I believe with this, you should be able to change your community.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charles, for those insightful words. Yeah. So just to go back a little bit on what you said of somebody or a young person or a young leader identifying their why, and would like to give a practical example from the book that was written by Sherry. She said that when people were asking her about why she started Kectil, then she answered it this way: it is the project and the challenge. And so as a young person, what is that project that you want to start, and what is that challenge that you want to address? And so, Charles, you've also talked about, in your last sentences, you've talked about mentorship and guidance. And so I'd like to bring Guguni on and a little bit ask Guguni the role that mentors really play in shaping the life of social entrepreneurs or any other entrepreneur in anywhere around the world. And why do we need that guidance? Because I remember when I was in the Kectil program in 2022, I got tremendous guidance from you, Guguni, that led to a successful way of how we pitched our idea, and that was so very much more instrumental. Guguni, you have 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much, Lennox. And I'm so excited for this conversation because this is part of what I do on a daily basis. So I work in the space of innovation management, majorly for social enterprises, impact planning and assessment. And also I invest in small and medium-sized social enterprises in the country. I coordinate a community of social entrepreneurs as well in the continent, called Fast Forward 2030, that is hosted by the Institute for Global Prosperity. And the reason why I do this is because of what I believe in. My belief is that the fastest route to development in developing countries is through entrepreneurship. The reason for that is that, one, entrepreneurship is about value creation. So you find that if we nurture and create a better environment for more innovations and entrepreneurship, then we start creating new value in society. Number two is that entrepreneurship and innovation going hand in hand kind of deal with different problems of depreciation in development. When you have capital and you have more resources coming in development, over time they depreciate. Human capital depreciates over time because of age and all that stuff. But innovations help generate new ideas which continue to generate more investment. So I am an advocate for entrepreneurship and innovation, even in policy development. That's what I advocate for. And I think that, like Lennox has said, mentorship and community are two very important aspects within the entrepreneurship and innovation space. A community, majorly because entrepreneurship is tough. It's very tough. And it requires a very thick skin for you to have to go all the way from ideation to MVP, all the way to launching the product. And when you're fundraising from the Series A, Series B funding, and even be able to get the product in the market, it's a very tough journey. You cannot do this successfully alone. So you need a community of people who are supporting you in terms of skills. You need a community of people who are supporting you in terms of experience and stories of their failures and success. You need a community of people who are motivating you. You need a community of people who are going to give you financing. You need a community of people who are going to give you reference. And this is where mentorship now comes in. And like Lennox has said that when we first met in one of the Kectil programs in Kenya, I listened to their ideas and very many other ideas that were being presented. And I loved that these young people have got passion for creating solutions and value to society. So it's not just about the money, and I want to make it very clear. Business is about creating money, but social entrepreneurship is not just about generating money. It's about creating impact and measurable impact. And so it's not about just creating the money or just creating impact, but these two has to go together. And you have to figure out, how can I create value to the society, but at the same time generate revenue that will keep this value ongoing and scalable in the long run. So when I heard about these ideas, Lennox was just one of these outstanding individuals in the training. I say that I'm going to support them, one, with the skills that I have in the training, and also with the reference and speaking about what they're doing. So one way in which, if you want to mentor entrepreneurs and innovators, go out there and speak about what they're doing. Talk about these young people who have got brilliant ideas and what they want to solve. So you need to be keen to see these solutions and talk about them to other people. Give references. Recommend them to trainings, recommend them to funders, recommend them to other people. These are different ways you can help support young individuals who are entrepreneurs and trying to provide solutions. Because when this message about what they are doing is out there, that is how gains traction and interest from other people to come and put in whatever resources that they are having at that moment. And then something else I wanted to say about community is that if you are an entrepreneur and you have a solution that you're providing and you're struggling, make sure you're networking. Go out to entrepreneurial events. There are a lot of communities of entrepreneurs right now, like Fast Forward 2030 that I've mentioned. And of course, in different countries, there are different communities. These communities of practice help people share ideas and be able to connect with each other. You cannot grow on your own. You're able to find co-founders. You're able to find technical expertise in these spaces. You're able to find funders. You're able to find people who are going to inject their skills or their resources towards helping your businesses thrive. So a community is very important. Going out there and speaking is very important. And as mentors, if you're supporting a young person, invite them for community events, networking events, give them reference like I've mentioned, and talk about these particular solutions. And sometimes suggest a word of encouragement, because things can be tough in entrepreneurship. Sometimes bureaucracy in government. Sometimes it can be the failure process that comes with developing a product. So words of encouragement and inspiration for entrepreneurs, because sometimes it gets lonely. And so mentors are highly needed in these spaces. So I think my 3 minutes are over, and I'll stop it at that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kugoni. Very insightful indeed. And so that has been the panel. And just to reiterate whatever both Charles and Kugoni have said, is that if you identify a problem in your community and come up with an innovative solution, you also need to have a mentor and also be able to join community networks by joining maybe different entrepreneurial events or communities where you can meet like-minded individuals and share your ideas for growth and also for strengthening your networks. So thank you so much. And if you have any questions, you can connect with Charles on LinkedIn, Matthias Charles Yabe. Connect with Guguni, also Wycliffe Guguni, and you can also connect with myself. And you can answer your questions, and you can share your questions, and you can help to answer them. Thank you so much, Charles. Thank you so much, Guguni.
Thanks so much for having me.
Back to you, moderator.
Thank you very much. We'll be moving on to our final panel of the day. This panel title revolves around using art, literature, and education as a youth platform to drive change. Now, our moderator will be Brian Earls. If you don't know who Brian Earls is a mentor in our Kectil PNG mentorship program. He's also the founder of INDECO, consulting life coach and communication specialist, as well as youth advocate. Now, the panelists that will be coming up, please be sure to give them a round of applause as they're coming up as well. After I introduce them, they will make their way up and have a seat on the stage, joined by our guests online as well. So our first speaker, his name is Nelson Kokoa. Nelson Kokoa is the founder of Art Activism PNG, an organization that leverages the power of art to drive social change and raise awareness about critical issues. Through their creative expressions and community engagement, Nelson uses art as a tool for advocacy and transformation, addressing social issues and promoting positive societal change in Papua New Guinea. Art Activism PNG was led by Nelson on stage. Our second speaker is to build a field for young women across Papua New Guinea that expose them. The organization aims to create a robust system where young women can exchange ideas, seek mentorship, and develop their professional skills as well. I'm honored to say that I am part of both Shivani and Nelson's movements and organizations. It is an honor to have them here today. And last but not least, Ms. Juliana Ranawari and Gloria Kantz, who are the visionary founders of the Literature Reading Society. Unfortunately, Ms. Juliana Ranawari is not here with us today. However, we do have Ms. Gloria Kantz. So, driven by the shared passion for literacy and education, he engages in very impactful community service as well. And with this duo leads book drives, collecting and donating books to selected schools around Papua New Guinea, as well as aiming to improve access to reading materials for students and young people. I'll invite Brian up again for him to moderate our discussion. Please give a round of applause for everyone else on stage.
And we can, hi, this is Sherry Knowles. Can you hear me? Am I on?
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Yes, wonderful. Yes, of course, we have another honored speaker who's coming in remotely, and that's HRH Zolani Makiva, who's coming in via remotely from South Africa. And I'll be happy to introduce Zolani. And into this. And we'll be introducing him in just momentarily. HRH, which is His Royal Heritage, Zolani will be joining us, hopefully just momentarily. Let me see if he's coming.
So apologies, we'll wait for our final speaker to join us, and then we can start our last panel session for this afternoon.
Okay, he has received the alternative Zoom link, and he's coming in. I've just spoken with him by phone, and he's coming in now. Now I'll introduce him. Like, we have lots of wonderful artists on this panel. Very talented artists. On the last panel, we talked about scientists, and now we're talking about artists. So looks like we have representatives from both areas. And since I'm a scientist, I can't even imagine what it's like to do art or poetry. So, this is a field that we really appreciate, and appreciate all of your expression. Hopefully, Zolani will be with us momentarily.
Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to all. Impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
Ah. So Lonnie is with us now. Okay, wonderful. Greetings. Okay, I think you're on mute right now.
Okay.
Wonderful. You've joined us. Thank you. It's wonderful to have you. Okay. We would like to introduce to our panelists as well as to our audience a wonderful honored guest today. This is His Royal Heritage Zolani Mkiva. Zolani was born in the Eastern Cape of South Africa, where he showed a gift for poetry and the arts at a very young age. And then in 1990, he was given the honor of praising President Nelson Mandela at a Welcome Home rally. And in 1994, he was the praise singer at Nelson Mandela's presidential inauguration and became the poet laureate for Nelson Mandela. He's been a tireless advocate for liberation from faulty governments and strong, healthy youth development. He's currently the manager of the Mkiva Foundation, which focuses on rural development and under-resourced communities. He's also the Secretary General of the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa. And he spent many years in the Parliament of South Africa as a member of the African National Congress. So welcome, Zolani. We're so happy to have you here today. We've already introduced the three other panelists who are with you today, and we've just finished a session on science, and now we're going to the arts. We want to hear all about your life and how you have used the arts for social activism. And I know you've worked with leaders all over the world in terms of using your poetry, your oral history for causes of liberation. So welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sherry. Let me acknowledge you first and foremost in your capacity as the global founder and executive director of this Kectil program, and also greet the leadership of the foundation, the Knowles Foundation at large, and also allow me to acknowledge the fellow panelists that I'm joining there who are physically in attendance, and express my appreciation and gratitude for this honor of this invitation to participate in this edition of New Papua Guinea. And I'm so pleased that I am joining you. I would have loved to be there in person, but unfortunately, due to logistical nightmare, I am unable to be there physically.
Oh, yes.
But I fully commend this initiative and the choice that you have made to hold this in PNG. I think there is a lot in commonality in the history of that country and my own country where I come from a point of view of the fabric of our societies, the cultural commonalities called Ubuntu, which are positive human values, which says you are because we are. We work in unison, we work in collectivity. We work as a community. So in that way, when we put our hands together as a people, we are likely to make more positive progress in everything that we touch, because it is about our own existence, but it is also about ensuring that the future that we work towards is a future that has stability, is a future that has harmony, is a future that has justice, that is peace, that is love, all these positive things that are foundational in our values and norms as society. Now, I was fortunate, Kelly, Sherry, that at a very young age, I was given this task of leading one of the icons who is highly regarded, not only in Africa, but globally. And I had this singular honor and privilege that every time that he had to address people in our country, I was to introduce him using a cultural art form, which is a form of expression that employs a language positively to communicate in concise and precise idiomatic expression the aspirations of the people, particularly at his stewardship, the expectation that people had at him. And that's why he was held high. The people of our country saw him not as a messiah of some sort, but as a person who was expected to deliver on the promise of freedom for our people who have been subjected to oppression for more than 3 centuries. Now, this work that I did is part of the work that is done by artists across many societies. And art plays a role of being very instrumental in the social cohesion, because artists are able to encapsulate the views of the toiling masses into specific messaging, which is positive, which is full of respect, but it's communicated in a way that touches the heart even of a person who has a heart of stone. The artists are that embodiment that is able to rally society around an idea which is positive. I will make an example that in South Africa, the struggle for the emancipation of South Africa was actually promoted by artists globally. Many people in the world will know the likes of Miriam Makeba. They will know the likes of Huma Segela. They will know the likes of Letambuli. These are some of the key artists who went out there in the world to promote the plight of our people, to promote the plight of the expectation of the Africans in their quest for freedom. So just using freedom as a project which flows from the feelings of the people, the artists were able to compose songs, poems, to do painting, to do all sorts of different art forms, but to communicate one message. And the hymn sheet of that message was that we require freedom in our lifetime. So it did not take politicians to promote this ideal. Even Nelson Mandela himself was promoted by artists, because it is Johnny Clegg and Juluka who composed songs about Mandela. And actually, the music of South Africa and the music of Africa became the biggest and the major export than any other commodity. So what it means is that music is able to be a vehicle. Arts is able to be a vehicle to transport messages of hope, to transport messages of love to the people elsewhere in the world. We were able, through that transportation, through that export, to bring in the support of all the nations of the world. In other words, this vehicle that has got this power to export also has the power to import, because with music, we were able to import support from all the nations of the world to be with us, without being physically here. But the rallying call that comes from that art expression gave us that sort of cohesion. But also the arts is able to be used to massage society, if I may put it that way. It is a form of therapy to heal a people, to console a people, to calm a people. So this is what art does in society, and it has always done this from time immemorial. You know, central to the art is emotional intelligence. And you will have a distinction between emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence, but somewhere, somehow, they meet. Because emotional intelligence can be embedded on artificial intelligence for purposes of distribution, for instance. So, but art being there, you are able to do it physically, virtually, and otherwise. This is the brilliance that is entailed in the art form, of whatever form. And you don't have to understand my native language to actually feel the message that is entailed in my music. For instance, I sing in my language of isiXhosa, and this language is using click sounds. This is the language. But at a time, you listen to the language and you look at the expression of my outlook, you are able to connect the dots and understand what I am trying to communicate. If it is a message of anger, you can deduce. If it is a message which is an expression of kindness, of compassion, you are able to deduce from it. So I think the engagement today, and that we have taken a decision to mainstream the importance of the art form in any given society to actually give an impact in the progression of any given society, particularly building a nation. Arts plays a very key role in the building of the nation. It is not only an entertainment tool. More than being an entertainment tool, it provides knowledge and information. It serves as an instrument of conscientizing society. It serves as an instrument of uniting a people. In other words, it plays into the national space to provide patriotic education for positive progression of any given society. So I can go on and on, Sherry, to outline these positive aspects that are played by the art to ensure that it brings people together. It is the art that rebuts negative things like racism in society. Because artists from all over the world, even though they may come from a different background, there is one positive thing that they always share on universal values, that all of them, they are opposed to racism. All of them, they are for freedom. All of them, they are for peace. All of them, they are for love and harmony amongst the citizens of the globe. The commonality amongst humanity actually derives from the knowledge that is communicated through the art forms. You can take an artist from Papua New Guinea to come and perform here. What she or he presents to the audience here in Africa will be clearly understood. So cross-civilization has been achieved through the art forms, being in the front line. So even if you look at a novel, it's written by a writer, but in itself, the expression that is entailed in that novel is artistic, because you are able to capture the audience that is reading from your book as if they are eating from the palm of your hand. This is what an artist is able to do. And it is only an artist. That's why even a soccer player who's able to use a football and dribble and play around with it, they say he is artistic, because That's what art does. It does extraordinary things, but to shape society, to subscribe to ordinary values that are expected. So art is knowledge, and knowledge is art. And it is the beginning, of all syllabus, of all syllabuses and curriculum. Before there was any enlightenment, enlightenment was brought to the fore by the artists through their art forms. So I want to assure you that the art and the art forms and the art expression are still going to be part of our society, because it is the art forms that define our identity. It is the art form that are actually very central to our own DNA. So even in year 4000, we must rest assured that art will always have a space to play in any given equation. I think let me leave it at that.
Okay. Well, those are great opening remarks, Zolani, very inspirational. It reminds me that progress and change is ultimately emotional, isn't it? It has to touch the heart. If you don't touch the heart, you don't have the motivation to make the change or to go forward. And that's where art comes in and touches each one of us. And we can use our mind, that's great, but we have to use our heart. And the poetry, the art, the paintings, everything, that's what's going to push us forward. And we're so proud of all the work you did with Nelson Mandela. We're proud of everything you've done in South Africa and in Africa generally, in the world, with your art form. And we also have some panelists here who are from Papua New Guinea, and they'd love to talk to you about what they're doing in the country of Papua New Guinea to also use art for activism. So first, we have here Nelson Coca, and Nelson is the head of art activism, PNG. So Nelson, I just thank you for being here with us today, and tell us a little bit about what you do and how you use art for activism.
Thanks for the question. Avinun Olgeta, thank you so much for being here today, and thank you for the organizing committee for bringing me here today to speak about art activism. So art activism PNG actually started at the University of Papua New Guinea when I was studying there. I graduated with a bachelor's in chemistry actually, but now I'm doing art activism. I'm in the art sector. So it started at the University of Papua New Guinea because we were organizing a bunch of events where we tried to address some issues such as gender-based violence, mental health, and sorcery accusation-related violence. And we realized that a lot of these young people really didn't grasp the idea of these social issues that we're trying to address. We brought in panelists that were sitting down and talking about these issues, but we weren't really, there wasn't much impact. You know, people were not going back and starting all these important conversations. So I thought, why don't we try something else? Why don't we try bring together a group of artists, but not just any artists, a group of young people, and start addressing all of these issues a different way. Let's do it through art. And so a month later, we took the stage at the Mosby Arts Theatre, and we hosted our first ever art activism night project, where we addressed social issues ranging from gender-based violence to sorcery accusation-related violence to mental health. We address these issues through poetry, spoken word poetry, through dance, through song, through painting and photography. Now, if you look at a particular art, painting for example, an artist can have their own vision and idea of that painting, but it's up to you, the people who are viewing this art. It's up to you, and it's up for your interpretation, right? And it's however you want to take on, or just however you take in that particular art form. And like the panelists before me said, art has this transformative power to evoke emotion. Now, imagine someone going to the most rural part of Papua New Guinea, and he's standing there with a poster trying to talk about a particular issue. How many of those people who have never spoken English or talked Pisin in their lives, how many of them would understand what this person is saying? Not a lot of them, right? Not a lot of them will understand what is going on. They will know that there's someone there trying to address some sort of issue, but not all of them will understand what is going on. Now compare that to someone who goes up and he or she performs some sort of drama or paints a picture or shows a photograph of something that addresses that issue, they may not understand fully what that person is doing, but it will evoke some sort of emotion, and it will push them to start talking about what is actually happening on that stage. And that is what we're trying to do with Art Activism PNG. We're trying to address all of these social issues through different types of art, whether it be through dancing, singing, or poetry. But we're also trying to promote this skill of critical thinking, which is something that I feel is lacking in Papua New Guinea, not just on the grassroots level, but in all levels of society. And by addressing all these issues and putting it on stage, we're allowing our audience to critically analyze our pieces. And when you're critically analyzing, you are practicing this important skill of critical thinking. And I think that's very, very important for us as Papua New Guineans and for us as young people and global citizens, a very important skill for us to have. And that's basically what Art Activism PNG is doing. Thank you.
That's fantastic. And yeah, thank you for everything you're doing with your passion for the people in Papua New Guinea to promote change. It's very inspirational. We also have Ms. Shivoni Sakmi. Would you like to make some comments about your contribution to the arts and how you use them for activism?
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Knowles and the organizing committee, the Kectil Development Network, and the participants. Congratulations on being selected to come here. As mentioned, I'm Shivani. So with me, what I'm doing, I'm not really into art, but I use education to empower the young women. I founded PNG Young Professional Women Network in 2021. So basically, I saw the need of us young women to be empowered academically as well as leadership-wise, getting to find the confidence to come out and speak on things and just being able to stand out there, not to try to compete, but knowing that you have the potential to come out, you have a voice to say something. You need to find that space to come out and speak. And also there is a gap between, we're the next upcoming ones that will be bringing our nation forward. And another contributing factor that will allow our country to thrive and grow is having our women to contribute on the table as well. And that's why it provoked me to start PNG Young Professional Women Network, where we have a network of young women that will be able to work collaboratively together to help bring the nation forward. It's not only our male counterparts, but also it takes our young women as well to contribute. And to bridge the gap, we need our mentors, our professionals who are already working in the workforce to come back and contribute and give us perspective and allow us to see from another side of the world, or the things that we're doing apart from school, to pursue a career and all that. And my take on creative arts and arts activism with my two colleagues here, I acknowledge what you both are doing. It's really great to see many young Papua New Guineans coming out and taking that initiative, having that sense of responsibility to the national growth of this country. And that is really amazing to see all of you here as well, because you also have a vision. That is why you're here. And I congratulate you all and I applaud you all for that. So I think because Papua New Guinea, my take on or my comment on arts here in PNG, we are a culturally diverse nation. And most of our cultures and the things that we know, our stories and our legends and our myths, I believe that they are passed on through arts. And what better way than having it performed and orally also being passed on from generations to generations. And I feel that right now with the introduction of a lot of westernization concepts and ideologies, arts is a very good tool that is being used. I think that we should continue to promote art in our country because it allows us to be aware and be informed of our culture and our ways as well. and not to do away with it, because it is what makes us who we are as Papua New Guineans, and we shouldn't let go of that. So with that in mind, as a young Papua New Guinean young woman that is thriving in a modernized culture and a modernized world that is increasingly growing, my vision to see young women to be able to embrace Papua New Guinean ways, at the same time learning to coexist with our males, to contribute and bring our nation forward as well. And yeah, at the same time, as you evolve and grow as a modernized Papua New Guinean woman, you also realize your worth. You also know what you bring to the table, and knowing when to say what you need to say and when not to say it is another thing as well. It's about self-awareness as well. So I really want to see young women. I believe that as if we want to have a better nation, we should start instilling good values with our young women, because they're the most influential figure in homes. And if I'm gonna be a future mother in the future, obviously I will be in someday, maybe 5 years or 10 years time. I want to be able to instill good values to my children. I want to be able to have a stabilized home. I want to be able to support my husband without making him feel like I'm competing with him. And I want to bring that awareness to young women that, yes, it is okay to find your voice. It is okay to lead, but it is not okay for you to make a man feel intimidated. But you have to be able to hold conversation. You have to be able to articulate right. And that is why I created that platform, to have women that will be able to coexist with the men and not to try to compete. Competition, Papua New Guinea going forward doesn't need competition. It needs collaboration and working together. And I just want to bring something across. I'm not a married person, but from my perspective and how I see things, we always emphasize on women should submit to the men. Well, in a marriage context, that applies. You cannot bring something from a marriage context and bring it into the corporate world, so you cannot do that because you're a female. No. It's about credibility. It's about how much you hold your potential and earning the seat. At the house, in a marriage context, yes, I will submit to you, because biblically, culturally, as a Papua New Guinean young woman, yes, I know that. And we need to continue to bring that mentality and make our young people and our young women understand that. If only we fix that, then our communities will thrive. And young women sitting here, I applaud you to take on the role and challenge yourself to come sit here. That's the way forward. Don't let anyone question you and say you shouldn't be here. That's your place and it's the right time for you. As the scripture says in Esther 4:4, well, I'm a Christian, I'm a Papua New Guinean woman, and I believe in Christianity. So yes, Esther 4:4 says that you are born for such a time as this, and you're here. It's not a mistake, and that's right. And to all the males out here, I'm not here to say that to put you all out. No, I applaud you all. You all are the contributing factors to this country. You bring this country forward, and I applaud all of you for whatever that you're doing in your own space. There is a vision, and I'll just say that when God gives you a vision, He will provide, He will preserve, and He will sustain you through. And in this country, this time right now, you are the beacon of hope. So don't give up and embrace your authenticity as Papua New Guineans in a modernized country. Embrace your culture, embrace your creativity. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for those great words. And thank you for all the work that you do for women in Papua New Guinea, giving them strength, giving them inspiration, giving them hope, and letting them know that that they have worth, that they're meaningful, and that they can contribute at an equal level to society. That's really important. So we'd also like to now hear from Ms. Gloria Kentz, who's the founder of the Literary Readers Society. So she's going to talk to us about literature.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. How are we feeling? That's great. That's great. So my name is Gloria Kantz. I am a final year law student at the University of Papua New Guinea. I'm also the co-founder and book club coordinator for one of our students' association in UPNG. We promote the culture of reading, as you all may know, or you know or not. Reading is not something that we practice, yeah? It's not something that we practice. It's not something that we see. And so personally for me, when I started this, me and my co-founder, unfortunately, she could not join us. But when we started our association, we basically came off this place of like, okay, so we say we're moving forward, we're entering into like this next era, we're leaders, and we're gonna, but how do we plan to get there if we're not reading, right? And so personally for us, it's a hobby, and we created the association as a safe space to gather like-minded people like us, first of all. Create a safe space in which we could come and share the love and passion of reading. And so in doing so, in the first year, we kind of developed some of the projects that we do. It's called the Read One Time Pickaninny program, in which we choose a certain primary school. We target students between the age, grade 3 to 5. That's like an age range of probably 9 to 12. So we believe that's the age range in which children are more keen to change and influence, right? So that's one of the target areas that we do. We promote reading activities, and we promote book awareness and donations during the Literacy Week and Book Week. And so when we started because like it upset us that we Papua New Guineans, we talk about leadership, we talk about all this, but we are not engaging in any activities that develop like our mentality and our mindset going forward, right? And so we created this space to gather students to come together, and then we use that platform to empower students to go out and talk about the importance of reading and just influence that change. And so in UPNG, we have over 100 participants who are in our WhatsApp group, and we keep them posted. And we have 50 participants in our book club. However, the number, I should say, is or maybe less than 10 shows up. It shows where we are as a society and our attitude towards reading. And I think that's an important thing that you should know. We're talking about leadership. All of us sitting here, we are the future leaders. And what are you doing? What are you doing to contribute to your own growth, you know? And so one of the key things that we do in Literary Reader Society is that we want to embrace our culture. And so one of the things that we do leading up to independence, which is September, we feature our own literature, Papua New Guinean literature. So let me get a raise of hands on how many of you have read the book written by our forefather, late Grand Chief Sir Michael Tomaso Mare. Sorry. Sana. It's called Sana. How many of you have read that book? I want to see a show of hands. It's a good reflection here. So our late Grand Chief, when he was fighting for independence, he wrote this book, and it captures the essence of true Papua New Guinean voice and where we stand as a society, as a cultural, diverse society leading into a modern era, right? And so in our association, we choose certain PNG literature to empower students that yes, we are moving into a modern era with technology, and it's good to embrace that side, but you must be rooted in your place. You must embrace where you come from. For me, my grandfather is a chief. My grandfather is a chief, and from my mother's side, from my dad's side, I come from my ancestors were warriors and protectors. This is my bloodline, yeah. And so with that, I feel like I have a role to play in my society, and whoever. So when I gather this, when I conduct my book club session, it's just not a session, but we also choose books that speak to our current situations. I am here right now with two of my colleagues. They're seated at the back table. So these ladies had no confidence, nothing to step and take leadership roles, but they did because of this. And it empowered them to step out, and they're doing a wonderful job. They're able to socialize, communicate, talk about mental awareness, and they're doing all these amazing things just because of this safe space that we've created. And so my aim and my co-founder's aim is to reach into other universities and just share the passion for reading, that you can learn. And by doing so, you grow your own ability in critical thinking, which Nelson mentioned. So we use literature to find our voice in those who have actually established a way forward for us, and so we don't lose our connection to our roots. Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. Those are great comments. Thank you so much. And thank you for the passion for literature. Literature opens so many doors, and it's wonderful for you to be exciting youth in Papua New Guinea to be reading the literature of the people who were freedom fighters for your country, as well as for the history for your country. And so I want to go back to Zolani and ask Zolani a question, and then also ask the same question maybe to the panelists, which I know in Papua New Guinea, there are over 800 tribes. So how do you connect all those tribes through art, literature, and reading? And Zolani in South Africa, of course, there are many tribes also. So how do you use art as a means to communicate between tribes and to have a common goal?
Well, we often say that the heartbeat of us as humans give a directive to the drum beat. So when we beat the drums give us the rhythm in our dance, in our movement as we sing. So our heartbeat is translated into that drum beat, and that is the the instrument that drives us in society. So the art communicates amongst our diverse cultural communities in South Africa by ensuring that even though we've got mainly 12 tribal groupings here, we can understand each other through art form. Art form simplifies everything for us. Because musically and through dance and through poetry and all other forms, including ululation, we are able to connect with each other spiritually. You see, the bedrock of art form is spirituality. And the power of spirituality is that it is able to interwove and connect humanity at a level which is inexplicable. Sometimes it's not easy to interpret and explain what the art form seeks to say in simple terms, but it takes you to apply yourself, correctly, and you think through about what is this all about, what is it trying to say to us. So I'm saying that we are able to connect with each other artistically, because the arts has a central role in the culture. And culture, as we know it, is a design of a living, of a people. So arts influence the culture of all given communities. And it is the art that capitalizes on the commonalities of these different cultural communities, so that they don't see the difference, but they see the commonalities. And the differences do not divide us, but they give us a magnitude of antiquity and uniqueness. And that uniqueness add a spice of, the differentiation creates variety rather than divisions. So we are always saying that even though we are at different cultural ramifications, but we are united in our diversity. And in the majority of cases, what unites us, it is that element which is able to bond us together. And that happens through the work which is done by the art forms. I spoke about the issue of massaging, the therapy which is provided by the art. That therapy is not only an intervention when people are not feeling good. No, it is just a positive therapy which is part of our energy on daily basis. So I like to hear, from the princess there who was speaking, who says that the parents are traditional leaders of her community. And I come from the same background, and I know exactly. So I can identify, and I can connect and see that even though I've never been into that society, but already that society is a replica of my own society. And through art, we're able to then connect our society. So art is that bridge, you know, that undermines the artificial borders which have been created for us as human beings.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes. And as you said before, your art, your poetry, your music played a big role in the liberation of South Africa. And I know you played a part in that, you know, and we're very awestruck by that. And you look at now the country of Papua New Guinea that has 800 tribes, over 800 tribes, 800 languages. That is a huge challenge for art. So for the other panelists, can you talk to us about how you use either art or literature or education to really to connect all of these tribes and to unify? Maybe who would I start with? I would start with Nelson.
So 22 provinces, 800 languages, and over 1,000 tribes. How do we connect every one of these through art? We've been doing this for years. I had the privilege of speaking to a Mongolian social activist, Zozaya Batuyak, and that was when the conversation of using art as a form of activism started. And I asked for advice on if I were to take that idea and run it in Papua New Guinea, what would be advice for me? And I was quite surprised by her answer. She said that when she thinks about Papua New Guinea, the first word that pops up to her is art. And if you really think about it, art has been with us for generations. Papua New Guineans, we are storytellers, legends, you know, the stories that are passed on from generation to generation, that is art. Our traditional sing-sings is an art. Our houseman and the buildings that are sculptures that we build, that's all art. So we've been connected from generation to generation, we've been connected through art. It isn't something new to us. It's this idea of modern creative art is what is new to us. Now, how do we use modern creative art to continue connecting all of these 1,000 tribes, all 22 provinces? How do we continue to do that? And that is where we talk about preserving our culture. And how do we preserve our culture? We preserve it by using modern creative art. You write about it through storytelling. You dance about it. You paint a picture, take a photograph about it. And like the first panelist said, our first panelist online said, art has this incredible power to evoke emotion. And so if you put out an art piece, that is you connecting not just with one person from another province, but with everyone in Papua New Guinea. And that is how I believe, with the power of art, that is what I believe that we as Papua New Guineans can connect with each other.
Thank you. As Nelson has mentioned, for me, I believe that how we can connect as Papua New Guinean is through preserving the stories that have been passed on from our elders. As you can see with the rising of social media, youths have now put their interest in sports, rugby. Then they're no longer having this, houseman, housemary talk where, our legends are passed on. And so for me, what I do, I believe that we can preserve literature through authentic Papua New Guinean stories, myths, whatever, through writing. And so for me, creating the book club and having people read is that, in order for you to be a writer, you have to be a reader. You have to know the structure. And then when, if we provide the building capacity for you to come, then you already have an idea on how to do that. So what we are doing at the first step is establishing a book club, and then we want to introduce a writing club in which we engage students to go back and, if you come from a two backgrounds, you have a story from your grandmother, your grandfather. You can preserve these stories in writing. So that's something that the Lit Reader Society is trying to, we're looking forward to, is after establishing a book club, we're trying to establish a writing club to preserve authentic Papua New Guinean stories through literature. And it will be you guys that will be involved in this process. Thank you.
From my perspective, to preserve our culture, for me, in the space that I work, the things that I do, I believe in upholding the values that we have. That is the good custom practices that we have in our country that makes us who we are, that holds the community intact. So by that, to preserve this is to instill good values that we already have, like with the amazing things that the PNG Tribal Foundation is doing as well, and you integrate it with our cultural values, and then to impart that to our young women. Not only that, but also to our circle of friends, with those that we involve on a daily with. That is the way forward, because a lot of introduced artists are coming in as well. And where is the place where we, how do we maintain our cultural identity as Papua New Guineans with all that is being brought to us at our fingertips? So for me, as a Papua New Guinean young woman who is thriving in a diverse culture where it's growing, I believe that to preserve our culture is to preserve the good values that our parents have taught us, to respect our elders, at the same time as well knowing how to respect yourself as well, at the same time knowing how to communicate articulately how you feel, express yourself freely without offending another person. And respect comes two ways also. At times in our culture, we respect our elders all the time, and whatever that they say is right. Sometimes it's toxic as well. As young Papua New Guineans, with education, we have our understanding, comprehension of things have changed as well. So as an educated person, while knowing that I should also respect my elders, how do I communicate in a tone and a voice where I do not disrespect, but I also make them understand my perspective, where I'm coming from? And that is one thing I see, that as Papua New Guineans, with the culture and the societal imposition that, oh, I should respect my mom, I should respect my dad, at the same time, we know that, oh, I also have a right to speak, I have my freedom of expression. Then how do you do that? So as you are educated, then you know that, okay, I should talk in a polite manner without screaming, without giving a tantrum and all that. So basically for me, in a thriving society as Papua New Guinea is a developing country, I believe that maintaining good values with young people and our younger ones, and having a good relation with our elders, knowing, because right now, if you want to, some kids right now, like from my observation, you cannot find young kids really sitting down with their grandmothers and grandfathers, like they're boring. But that is where wisdom and our cultural values that makes us who we are, gives us substance, gives us that value, and gives us that assurance and perspective of things. We do not appreciate, or sometimes we lose sight of, unconsciously we didn't see that. But that is where wisdom is passed on. And that is how our country has been growing from generations to generations. And I think that when you go back home, try to ask your younger ones, try to sit with your grandmother, your grandfather, or your dad, just ask them on their perspective of how things are going, and ask them, how has it been done in the past? And then you see and compare, and that is how you'll see that, oh, okay, this is how it's done in the past, and then you see, okay, this is how I should carry on forward. And that is, for me, as a young Papua New Guinean educated young woman, I see that being able to have a connection with my elders will be able to help me to drive change forward while maintaining my Papua New Guinean ways. Thank you.
Yes, those are beautiful comments. And I think you raise a really important point, which is no matter how much time we spend with our elders, when they're gone, we wish we had spent more time with them. We wish we had talked to them more. We wish we had asked them more stories. We wish we had learned from them more and just been quiet and listened to what they had to say. And that's a lesson that is universal, and it's a beautiful lesson. We have, about 6 more minutes left, because we know that all the attendees have to run to the bus to make sure that they make it. And so maybe if we can have maybe 2-minute closing remarks by each of the panelists. And Zolani, if you're with us, if you'd like to give us just 2 minutes closing remarks. We have city buses waiting for all of the attendees, and the buses, we asked for 30 minutes of grace because they were supposed to leave at 5 o'clock in Papua New Guinea. They're leaving at 5:30. So we're on the grace period right now. So if you could give us about 2 minutes, and then each of our other panelists give us about 2 minutes of closing remarks. It's been a very inspirational session.
No, I think that the major takeaway from this conversation is that the arts, whether it's activism or just the role that it plays in society, is that it provides protection, preservation, and promotion of the positive values. But also, it is also serve the same role to protect and preserve our own heritage, so that, as Mr. Koka was saying, that the current generation, having inherited those positive stories, is able to preserve them and transfer them to the next generation. This can only be done through the art, because imagine if we're not having any means of testimonial tradition where we were able to record and write things. Those things can only be recorded in the hearts and minds of the people. And the people who are able to preserve them as walking libraries are the artists. Therefore, we must never undermine art, because it plays that critical role in society. I'm grateful and thankful to Kectil family for having us in this project. And we wish you all the best in the conference. And one day, I'm sure we will connect even physically. But we wish you all the best into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And I remember when Zolana joined us in person for the Zambia meeting, and while he was listening, he had a pad of paper there, and he was drawing artwork, and then he was writing poetry during the conference. So it never ends for you. You're always thinking or drawing or writing poetry, and in fact, he handed me a couple of sketches at the end of the Zambian conference, and I still have them. So thank you very much. And it shows that you live your art every day. So we thank you. Now for the other panelists, can you each give us 2 minutes closing remarks? You've given us wonderful wisdom today, which we really appreciate.
Okay, for my closing remarks, I'll say that Papua New Guineans, we breathe, we walk, we talk arts and culture. And for me, I would say houseman and housemate concept, right now it kind of like really died, but in a modernized way, it's mentorship and it's counseling with your mothers, your fathers. Big thank you to the PNG Kectil Youth Development Network for reaching out to us and having PNG Young Professional Women Network to be here. I represent 200 plus young women in Port Moresby. So yes, some already have graduated. For 3 consecutive years, we've had 3 girls in the SRC, members in the SRC. So that is what I wanted to see, for young women to be able to come out and just do what they're supposed to be doing. Seeing how Niumi is thriving not only on campus, but partnering with other organizations. She's a definition of a modern Papua New Guinean woman who's being able to thrive with others, at the same time embracing her identity as one. So another thing I want to say about us Papua New Guineans is authenticity and your originality. As I've mentioned in the National Goals and Directive Principles, if you do not know, as a Papua New Guinean, it is your responsibility to know those things. So one thing I want to say to all of you is authenticity. Never be afraid of how you speak and what you say. You know, you might have an accent when you speak English. Well, then we will obviously automatically tell that, yes, you are from Enga, and that is originality. You must never be afraid. If you speak with an accent in English, know that it's still you, and that is culture, and that is arts. You see, we have an African friend here. She speaks with an accent, and we know that she's from Africa. And be proud to be a Papua New Guinean. Don't think that, oh, I'm whitewashed, and if I speak in a certain way, people will laugh at me. But you're in Papua New Guinea, be one. Thank you.
I definitely don't know how to follow that, but I want to bring your attention. I've been talking about arts for the last couple of minutes, but I want to bring your attention to something else, and that is called purpose. I believe in living a purpose-driven life. And so as young people, as citizens of this great nation, what is your purpose in this nation? God could have placed you anywhere in this universe, in this galaxy, but he specifically chose Earth. He specifically chose Papua New Guinea, Port Moresby, to place you in. Why is that? If you look at, if you're a science student, or if you know a little bit about science, and we're doing science experiment, you have all of these different materials set out in front of you to create an experiment to come up with one particular product. Now you're all different materials in this nation, Papua New Guinea, and your main product is to build this nation. So what is your role in this nation, and what is your purpose? So I'm just going to leave that question with you to challenge you. Go back and just meditate on that and think about it. Find some wisdom, and like I said, what is your role in this country to contribute to the vision that our forefathers dreamt of? Thank you.
Once again, thank you to both our panelists here. Thank you to Kectil PNG for inviting my association to come on stage. What we've been doing is we've been operating within the campus of UPNG and trying to reach out to communities, doing our community projects, but this has been a really great honor for me to come sit here and talk to everyone. And so just something that I'd like you all to take with you this afternoon is that your approach in viewing reading, the habit of reading, I'd encourage every one of you to go back and read, knowing that you are the future leader of Papua New Guinea, and you need that critical skill with you to go in rooms to debate and negotiate. You need that. And so I encourage all of us to pick up the habit of reading, because that is something that's lacking in our society. And so I really encourage all of us to, as aspiring leaders, I have to be on that same level to communicate. And so as leaders, it is your duty to equip yourself, and you can do that through reading. So I want you all to take that, the new perception. It's not new, but it's not been talked about. So that is why we do the awareness. And my book club at uni is a living testament. Even if there's not a lot of people that participate, we want to stand and say that, yes, because there isn't a culture of reading in our society. You know, in society also, like what Shivani said, I am a big sister. I am a role model to my community, the women in my community. And when I stand in front of them, and when I talk, you know, it's they look up to me. And so what I do, they follow. And so I have a little brother who's 5 years old, and he's seeing me read, and I don't have to tell him, you read. No, he's picking up a book already. You have the power to influence. And so that's something that you should know, that you have the power to influence your younger siblings, your community, your peers. And so, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, wonderful. Well, wonderful panel. Can you give everyone a hand? This was a great, very thought-provoking panel and inspirational. I guess I'll turn it over to the MCs or to Edwin to close out the day. And I know you all have to run for the buses. So I don't know if anyone is coming up.
Yes.
Thank you, Zolani. Thank you, panelists. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Sharon Knowles. Thank you, panelists. Okay, yeah, I think this last panel discussion has been a very vibrant one. I think it got us all up on our knees. It certainly has with me. Shivani really did put the men on a pedestal, and saying that women should submit and all. When she said that, I've noticed only one clapped in the audience. That's not a bad thing. I think there is a term that was used here. There is a modern young woman in the house. Can I get a little A if you're in the house, if you're a modern young woman? Are you in the house or not? No, I can't hear you guys. Are you guys in the house? Because I believe these women in this place will not be subjected to any stigma. Am I correct? I think you guys are fire running water that's going to change this country as much as the men would. So if Shivani will put the men on a pedestal, I think it's only right if I pick up the females with me. Come on now. That's just a little bit of a rundown. I'll ask the Kectil secretary to come up and give the closing remarks, and we should be on our way. Alex?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a tiring day. We've all been here since 7 in the morning, sorry. Me and my team came early, so I had to say 5, but yeah. I won't be saying much. We've all had a long day and we've literally ran past time, so I'll just go through some announcements. I'll say a few things and we'll all head for the buses. The buses are already here too, so. It's been a great day. This conference has been very insightful and very empowering at best, I'd say. I've learned a lot of things myself. I'm pretty sure some of you have learned a lot of things too. The only thing we could do is take it from here and reflect upon what we can do to better ourselves and our communities individually or as a group. Apart from that, I'll just go through the announcements and then we'll finish off from here. Thank you. So for the drop-off locations, before I go for the drop-off locations, I want to say a very big thank you to all the parties that have made this event successful, the youths, the organizations, every other parties that attended. A very big thank you from the Kectil team to you. Without you all, this event wouldn't have been this successful. A very big thank you to Mr. Rex Buka and the NCD Youth Desk and the Governor's Office for helping us with the transportation. Apart from that, please, if you're thinking of coming tomorrow, do come early. And no PNG time business. Please do come early, so we start early, we finish on time, and we'll go back. Thank you. Have a great day. Afternoon.
Thank you, Alex. And it is within my